latest. What is the latest as we get closer to the trade deadline?
Well, I think almost everybody is saying they're agreeing that Skubal will be traded. Now, the question is he traded today? Is he traded tomorrow? Is there, like the one texter had said, is this going to be trade him early so that you inflate the value of Casey Mize and maybe you get more of a return for him as well? All of those things we have no idea about, but it's really more about what they're getting in return. And there's a lot of Dodger talk. There's a lot of Brewer talk. I haven't heard much about the Braves. Haven't heard a lot of, I know there are some people that are speculating he goes to the Rays, but there's really been no rumor from the talking heads that the Rays are going to be in the mix.
And then we always know Dombrowski, you can't count him out with the Phillies. A lot of Dodger talk yesterday for good reason, right? They've got the best prospect pool. They've also got the incentive because if they trade for him, they don't have to view it as a rental. Everybody else seemingly would view it as a rental.
Well, especially if it's Milwaukee because
or Tampa.
They just don't pay.
Yeah.
So and here's the thing about Milwaukee too is I've tuned into a little bit of LA radio, Milwaukee radio, because I want to know what these cities are talking about. It has nothing to do with their franchise, but they typically will argue, okay, this is what our franchise always does, or this is what we expect. And in Milwaukee, I have found out that they are in love with prospects. They follow their prospects. And so I know Gator watches a lot of minor league baseball, and he follows the prospects in the Tiger system. He's the one of the hosts here or the on-air personalities that probably does that the most. It was obviously Pat. And now I think Gator has picked up that mantle. But listening to some Milwaukee radio and listening to the caller, like they are infatuated with their prospects.
I love the idea of you listening to Milwaukee sports radio.
Yeah.
And it's like, hey, Tim and Madison's calling in and John just listening to hear these guys break down. I did see a clip from Milwaukee sports radio where they said, let's throw in our number 2 prospect as the centerpiece.
Right.
Not Made.
Right.
But the number 2 guy, because they both are infielders.
Yeah.
And I think it's Pena's their number 2 prospect, and he's a top 25 guy in all of baseball. They know the Dodgers can put together a pretty comprehensive deal. They have to step up if they want to get Tarik Skubal.
Right, but there's also this underlying, we've never won a World Series. Is this the year that we can go for it? Or, and here's where I think a lot of the Milwaukee feeling is, the playing field will be leveled. We love our prospects. We love where our team is. Yes, we've been in the postseason 6 of the last 7 years. We've had some early exits, but when we emerge from whatever this new CBA looks like, we want to make sure that we have our prospects. We want to carry over our roster and have an influx of that young talent. And if there is a floor, there's a ceiling, a cap, we'll be able to better compete with the rest of Major League Baseball, especially the Dodgers.
I circled the Dodgers, and there's a player specifically from the Dodgers that I'd like to see them get back, and I also think fits the Scott Harris mold. It's outfielder Mike Sirota. He's a number 11 prospect in all of baseball. He's in Double-A. He's got a 325 average, 1,000 OPS, and here's the key. Walks nearly as much as he strikes out. See, some of these other Dodger outfielders, Zaire Hope, big strikeout totals, right?
Yeah.
This is a guy that profiles like a Scott Harris own the zone bat. And again, right-handed, they could use a right-handed bat. They could use an outfielder. Good arm, and in his profile, it's a good blend of power and speed. Like, they think he's a guy who can steal 20 bases at the bigs, hit 20 home runs at the bigs. 23 years old, Double-A, but it doesn't have to be very far from the majors.
No. And maybe he follows the same path that we're watching Max Clark follow. And I don't think anybody is going to sit there and say, well, yeah, we went the Kevin McGonigal path. We would like that every time. A guy go to Double-A to the major leagues and just hit the ground running.
No, but maybe it's a half season to Double-A or Triple-A, and then you're
right
on your
and
merry
so
way.
If you're looking at it, if it is Sirota, right, you've got Riley in left, And maybe he starts out, Sirota in right, and now you've got Max Clark in center.
Sounds good. And again, it wouldn't be the only piece you'd get back. Correct. It's not a 1-for-1, but that would be a centerpiece that I think would be attractive for the Tigers. Have you circled it? I mean, these are prospects.
Yeah. I mean, the one that I've circled, the one that I can't get away from is Jesus Mate.
Jesus made.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yes. I think it would be awesome, and we've got Javier Bays, we'd have Jesus made, and we'd have all those things. But
this roster would be Jesus made.
Yeah.
Blessed by God.
It would be a very religious experience.
Imagine like the nuns that would show up at Comerica Park. It would be great.
Right, but taking what John Morosi said yesterday before the Tigers even took the field and had the horrific loss, it is a trade deadline that is absolutely built for getting a maximum return for Tarik Skubal. And it may be the perfect storm for getting back an Jesus Mate. Now, will that happen with Milwaukee? I don't know. What are you able to get back from the Dodgers simply because, hey, it is a seller's market. You want to be selling in this type of market, and you want to have the number one trade piece that has maybe hit the market in the last 5-6 years.
I think Milwaukee's the key to the whole thing. Mm-hmm. Their level of desperation doesn't mean they're going to land him, but it dictates what the Dodgers will have to do. I think the Brewers' desperation is the key to the entire deadline. Do they feel the pressure to keep up with LA, both on the field and in the trade? Mm-hmm. And if they don't, then unfortunately it lets LA bid down. Then they're not competing with someone desperate. So I think the Brewers are the key to this whole thing.
If it happens with one of those teams, whether it's the Dodgers or it's the Brewers, do you think that's a win for Scott Harris? Now, again, it depends on who it is that they get back in return. I don't want the 24, 25, and 76th prospect from the Dodgers. It's going to have to be
a bat boy to be named later.
Right. It's going to have to be one of the top prospects. But I feel like if he's done his job and he's maybe paired these teams pitted them against each other to get maximum return.
Yeah, so I'm optimistic in that the market suggests this could be very good for Scott Harris. And then I start getting excited, and I wonder if I'm building this up only to be let down. But I am optimistic. The opportunity's there for Scott Harris and the Tigers to have a successful trade deadline, to win this deadline. It's there.
Do you think they should get a top 10 overall Major League Baseball prospect in this deal?
Yes.
There's only two available, right? Mate and DePaula.
There's a third.
Who's the third?
And I think it's Team 3. And I think it reeks of desperation that the Rays are the Brewers, that the Rays are the 2008 Brewers where they got Sabathia. And to me, it's quite simple. And I'd love to – I think it's a great trade. Skubal and Torres for Theo Gillen and some other prospects. He's the 9th overall prospect in baseball. He's an outfielder. He's got 1,000 OPS at the single A and double A level this year. Mm-hmm. The word is they don't want to give him up, that he's not going to be included. I would love to hear that trade declined.
Right. Well, if he's not included, this Scott Harris says, well, then quit blowing up my phone.
Exactly.
Leave me alone then.
Like, these are the things that I want to hear over the weekend because I stand firm that I don't think anything happens till Monday.
So you prefer Gillen over Sirota? Because Sirota's
not necessarily,
because he's the number 11 prospect. I think we're splitting hairs.
If the Brewers and Dodgers are balking at giving up one of those, you have to get them involved.
Yes.
I don't know why Tampa wouldn't do that. Tampa's got a great farm system. They always keep replenishing.
It's the way they do things.
But for the one time, they pivot into this thing and go for it. He's the ace of their staff. Their second baseman's just so-so. Torres, playoff experience.
Yeah. Look, give Tampa a real shot in the postseason.
Now, the reason I threw in Torres is because it's somewhat of a need for them, but also batting depth, they need that. Second, they're not really covered, but the fact is that you have to throw in an elixir probably to get Gillen for them to pivot off what they normally do. But then the Tigers would also get some other prospects too.
248-539-9797. We have open lines. Speaking of pivoting, John, something from the update caught your attention. You want to touch on that briefly coming up next?
That would be great.
He doesn't even know what I'm talking about. This is great.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tease for me as well. Hopefully I'll get the...
You had an audible reaction to it.
It's a long time ago.
Okay.
Lots happened since then.
We'll do that coming up next, 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, I'm going to give you some reasons why I think a Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. Number one, lease deals on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer right now are exceptional. I've seen the Ram side by side with other trucks. I've been telling you about the one I'm driving, and I absolutely love it. There's no comparison for power. You can choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8, the 420 horsepower Hurricane engine, or the high output 540 horsepower Hurricane engine. And I'm just going to ask you a question for the competition, and you just do with it what you will. Why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? Plus, full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. Ram's got a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive. You're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. And for comfort, just go sit in a Ram, and I promise you're going to feel the difference. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you got to do is pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today. When you do, tell them I sent you.
All right, you guys have been sending in some texts. It's Friday before the trade deadline Monday. Text says, stop dealing with the Rays. Every time we do, we get the worst end of the deal. Scott in Belleville. They're on his no-trade list. You guys are funny thinking Harris is going to do anything of significance. Skubal will not be traded. So yesterday I posted a poll question. Call your shot. Where does he end up? Dodgers, Brewers, Tigers, or other. 18% said they think he'll still be a Tiger on Monday night. Ridiculous.
Yeah. We'll see.
We will see. I'd love to see a package from the Brewers, including Made and Fisher, plus an up-and-coming bullpen arm, Cameron Wagner, who is in AAA right now.
I think this is a situation where I know you guys, I wasn't here when the whole Steve Yzerman asking for what you guys thought was a ridiculous ask. This is a situation where you ask for everything and then make them come back and say, and engage their reaction.
I think if you're giving up the best player in the deal, you can ask for ridiculous things.
Yes. And if they say, well, if that's the case, then we need you to sweeten the deal a little bit. Okay, well, we're getting somewhere.
It's the Dodgers and the desperation to beat the Dodgers that could create the perfect storm for Scott Harris. And look, given his deadline history, he could use the boost, take advantage of it. I love that you didn't remember what happened in the update. Like, the show's only been on the air for 20 minutes.
Right.
And I go...
Oh, trust me. There are times where you ask me a question or I said a tease, and then all of a sudden I forget by the time the break is over. I forget what I teased.
Well, then I'm looking at you like, oh, is he helping sell this tease? And then mics go off. He goes, what is it? John, in the update, we had some audio from ESPN. It's Mark Spears. He talked to Isaiah Stewart about Jalen Duren, trying to get a sense of how Duren feels right now. Mark Spears, ESPN.
So part of the reason it went one ear out the other, it was a reaction, no question, is I don't know how many people with the Skubal stuff going on, the Tigers implosion, football season starting up, NBA is not top of mind.
No.
And here is the thing. I don't know is there another sport where the regular season means less than in the NBA? It's simply just get in. And yes, you want to try and have home court. You'd love to be the 1 seed, but as we found out,
flip a switch all the time.
Right. The Knicks flipped a switch and end up winning an NBA championship. Yes, what you do in the regular season is part of your body of work. What you do in the postseason in the NBA, and I mean, how many times have we talked about the greatest players that have not won a championship? A lot of times it comes down to what you do in the postseason in the NBA. If your game is negated by anything an opponent does, especially multiple opponents, and you can't perform at the same level or near the same level in the postseason, it absolutely matters. And no, Jalen Duren is not a max contract player.
But it all makes sense when you hear that.
Well, that's a player's perspective. I expect that from a player, especially a friend of player.
Yeah, but it's too many people in Jalen's Duren life patting him on the ass for his regular season and minimizing what happened in the postseason. Of course the postseason mattered. Of course you were exposed, and the team has to factor that into negotiations. But it checks out that he doesn't think that's a big deal, and he's a max player, and pay me my money.
Yeah.
That's why he's unsigned. Quickly, you mentioned football season.
Yeah.
Inside the Den, caught a little bit of that last night. They put out some of the draft stuff with Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell. Couple things that stood out to me. They showed how the Lions attempted to trade up for Blake Miller with Miami, but when Miami stayed, they let it play out. They gambled a little bit. They got their guy. Big bear hug from Dan Campbell to Brad Holmes when they made the pick. And then they had Brad Holmes talking more about Blake Miller. He loved his opener in 2024 against Georgia. He said his favorite game to watch was the Boston College game because he was mauling people. And then I thought it was really cool, like the job interview portion with Blake Miller and Hank Fraley. And I'm sure you'd be able to relate to this, John, but they're asking him, what does grit mean to you? What are the strengths of your game? And he goes, the physicality, putting people on the ground. And then they're showing like film. Now, they blur out the film, but watching him go through, well, here's what the guard will do. And if they loop, then here's who's got him.
Yeah.
They were really impressed with Blake Miller, and you can see exactly why.
Oh, they're excited, as am I, about, one, it's the mentality. Now, it's one thing to say things, but then you back it up with the film, and you see that mentality translate to, I like to dominate people on the football field. It may take a little time for him to get there at the NFL level, but if he does, licking your chops.
You have a Max Clark question. We'll get to it at 6:35. John Morosi, 7:02. Let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, good morning.
Good morning. This is a funny story. One of the golfers playing at this week's Rocket Classic accidentally ended up in Canada while he was attempting to find Korean barbecue. Whoops, wrong turn. So on Tuesday night, Michael Kim shared a story on X that when he is in Detroit, he always finds this solid Korean barbecue restaurant. And he said this time he invited fellow golfer Siwoo Kim to come along with him. And Siwoo did what most people would do. You just type in the restaurant in Google Maps and you follow it aimlessly, right? You don't really like, okay, let me make sure this is the right one. Just thought, this must be it. Well, then as he's driving, he realizes at the last second that he's about to cross into Canada.
Oh.
Yes. And then turns out there was a restaurant under the same name closer to him, but in Canada. So he didn't check out to make sure it was the right one. And he said he was freaking out a little bit when he realized that, yes, this is not where I'm supposed to be.
Where was he? In Detroit?
He was in Detroit, yeah.
So he had to cross the bridge or go under the tunnel.
Yeah. Yes, he did. But he was just following his maps. Here's kind of what he said about it. He thought it was amazing. A weird guy. Oh my gosh.
Oh, so when you are following whatever app it is,
sure,
you do still look at signs, and it says to Canada.
Maybe he didn't realize how close Canada really was. That he thought, okay, this way to Canada, but I'm not going to Canada. I'm going a mile and a half away from my restaurant. I'm not going to Canada.
Right, like you get on the highway and it's 96 to Lansing. That doesn't mean Lansing's the next stop. So maybe he thought it was one of those deals. Like, eventually this goes to Canada, but I'm going to stop and get my Korean barbecue first.
He should say it was so close to his hotel, right? It's only, a couple miles away.
Yeah. Look across the river.
Funny.
That's hilarious.
I know,
that's awesome.
Though.
I love that they searched his car and everything.
Whoops. An armed suspect was shot and killed by a Macomb County deputy after charging towards police on Thursday. The incident all began after the Macomb County Sheriff's Office received information regarding a suspect wanted in connection for a felonious assault and fleeing and eluding. Police were also told that this individual may be armed and experiencing a mental health crisis. Well, right around noon, Macomb police made contact with the suspect. This was on the road at an intersection, 26 Mile and Gratiot Avenue. And the suspect fled, didn't follow any of the officer's commands, ended up backing his vehicle into a patrol motorcycle. That led to one officer firing shots. Then a pursuit engaged, and they followed him. A short time later, he ended up getting out of his vehicle, and that's when he was armed with a weapon, charged towards deputies, and an officer then fired their weapon again, striking the suspect. They say the suspect died there at the scene, and now the Oakland County Sheriff's Office will oversee the investigation. So the Red Wings and Dylan Larkin may be at odds, but the Wings had no problem wishing him a happy birthday. It was a big birthday, 30th birthday party, but just a 30th birthday. And on their social media pages, they shared a big birthday announcement, which they do every year with every Wings player.
Do I want to read the comments?
Yes.
Probably not. Maybe I do want to read the comments.
Yeah, I think so.
Everybody wants to read the comments.
They're always entertaining.
It's because they do this with every player.
They do.
It's like a sponsored deal. And
Yeah.
But I think if I saw correctly, they tried to put the happy birthday so that it blocked out the C on Dylan Larkin's jersey. Social team, we see what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe you're just reading a little bit too much into
Who,
it.
me?
Yeah.
A 61-year-old woman from Macomb County saw more than stars and stripes this past 4th of July after winning more than $300,000 playing an online lottery game. The woman says she was sitting around bored on the 4th of July.
Oh.
What better to do then than logging into her, Michigan lottery account and playing a Michigan jackpot game for a while. And that's what she did. And then all of a sudden she started screaming. And her husband thought, something's wrong. There's an emergency going on. Turns out she just won big. And she says she's so excited. She's going to complete some home improvements, pay off some debt, and then share the rest with her family. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm reading the comments. I didn't hear that story.
Anything good?
Not that I can share.
Okay.
Of course, you'd be reading the comments.
Heather with the news. Coming up next, John's got a Max Clark question. It's 97.1. As we await a Tarek Skubal trade, we usher in the next era of Tigers baseball. Max Clark, ready to make his Tiger debut out in Sacramento. Got a question about who's the core of this team, but you have a question specifically about the call-up, John.
Yeah, I don't want to throw any shade on Max Clark because we've gone over. We asked the question last week, is it time to call up Max Clark? And he's had a tremendous July. And we've talked about Vierling. We've talked about James Outman. We've talked about all these guys that are underperforming. And if you could bring a little juice to the lineup, and I think that's what that does. Is that the reason they're calling him up? Or is it, hey, we got people that we still need to sell tickets to. We still want people to watch, especially if they're on this West Coast trip. And tonight, it's a late game. I want to see his first opportunity in a Tigers uniform in regular season play. Is this more of a PR issue than it is an actual merit-based call-up?
Can I just first say this is such a cynical question. I'm surprised it's coming from you.
Yes, it's very cynical, but I've become much more cynical having done this and working with you.
Did you see what he did? He just put this on me.
Well, no, I mean, we started the show with the influence of me on you guys in terms of your fashion statements and in regards to some, 8-year-old thinking. So I am now more cynical as well.
I poisoned you.
Well, no, it's also I'm much more cynical because of a lot of things that have happened at my alma mater in Michigan, and I am now asking more cynical questions. I've been duped in a lot of different ways.
That's fair.
And taken things at face value. So why not ask the question?
Is this for PR or is this for performance? Could it be a little of both? I think it's mostly performance. I really do. I point to what he did in the month of July, and it felt like there was nothing left to prove. Guy's hitting over 300 with power, steals bases, draws walks. He's on base every other at bat. It's like a 466 on base. I think it was just time to call him up. And I do think it's time to turn the page. You're going to trade Tarek Skubal. Let's get the feet wet for Max Clark. Mm-hmm. Let's see what the guy can do and let him hit the ground running for his first full season, fingers crossed, next year or beyond. But it felt like he didn't have anything left to prove. And I bet you that's what they will publicly say. Now, you wonder if there's another motive here, too. Will Tiger fans have a reason to pay attention for the final 50 games after they sell? Hey, here's Max Clark, very shiny, blinged out Max Clark.
Yeah, hey, come to the stadium, buy some tickets. And I would like to think, and this is how I would have thought maybe a year ago, 2 years ago. It's all merit-based. And it's all right there. The evidence is there. I do believe that's probably what it is, but then we have to ask the question, is this, if you're not going to buy tickets to come see Skubal anymore, if this is a team that is no longer competing for a wild card spot, then how do we get butts in the seats? Well, let's bring up Max Clark.
Is the timing at all interesting? Like, why not 3 days ago? Why not before the Baltimore series?
Yeah.
Why not?
Well, because James Outman has been James Outman since he's been here. And Matt Vierling has been Matt Vierling all season long. They're all underperforming. And Gary Carpenter has been injured. So why not call him up if you believe that's a bat that can help you and you want to keep Skubal? You want to be able to say, yes, we're making a push for the postseason, then bring in a bat that can help you. And it's on the heels, too, of something that I learned because Tom brought it up. The fact that if Max Clark is on the roster this year, if there's a lockout, he can't go get reps in minor league baseball to start the season next year.
Because he's on the 40-man.
Yeah.
So they're willing to gamble service time and MLB time if there's no season next year to get him up now. The question is why.
Completely ridiculous.
Yeah. But the question is why. And I think the easiest answer is he's playing good baseball, and it's time.
He's ready.
Yeah.
I mean, he's their number one prospect. All these other side reasons, they're not bringing him up unless they think he's ready. They're not going to mess with that.
He was the very first draft pick that Scott Harris ever made. Number 3 overall player. Like, there's reason to be excited about him now that he's here.
Right.
I do think the timing is the road trip. Like, I do think that was part of the reason. Look, they're not playing at home until what, August 12th or something like that again.
Are you serious?
It's a 10-game or 9-game road trip. It's 3 series on the West Coast. I do think there might have been a little bit of a motive to not do this at home, considering they probably hear the noise about the bling, and if he boots a ball in the outfield quick, people could get on him quick, get his feet wet out there.
You said he's going to start in a AAA ballpark.
Right, in Sacramento.
Ease the transition in. But that would refute the idea of selling tickets.
Oh, I totally don't think that's a motivation. Okay. This is their number 1 prospect. They are not messing with him. The core of the team is Clark and McGonigal.
How about this? Their next game at Comerica Park is Tuesday, August 11th against the Guardians. So there's going to be an extended stretch
Maybe
here.
he can help us beat them for once.
That'd be nice. Are there some cynics out there? Why do you think he was called up now? 248-539-9797. There's a lot at play here.
Let me ask you this question. Is it wrong for me to ask that question?
No, it's not wrong to ask questions.
No, it's not wrong to ask questions.
Skepticism is healthy.
Okay. And should there be skepticism of why now? Why not, as you mentioned, 3 days ago? Why not a week ago? Like, he's been on a tear for July, and Outman has not. Vierling has not. So why wait until it's basically too late?
Till the white flag's being waved.
Yeah, because it's okay. Do we think that the rest of the year they can still compete for a wild card spot? We'll have it going on in the background for us, and we'll see, is 24 going to repeat itself? I don't know that you and I either believe that, especially with the way that things have gone. They sell Flaherty in 24, they make the postseason. If they sell Skubal and then make a run for the postseason, I just wonder why they didn't do it to try and save Skubal. Or maybe it's, as we're asking questions, in defense of Scott Harris, maybe they decided that this sale was going to, or that they were going to trade Skubal 4 weeks ago. Like, hey, we know that it's an absolute long shot. So we're going to continue these conversations about selling Terrence Skubal. We're going to do that. And when we do, that's the time to bring up the young guys. And maybe there's more coming. Maybe it's Max Anderson. Maybe there's some other guys that are on the horizon, because we've got to do this methodically. We're going to DFA some guys. We're going to trade some guys. And they ended up trading Jake Rogers to Baltimore, and we get a double-A pitcher, and we're going to do some things like that. There's a lot of different questions that could be asked in this.
You guys can respond to any of them. I also brought up Max Clark is that Scott Harris draft pick, the first pick he ever made. Now he's finally here. Who is this Tigers core? Is they're set to trade Skubal? Who's the Tigers core? I have 7 names. See if I left anybody out. Maybe I'm being too generous. I'll give that to you next. Who's the Tigers core? It's 97.1. Heather? Just a second. We'll give you a second.
Okay, got it. Hey, Detroit. Tigers baseball is in full swing, and there's nothing better than a warm night, a great game, and an ice-cold Surfside. It's iced tea and vodka made with real brewed tea, super refreshing and perfect for the season. And as a proud partner of the Detroit Tigers, Surfside is right there with you all summer long. Plus, it's only 100 calories, just 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles, so it's super easy to sip all game long. The iced tea and lemonade variety packs are so good as well. Just look for Surfside Sunset Stripes. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
We're talking to John Morosi in about 10 minutes, just after the top of the hour. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass on a Friday. Skubal likely on the way out, Max Clark coming up. Who do you consider to be the Tigers' core? I've got 7 names. You let me know if I'm missing somebody or if I'm jumping the gun.
Okay.
Kevin McGonigal.
Yes.
Dylan Dingler.
Yes.
3-time All-Star Riley Green.
Yes.
I'm putting Max Clark in. This is the number 3 overall pick, the very first pick of the Harris era.
Okay, I would say yes, but also TBD.
Okay. Troy Melton, future ace in waiting.
Yes.
Kader Montero.
Yes.
Jackson Jobe. Those are the guys who are here for the long haul, the core of the Tigers.
Yes. I would agree with all of those. And again, it's simply a matter of, is Max Clark going to be a version of Kevin McGonigal? I don't expect him to come in and light it on fire like McGonigal did. What McGonigal is doing is so unique and awesome. And if you look at what this rookie class this year is doing, it's a very competitive rookie class for becoming Rookie of the Year. It's generally not like this. In other seasons, McGonigal will be walking away with the award. And so in the bullpen, I would say, hey, clean house. There's nothing there. You've got to find other arms. In terms of the pitching staff, Melton, Montero, Jobe. I know Mize is not under contract.
That's why I left him out.
Okay. I would like him to be a part of this. I think he is, if they can re-sign him, it's going to be, let's just say, half of what they would have to spend on Tarik Skubal. And I don't know what the term is, but I think if in terms of what they're going to spend on him, you'd be willing to give up, 5 years?
Let's say it's 5 years at $30 a year.
It seems a little steep to me, but maybe that's what the going rate is. Okay, fine. So be it. Because you have Melton and Montero and Jobe under team control for the next 4 to 5 years, depending on which individual you're talking about.
And I don't know what Mize is going to get. I just throw that out there knowing, look, he has pitched very well. Last year an All-Star, this year strong. There's no guarantee they keep him. So I left him off of the core player list.
Okay, so here's one that I'll ask you how you view him. Reese Olson.
Yeah, I left him off, and maybe I should have kept him on.
And so when we talk about the pitching staff for next year, we always forget about Reese Olson. And it's out of sight, out of mind, because he's been hurt all season long.
Baby-faced assassin.
Going into this year, I think he would have been determined as been one of the core pieces moving forward. And he's still a young player under team control. And some of it is, how does he return from what he is dealing with in the injury? Colt Keith.
No. I mean, I know he's signed, but he's not. His OPS is under 700. I mean, he's a guy.
That's not true anymore.
Oh, is it over now?
It's 729.
Is it?
He has 8 homers now. He's quietly, since that bad start, 6 weeks or so, at least into the season before you hit a homer.
Right.
I believe his June and July splits are pretty decent.
I just view him as just a guy. I'm looking at it now. He's a one-WAR player, certainly is on the team for the next few seasons. I don't view him as a core guy.
Well, if he's on the team for the next few seasons.
Do you think he's an everyday player?
AJ doesn't.
Well, you can have a different opinion.
But let me ask you this, and some of it depends on what you're counting as a core player. You're not always going to have guys that are batting .275 with a 3 WAR and an OPS of over 800. Like, you're going to have some of those guys fill out the bottom of the lineup. Every team has those guys. They have their Colt Keith. And if Colt Keith, at what he's doing this year, is your replacement at the bottom of the lineup for a Veerling or a McKinstry or an Outman, like, isn't that's the guy that fills out the lineup?
Yeah, I guess as we're talking through this, my line would be, if you're a platoon player, you're not part of the core.
Okay. How you Lee?
On the fence.
He needs to prove more, but Max Clark doesn't?
There's more of a pedigree with Max Clark, isn't there? There's more of an expectation with Max Clark, isn't there?
Sure, because I don't want to get wrapped up in where guys were drafted and making that part of their pedigree. Sure, it's part of their history, but I think there are Montero. All right, not a lot of pedigree, but certainly has produced.
There's a performance to back it up.
Yeah, and so far there's a performance to back up what Hayuli is doing.
So you'd add him as the 8th name?
Probably. I guess the point what I'm saying is when they let Alavila go and they came in and, hey, it's the, what is it, 22? When did Scott Harris take over? It's 22, right?
22. September of 22, I think.
Because everybody is saying, well, hey, if he doesn't trade Skubal, if there's these things, and I do think that there are discussions that we have if he doesn't trade Skubal that change what we're talking about with Scott Harris. Scott Harris has done a good job of, he's got his weaknesses, player evaluation and acquisition.
Yeah, building a bullpen, etc.
But when he talks about, hey, we don't want to block some of the young guys. We want to make sure these young guys develop. Like, he's done a really good job of identifying Hayuli and acquiring him, of identifying Max Clark and drafting him. McGonigal. Like, there are some things where you can look and say, Scott Harris, in some aspects, is doing a really good job.
Super quick, your core positional players again?
I had 4 of them. I had McGonigal, Dingler, Clark, which, by the way, up the middle, that's real strong. And then Green, Riley Green, 3-time All-Star Riley Green.
So 3 of the 4 are lefties.
Yeah.
That might be a knock against Keith. Again, the problem with this, one of the problems with this team is right-handed batting.
Yeah.
Right.
248-539-9797. We got some texts. We got some calls. Let's go to Pat in Grand Rapids. Pat, good morning.
Morning, fellas. Go Green. Yeah, I was waiting on the line, and you guys kind of stole my thunder. I was going to say Colt Keith, and then you guys brought him up. But one thing I think maybe people forget a little bit about him is he comes up, he's going to play second base, and then he's going to play third base the next year. No, we're going to work him in at first base. And for a rookie or a young guy who's constantly getting moved around on the infield, maybe it's an excuse, but it can't help you at all when you're, trying to become an MLB player. So I think he's on the fringe of becoming a core player. I think he could easily be a 8 to 10 year guy who's really solid, and it's about time to take the training wheels off and let him go every day and bat against left-handers and see what he could do.
Yeah, he hasn't been given much of a chance this year against lefties, only 21 at-bats. It has not been good. 0.95.
Yeah.
With no slug. It's all singles. But that part of that is he doesn't have a position. Isn't that part of not being a core player is you don't have a home?
It's the fact that, okay, we're going to move him to second, but then Gleyber Torres is there. And we're going to, we'll play him at first, but then the only reason that Torkelson is up is because everyone's hurt, and then he has a 30 home run season. Now he's at 19. I'm not surprised. I'm not shocked, and I'm actually glad that you didn't put Torkelson as a core player.
Oh, could you imagine?
One of the problems of the team goes back to before last season when Torque wasn't going to make the team, and he only did because of injuries. The plan was Torres at second and Keith at first.
Yeah. My point of doing this exercise is the cupboard's not bare. If they decide that, hey, we're going to sell Skubal, we're going to sell everything that's not bolted down. I think next year this team should still be in the postseason.
They have a deep enough young core to stay in it. 97.1.
Brought to you by Rapid Roofing. The Tigers made a trade for a minor league pitcher last night, sending Jake Rogers to the Baltimore Orioles in exchange for reliever Zane Barnhart. Barnhart has a 4.05 ERA and 40 innings at Double-A this year. Tigers were off last night, but are set to face the A's in the first of a 3-game series tonight. First pitch is at 9:40. Another AL Central team made a trade last night as the Minnesota Twins appear to be buying at this deadline. They sent a pair of minor leaguers to the Mets in exchange for reliever A.J. Minter, who's got a 2.35 ERA this season. The Twins are 3 games back in the division and 1 game out of the wild card. ESPN's Mark Spears said on NBA Today last night that he spoke with Isaiah Stewart about the Jalen Duren situation, and both Stu and Duren believe Duren proved himself enough in the regular season last year to earn his money this offseason. In soccer yesterday, CONCACAF joined UEFA in a boycott of the World Cup as FIFA has plans to sell stakes in the tournament to private investors. That's now 90 countries, including the United States and all of Europe, who have planned to boycott all FIFA-sanctioned competitions unless Gianni Infantino reverses course from his private investment plans. And this Rocket Classic leaderboard update is brought to you by your Metro Detroit Ram dealers. Peter Malnati leads the field at 9 under with a course record 61 yesterday. Tee times start again right about now over at Detroit Golf Club. JJ Spawn, Ben Griffin, and Cameron Young all tee off this hour at 7:44. Jordan Spieth and Patrick Cantlay go at 7:55. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Deadline right around the corner. Monday, it's going to be here. Joining us this morning, John Morosi, MLB Network. Bumped into him at the ballpark on Wednesday for Scooble's final start, we think. John, good morning.
Jim and John, good morning, my friends. Yes, we had a quorum of all Detroit sports media. We could have voted on official business and passed next year's budget and agenda. We were all there on Wednesday.
Well, so I asked you before the game, chances he gets moved. Clearly that game changes things. Is he actually getting dealt?
Jim and John, right now, I've got the chances at around 70%. I think it's certainly higher than it was before that first pitch. There was a sense of finality, I thought, to the way that game played out, and even just reading the body language after the game, just of the people in the clubhouse, which I think you can learn a lot from. It had that feeling to it. Now, of course, it's up to Scott Harris. It's up to ownership, because when you're talking about someone like Tarik Skubal, it goes up to that level. The most important thing, I think, in all of this, to me, Jim and John, is that the teams that you would want to be involved are involved, meaning teams that have a real reason to make a big-time trade and teams that have the prospects to get a deal done. And that's principally the Dodgers, the Rays, and the Brewers. Those are the 3 favorites. Of course, it's always possible that another team emerges, but especially in the case of the Dodgers, their farm system is so deep, they can make a trade like this and not really hurt their standing as one of the better farm systems in the sport. And almost always when they do make a trade like this, they try to bring in other players to make it more worth their while to give up prospects. So there's certainly a world in which it's not just Skubal that would be going back to L.A. if in fact the Dodgers win the bidding. So I've got it at about 70%, and I certainly am more confident now that he's going to get traded than I was when the week started.
So a question that it's just total speculation. If he is, when does it happen? Does it happen this weekend, or are they going to take this right up to the trade deadline?
Well, John, I'll say this. I'll have my phone with me pretty much from now until 6 p.m. Monday, wherever I go, because it could happen at any time. It's a very fair question. I think the Tigers, they know this, and this is a unique circumstance to this one in comparison to Eduardo Rodriguez a couple of years ago, 3 years ago now, right? And even Flaherty. So Flaherty went right up till the deadline. Eduardo famously didn't actually get traded, although that was a very substantive conversation with the Dodgers, ironically enough, a few years back. I believe the Tigers would not let this thing go till 5:59 p.m. Eastern on Monday because of a couple reasons. Number one, if you trade Skubal first, then it allows you to make other moves that you may want to make, and obviously he is their biggest chip by far. But the other piece of it is that there are enough other starting pitchers out there that teams, and obviously they're not Tarik Skubal, but there are enough pitchers out there that teams will be able to say, listen, if you are not going to play ball here, we'll move on to option 2, 3, 4, and 5, and we're not going to circle back to you. So the industry, to some extent, is waiting on this to happen, and so it does benefit everyone mutually to get this deal done and then move on with the rest of the things that they're planning on doing. The other piece is, to me, John, there was some clarity given by this last homestand. If you were going to make a move, if you were going to make a real push in the standings, you would have done better than 3-4 against the Royals and the Orioles. If you were looking for clarity of a sense of whether this team was good enough to win on its own and to keep it together, you needed to see more out of that homestand than you did. And that was even true, I thought, before the final game. And it was especially true after the final game. This bullpen is not good enough. And there are some fundamental ways in which this team is not as good as it was last year. So even with the arrival of McGonigal, who's been everything we hoped he would be and more, the team's just not good enough. And Scott Harris and Jeff Greenberg in the front office, I think they realize that.
A lot of people say the Dodgers are the favorite. I know you've talked a lot about them. What type of return could the Tigers get back from L.A.?
So the interesting part there is, and I mentioned this last night, just talking about the other options, they've got a collection, and this is how good the Dodgers are. This is how scary good they are, that 6 of the top 100 prospects in the entire industry are Dodgers outfielders. Not just Dodgers, but Dodgers outfielders. Wow. 6 of the top 100. So they've got plenty of outfield talent. Of course, the irony now is that here comes Max Clark, and what is his future, and what's his role going to be, all those questions. But the 3 big names at the top of their system are Josue de Paula, Mike Sirota, and Eduardo Quintero. Interestingly, all of them either currently or have played for the Great Lakes Loons in our very home state of Michigan up there in Midland. So, interestingly enough, there's a real connection to even our own home state there with that group. De Paula is industry-wide, at least in the industry rankings, he is the top of that group and does do the things that Scott Harris likes to talk about dominating the strike zone. He is look at his walk-to-strikeout ratio. It's really favorable. He gets on base a ton. But there are people in the industry that would say that they believe Sirota, they would have him ahead of De Paula, and there are even those that believe Quintero is the best of the group. Quintero is a really electrifying center fielder who runs really well. And so I believe if you're going to make this trade, you probably come away with one of those 3. And then, importantly, you look at the major league rotation piece. If you're going to trade Skubal now, you have to find a way, in my estimation, to upgrade next year's rotation. And they do have someone in Emmett Sheehan who they could probably get back in the deal, who is a right now starting pitcher. And that at least protects your ability to compete in a representative way for the balance of this year and then into next season. If you've got Jackson Jobe coming back, and if you're able to bring back a player like Emmett Sheehan, who's a major league starter with experience, then at least you fill in that spot of your depth chart, if you will, to protect and just continue on to have good starting depth for next season. So I think that to me is what I would see, that you would insist on at least one of those high-end outfielders, and then a major league starter. Also, Emil Morales, who's a really good middle infielder as well. And we might say, okay, well, why would you get a center fielder if you think that that Max Clark is coming in, and why would you get a shortstop? Because we've seen McGonigal. I think you get as many up-the-middle players as you can, because then you can always move them around a bit. And I think one of the other big picture points I would make is that outfield defense has not always been great, especially when Meadows hasn't been in there, and you can never have too many good defensive players because I think the Tigers are not quite as dynamic defensively now. I mean, obviously behind the plate they're elite, but there are some ways in which they're not dynamic defensively, and I would say this is a good chance to get a little more athletic.
What's the motivation or the level of motivation for the Milwaukee Brewers to be able to compete with the Dodgers in the postseason? If you're a Brewers fan and you had Mizorowski and Skubal and thinking in a 7-game series you might see them 4 times, what's their level of motivation to make a deal with the Tigers?
That's exactly the idea. And then especially with Mizorowski being somewhat, and he's not limited right now in terms of his innings, but there is some concern, I suppose, about how much they'll be able to have him go deep into games because of how hard he throws. And obviously, with a guy who's doing things that we've really never seen before from a right-handed pitcher, especially with his stature and just the length of the levers and all the things that he does, you want to have a really good running mate for him, right? It should be 1A and 1B, if you will. And Tarek would change the game for them in a way that CeCe did for them 2008 when they got him all those years ago in that trade with Cleveland. And by the way, that brought the Guardians Michael Brantley, and that he helped get them to the playoffs many times in the following decade. So that was a deal I think that worked out for both sides. The same philosophy now holds. This is, of course, also in the context of Major League Baseball and labor negotiations, et cetera. The Dodgers, if they were to get Skubal, it really affirms what the owner's side has been saying, which is that the big market teams have such an advantage. If the Brewers or Rays get him, it sort of at least builds the idea that, okay, maybe these smaller market teams can compete and maybe they can make a run. But you're exactly right, John. The idea is to put him right there with Mizorowski. And then if they run up against the Dodgers again in the playoffs, it's a fundamentally different calculus in terms of what their chances would be to beat them. Of course, last year the Dodgers swept them, but it was a close sweep, so to speak. It was a competitive sweep. This time around, if you got Mizorowski and Skubal in a 7-game series, the Brewers would enter that series with a ton of mental edge, I would say, over even the 2-time defending champion Dodgers.
Are they motivated enough? Because there might not be an organization or a fan base that is in love with their prospects more than Milwaukee. Are they motivated enough to where Jesus Made could be a part of that deal?
Yeah, I think that's the big question. And the only reason that Made could be moved or could be included in that deal is they've already got Cooper Pratt at the major league level. There are those, however, that say that Made is just so special and so next level that they would not include him. I think it's still, I would say that it's an unlikely situation that by Tuesday that Made is a Tiger. I think that the Brewers are very likely to keep him. But the reason why the Brewers are such an interesting team to talk about here is that they've got prospects that they could trade that would make it a pretty compelling offer, even if they don't include them. So, of course, Cooper Pratt's already in the major leagues, but you could look at a scenario in which you go Luis Pena, who's a really promising infielder, Jet Williams, and then Josh Adamczewski, Adam Shesky has a little bit of overlap in terms of the profile with a Colt Keith. I think he's maybe a little bit more athletic and dynamic in some ways than Colt is. At least the ceiling could be. But he's a really interesting left-hand hitting prospect who doesn't really have a position yet. And the Tigers already have a couple guys who are kind of similar to that. And so that's where, John, you're asking about the right guy. I think Made, if the Brewers put Made in there, I think they become the favorites, and it just probably becomes a question of internally how do they really feel about not just Made but Cooper Pratt. If they feel like Pratt is their shortstop of the future, they've already got Turang at second, who has played on Team USA this year and is elite. It's a really fun topic, but the Brewers have, I believe, enough elite talent to make this deal worth the Tigers' while even without putting Made in there. But if they do, my goodness, I think it becomes very difficult to say no to the Milwaukee Brewers.
John Morosi, MLB Network. We're tight for time, but I did want to ask about non-Skubal pieces that could be moved, the likelihood of Gleyber Torres, Casey Mize. What are you hearing? What's the prospect of moving those guys?
I think Gleyber has a ton of value because there's a lot of teams out there that need a righty bat, and so Yankees, even on some level, although that would be a little surprising to go back to his original team, they could be a fit. I think the Mariners, there's a lot of interest there in terms of getting one more righty bat, and he's such a pro. We saw what he meant for the Tigers last year. I thought he had some of the best at-bats in that entire playoff series. So Gleyber, I do think there's interest in him. And then Mize, basically, is if you move Tarek, then Mize, in my estimation, should be right behind him. And Mize, his value, I think, lines up more with what the prospect profiles you would see with a team like Philadelphia. Even, ironically enough, the White Sox, who had a scout in the ballpark for Skubal's start. So even in the division, you never know. So I think the Phillies, White Sox, teams that are maybe not quite as splashy, and yes, even the Rays. If you trade Skubal to the Brewers or the Dodgers, you could say, okay, Rays, we've already had a lot of conversations about your system. Can I interest you in a Casey Mize? So I would say that the over-under on Tigers trades in the next few days is probably at 2.5, we would say, just to make it interesting for us as we're looking at the potential of other deals.
It always is interesting. I was a little shocked. Only 70% chance they trade Skubal, given this market and the intrigue level. Call your shot. Where does he end up?
I believe that by Tuesday he'll be a Dodger. I just think that they have a ton of motivation, and importantly, Andrew Friedman makes trades like this. This is what has made him one of the most celebrated executives, future Hall of Famer, I would say, is that Andrew Friedman has pulled off trades like this. Maybe not quite to this extent, but you go back and he's made some bold rental moves. Manny Machado was one in the past. Yu Darvish. I think Tarek will be a Dodger by Tuesday morning.
He's John Morosi. We'll be all over social media. We'll be looking for updates. We know you'll be all over it. Thanks, John.
Thanks so much. Have a great weekend, guys.
It's 97.1.
Hey, if your AC is struggling to keep up in the heat, it's time to call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Mastercraft is available 24/7 for those moments, and they stand behind their work with an extremely valuable 5-year warranty. They made a huge difference in my home. They'll do the same for yours. And right now, they're running some amazing specials. You can get an AC tune-up for only $79. When it comes to service, they're going to get to faster than anyone else will. Easy financing options are available. Schedule your free in-home estimate, and you can do it on the web at mastercraftheating.com.
Cookie jar coming up at 7:35. We just had John Morosi on, try to get our deadline fill ahead of Monday. And we got some people who have been texting in their thoughts with Max Clark making his debut this weekend for the Tigers. You had a bunch of questions. Text says, I think one of the reasons they're bringing Clark up is they don't plan on trading Skubal, Ben in Lake Orion. And another says they're calling him up because they're not selling. Harris will sit on his hands. Pathetic GMs in town. They don't make big moves. That's from Tony.
I know John Morosi just said 70%, and we heard him talk before the game, the Skubal start, that it was 60%. I think it's more
90,
north of 95% that he is no longer a Tiger. And unfortunately, like he said at the end, it's probably with the Dodgers. And maybe that's the best return. And if it is, so be it.
I saw they're bringing up Clark, and honestly, I thought maybe it's a little too early. Maybe they're trying to sell tickets when they get rid of Skubal, Torres, and maybe Mize. They want fans to continue to go to the ballpark the rest of the season and get giddy about the prospects.
Yeah, that's a skeptic like me.
Cynic.
Hey, quick. He said 70%, right?
Yeah.
Passan said he will be traded 100%. Who do you believe more?
Oh, I think
I'm not
JP
trying to put you against
being,
John. John's great when he comes on our show.
I think he was just being conservative. I think it's more Passan.
I think if John Morosi got to make the trade, it would be 100%.
Yes.
But when you have to speak on other people, it's an unknown.
Right, yeah, because he's at
the ballpark on Wednesday. Passan wasn't.
Yeah, look, it should be 100% or 99%. I mean, if the market falls through, I would blame Harris for not maybe waiting too long. I think Morosi was very sharp in saying, don't wait till 5:59 on Monday, because other teams are eventually going to pivot to their B or C option, not because they want to, but because you give them no choice. Ideally, this gets done maybe 24 hours in advance, and then you could still trade Mize to one of the other desperate teams and really make something of the deadline.
I think, and I had speculated earlier about combining Skubal and Torres, and he said Torres is attractive. Teams need right-handed bats. That's how you get more, maybe. You do a deal like that, and you get that done like a Saturday or Sunday, then you got Monday to potentially deal Mize.
We get the Skubal sweepstakes into the Mize sweepstakes.
Yeah.
Could be something. All right, cookie jar, but first, Heather with the news. Heather, what's going on?
Yeah. So there was a boat explosion in Harrison Township yesterday, and it left several people injured. The explosion and boat fire happened at a gas pump at a marina right around 1 p.m. Authorities say 4 people were on this 33-foot cabin cruiser at the time, but thankfully employees, other bystanders were there, able to help those people off the boat. They were all taken to the hospital. The boat was then pushed into the Clinton River to get away from the dock. Obviously, they didn't want more things on fire. It did start to partially sink and submerge itself. The situation is being called an unfortunate accident that obviously could have gone way worse, right? Like it could have been very devastating. It's believed that the explosion had something to do with the fumes in part of the boat, and the boat operator said they did everything as they normally would, but something happened, and boom. Yeah, very scary. On Thursday afternoon, a suspect was fatally shot by a Macomb County Sheriff's deputy after fleeing police. So prior to the shooting, the suspect, who was wanted in connection with the felonious assault, backed his vehicle into an officer's motorcycle. From there, deputies chased the man, who ultimately stopped his vehicle, got out with a weapon. He charged at deputies. One officer discharged his firearm. The suspect died at the scene. Authorities have not released any additional information. They didn't include the man's identity, what type of weapon he was in possession of, how many shots were fired, things like that. It will be under investigation. The Rocket Classic is underway at Detroit Golf Club, and one golfer who's playing in the tournament found himself in unfamiliar territory. Siwoo Kim was just trying to go grab dinner when he accidentally ended up in Canada. So he was invited to go get some Korean barbecue at a restaurant that I believe is actually in Southfield by another fellow player. He took the name of the restaurant, put it in his phone, went to his Google Maps, and just followed it aimlessly, it sounds like. And it took him to Canada. And by the time he got to the border, it was too late for him to just
turn around.
And here's kind of how it all went down. Got to turn around. I wonder if he ever got dinner or just said, you know what? That was enough for one night. I'll just go
room service.
Go back to the hotel.
But people who aren't from here, they don't realize Canada's that close.
Right.
Yeah.
And he's not, originally he's not from the United States. So
he's from South Korea.
I don't necessarily, I would expect people from the United States to understand that Canada is that close to, especially Detroit in the state of Michigan. But if you're from a different country, I can understand how this could be an issue.
But even if you tell people, hey, Canada's south of where I live, they go, what?
Yeah.
I can go south to Canada. People don't understand just how close we are. That's hilarious. They're searching the guy's his car.
All he wanted was some barbecue, some Korean barbecue.
Yeah. Imagine you get stopped. What's your purpose for entering Canada?
Yeah.
Dinner?
Well, people
and
go for dinner all the time.
And he didn't have the right documentation either. You know, he said he didn't have his passport with. I mean, he thought he was just going to grab food.
Yeah.
So he wasn't prepared to enter another country. So every year, U.S. News and World Report puts out a ranking of the best states in America, and they're ranked by their scores in a whole bunch of different categories. There's education, economy, crime, healthcare. The list goes on. And Michigan sits right there near the bottom.
Oh.
Like as one of the worst states in America.
No.
According to them, Michigan ranked number 46 based on low scores in healthcare, crime, opportunity, and natural environment.
What?
Have they ever been here?
No.
So
who was 45? Who was just ahead of us?
The worst, Louisiana, followed by Alaska, Mississippi, New Mexico,
Michigan.
and Michigan.
Okay, well, who was 45? Who was just ahead of us?
Oh, I've got the list. I'll figure this out.
I don't have the whole list.
Oh.
I don't have.
You want to know who's right ahead of Michigan on the list?
Yeah. Who's a couple of states that are just ahead of us?
Of course, you got to load more.
Yeah,
Sorry.
well, and I would think just on natural environment, we would jump ahead of a lot of those.
I don't have the full list.
Why this is in increments of 10? Here we go. Right ahead of us, Arkansas. Are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me? I've been through
West Virginia.
Arkansas. What?
Alabama.
The
Ohio. These are the states right ahead of us. And by the way, I have it broken down out of 50 where we rank. So in natural environment, we're 32nd.
Oh, somebody who has never, ever been here.
Well, you want to know the best state, according to them? Utah, followed by South Dakota, Minnesota, North Dakota, and Nebraska.
Nebraska?
Utah? They're not even on Dylan's trade list.
Hey, Nebraska? That's a flyover state.
Heather with the news. Cookie Jar next, 97.1. Shaner Roofing. I tell you about Shaner because if you need a new roof, you need to work with Shaner. No pressure promise, which means when they come out and take a look at your home, they're going to do a thorough check, and they're not going to sell you a roof if you don't need one. Check them out, mymichiganroof.com. It's Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding. Shaner can treat you like family because they're a family business. They're a family, and you'll see it in the work they do. They stand by it because it's a 30-year track record in business and a lifetime warranty on the roof. So, mymichiganroof.com. Check out Shaner Roofing. Their competitors are getting bought out by investment firms. They're going to be committed to you. mymichiganroof.com. That's Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding. It's the Cookie Jar, brought to you by Moran Chevrolet. I've got questions. I need answers. Would you take 50 grand instantly or flip a coin for a 50-50 shot at $1 million?
I'm taking the 50 grand. I'm not much of a gambler. And I mean, the old saying is a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. And I know that there's a lot more. It's more than 2 to 1, but 50 grand any day of the week would certainly help out versus the outcome of 0.
I knew you weren't much of a gambler, but I thought maybe you would want to go for more. I'm right there with you. I am not much of a gambler either. I would take the money and run.
Yeah.
In my head, I wish that I could say, no, let's go. Like, I didn't have the money before and someone's just handing it to me. Why not try for $1 million?
Yeah.
But also I didn't have $50,000 before and you're handing that to me. So I'm going to take it and I'm going to go.
Yeah. Maybe if this question had been asked at a different time of the month versus mortgages due at the first of the month, and I keep looking at it going, boy, 50 grand would be nice.
50 grand would be nice. It's not life-changing money.
It's not.
$1 million is life-changing money. I'd flip that damn coin.
I could do a lot with 50,000 though.
Greg?
Game theory says you go for it.
I know.
What's $50,000 in the grand scheme of things? It's about a year's salary. Great. Would love it. Wouldn't turn it down. But $1 million, like you say, really does change your financial game. Flip the coin.
Take the sure thing. Can do things like pay off the car, go on a nice vacation. You don't get that if you get 0.
I actually have some stats on this question. So the poll was conducted. 65% of Americans take the guarantee. The numbers on the coin flip, men much more likely to flip the coin, almost double the percentage of men that would flip the coin versus women.
Huh.
Which app do you use most on your phone? In the last 24 hours, which is it?
Yesterday, for the last 24 hours, you guys know yesterday I had to spend a little time in the ER, and so it was YouTube because, and it's generally YouTube because I like watching fishing videos, and there's a handful of individuals that I watch their shows as soon as they come out, and I rewatch them, and it's one that calms me down throughout the course of the day. And yesterday I was just sitting there doing nothing. So,
well, before we move on, can you tell people you're okay? You were in the ER yesterday?
Oh yeah. I've got a shoulder issue. It's just a complication from my playing days, and it's it will all work itself out. But
will you share the quote of how old they think your shoulder is?
My shoulder is about the. They came in. They're like, hey, the chart says you're 50. Your shoulder says it's equivalent of an 85-year-old man. Okay. Well, it's 15 years away from my goal. My shoulder get there. Maybe the rest of me doesn't. But yeah, it's I'm fine. It'll be fine. It's just managing it. But yeah, I was there, so it was YouTube.
Fishing videos, huh?
Yes.
Exhilarating.
Oh, it yes,
over and over again.
Is.
Wow.
There's so much to learn.
I think for me, the most used apps probably daily are my music, the music I listen to, and Instagram.
Okay. I understand that. Yeah.
I'm sure you can guess which one mine is.
Yeah, Twitter. X.
Greg?
By the way, first on John, I'm sure it was Clinton Portis' fault. Secondly,
No, that would be the lower body injuries.
The app I used most in the last 24 hours, Star Trek Timelines.
Mine was ESPN just because of the timing. Everything that's going on in sports right now with the NFL training camp starting and then nonstop Scooble stuff. Other days of the week, it would be music apps.
Max Clark's debut this weekend. Which member of the show could best pull off the chains that he wears?
So the only one that wears any jewelry on the show would be Heather. I mean, you've got a necklace on right now. However, I don't think and you've mentioned it before, like jewelry is not necessarily something that you hold as top of the priority list.
No.
You and I don't wear anything. Greg and Tom, as far as we know, don't wear anything.
But who could pull them off?
Who could pull it off?
By default.
By default, you, but I don't like the. So I'm going to go with the opposite. The one that I think would look best, because it may just be completely out of character, would be Greg. I could see Greg walking around with some bling on.
I know Heather's not going to pick me because she's talked about how I have no swagger. So who is it, Heather?
It wouldn't be you. I mean, I don't know. I instantly thought, like you, well, I would be the only one who would wear jewelry.
Yeah.
But I do think large chains would look a little silly on me.
Uh-huh.
So I'd have to go with like the biggest person on the show, and I'd say John.
Yeah.
I also said John for that same reason. And I can't get the image out of my head. It's hilarious. The idea of you of all people, blinged out.
Yep.
Large chains need a large man. He's freaking huge. He's 6'7".
Yeah.
John.
Yep. The problem is I would have to, I mean, I don't know that they would, I would be able to wear them outside my flannels.
You can find a way.
Kind of find, I mean, like, because a lot of times I don't button them all the way up. And
It
then
just
all of a
wouldn't
sudden,
be. It wouldn't be believable with John. I'm actually going with Costa, and it has to do with the disco stuff. The fact that you kind of pulled that off in my mind. You're willing to wear a onesie, when you go on vacations at the beach. You don't care what people think, and so therefore I think it would be believable. I actually like that attribute from you. You'll act it up. That's right.
Nate Oates married someone 20 years younger. What's the appropriate age difference for a serious relationship?
This is a tough one because it all depends on where you are in your stage of life. A 50-year-old marrying a 30-year-old doesn't seem quite as bad as a 40-year-old marrying a 20-year-old. More of rule of thumb here. I'll just use wife since it would be me. Your wife can't be closer in age to your kids than to you.
It's a good rule.
And here's the other one too. You couldn't be the same age as your father-in-law.
Also a good rule.
Or within a couple of years.
It'd be weird.
Yeah, I think that would be
awkward.
Do you go to somebody that would be your friend if you had, were in the same circles,
right?
And say,
dating their daughter.
Can I have permission to marry your daughter?
Yeah, all those are a little awkward. I don't know if there's a right or a wrong answer here, but for me, I would say 0 to 5 years. Should be the same age or 5 years older or younger. Just because when I'm 60, and let's say my husband's 80, I might still want to get out there and go hiking and go paragliding and jump off a bridge. I don't know. And at 80, I don't see that. I want to be correlated with retirement, with activities, with hobbies. I want to be able to do the same things as my partner. And the closer in age, the better, I think.
So the rule that I had always heard was half your age plus 7.
Half your age plus 7?
But I don't think that works.
What?
You've never heard that?
I'm just thinking what it would be. So I'd be dating a 28-year-old, basically?
That would be the youngest that would be socially acceptable for you. But you're making a face. I agree with you. You need to be
I don't want to be married to a 28-year-old.
Same phase of life. Yeah,
yes.
for me, it'd be a 24-year-old. You have nothing in common with that person. You want someone that you are sharing life experiences with.
I think you brought that rule up when we were talking about Belichick.
I think he violated that rule by a few years.
Yeah.
Greg?
Yeah, I think John has the right idea here. It's 4 years older than your oldest child, or in the reverse, if you have to be 4 years younger than their parents. Like that, I choose 4 because it's a high school full class.
I think first off, it's all about happiness. Okay, let's be real here. That's what it's supposed to be about. I think roughly 10 years. I got a question about this though. Isn't this significantly more common? The man is older.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not the woman. Woman is. Why is that? Sugar.
Yeah. money.
Well, it goes both ways. The guys want the younger, hotter.
What's that say about women?
Well, there are some women I think that want more stability.
Sure.
And you can get more. You probably have better odds of getting more stability with somebody that is 15 years older than maybe the dating pool that you're currently swimming in.
It's different levels of superficial, though.
Right. Hotness matters. There's no question about that.
As you always tell us.
Yeah.
There you go. There's the cookie jar. It's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet. It's 97.1.
Hey, you could be a great driver doing everything right, still get hit, and maybe you never even saw it coming. It's life on the road these days, especially with more people out in the beautiful weather that we're having. You got bikes, motorcycles, summer traffic's picking up, orange barrels everywhere. If you're injured, call David Femininio and the accident response team. They're going to help you right away, and David will fight to get you what you deserve. When you're in an accident, get the right team in your corner. You can give David a call at 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Feedback on the cookie jar. We'll talk a little Max Clark and the Tigers coming up at 8:02. The expected probability of $1 million coin flip is 500,000. The expected 50K is 50K. Flip the coin. Another text says, I'm flipping the coin. If I don't win the toss, my life stays the same. I'm flipping the coin. 50K is nothing. Signed Mike in West Bloomfield.
Yeah.
50 grand is just moat maintenance, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's a filter for the moat.
Heather should flip the coin. She could buy an elite play structure with that $1 million.
Oh, it would be elite.
Yeah, but the 50K.
Yeah, but
would
imagine what
cover
$1 million would do.
Oh,
I could
I'm-
take it through
yeah.
the woods. It'd be like a jungle, like
Oh, yeah, you can make a whole trail out of it.
canopy.
Yeah.
And- yeah.
Text says flipping the coin
Imagine
for...
taking that one down in 5 years.
Oh, God.
Burn it.
Burn it. Yes. Light your
Buy
$1 million
woods.
on fire.
Exactly.
$1 million is life-changing. 50K isn't, but it could be for the right person. I'd take my 50-50 chance of getting the $1 million, though. That's Chad in a truck. On the chains, who would rock the Max Clark chains the best? Seeing Costa with Max Clark chains would be giving Kirk Cousins vibes.
Oh, yeah. What?
I go shirtless with it, too.
Yeah, keep your shirt on, though, please.
Stoney would look great iced out with some chains. Did John see Giovanni Manu in the ER getting his treatment for his curling injury? Scott in Waterford. By the way, you saw that, right? That Manu is going to be out for an extended period of time.
What, he was hurt curling?
I don't believe it was curling.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I did see that he was going to be out for next. Yeah.
I don't know. We've had octopus throwing injuries in this town. We've had
Sure.
Guitar Hero injuries, dog sledding injuries.
Yeah, all we know it was off the field. The reporting yesterday, call it 12, 14 weeks. Oof.
Yeah.
Heather, you whipped up something on AI.
Oh my gosh. So we were talking about these chains, right? And I was
Right.
like, wouldn't it be hilarious if we could actually post photos of ourselves wearing Max Clark chains? So I just asked AI to put his chains on
us.
and I used our show photo, and it did it so. Well, I don't love AI. This was pretty cool, and it did it so quickly, and it came up with this whole graphic, and I just posted it.
You posted it? Oh,
Yeah.
I'll have to take a look at it and repost it. Did you
How
tag
many-
me?
I did.
Does everybody have the right number of fingers?
There was no hands in the photos.
Yes.
So based on the photo, who rocks the chains the best? It's the three of us, right? Who would you say?
John.
Okay.
What? Disappointment.
Do you wish it was you?
No, I don't know.
She just doesn't. Of the three options, you're most disappointed that it's me?
I mean, it has to be. I mean, it doesn't look bad.
It's
It
funny.
looked awful on me.
The photo you posted actually gave captions for how they would classify our look.
Yeah.
For Heather,
I didn't even see that.
for Heather, glam and glow.
Oh, okay. Glam and glow. Oh, how about that?
For me, it's classic and clean.
Oh,
And for John, it's big and bold.
big and bold, baby. Yeah. Yeah.
Put that on your Instagram
I
story?
did,
Okay.
yeah. I tagged you both in it, so
The fact that you didn't know.
I didn't even
It
see
rated
that.
us.
It's hilarious.
So I guess people can use that to answer the question. On the age difference. Age difference rule is half your age plus 7. 50 can go down to 32. 40 can go down to 27.
I just couldn't see myself with a 32-year-old.
I think those ages are fine, but when you get to 60 and 80, and like that's when you're really going to notice. And it's going to suck if you're one of your partner, is retired and you've got 20 more years of work ahead of you, while your husband or your wife just wants to go,
Vacation,
sip pina coladas
yeah.
down on the beach. That's when you're really going to feel the difference.
Yeah, to me, it's about lifestyle. Now, that's correlated with age
It
in a
is.
lot of
Yeah.
ways, but they got to be able to keep up with your lifestyle, whatever that is.
Yeah, but if you're retired, then maybe you've done well enough that, hey, they get to retire at the same age, and now at 20 years younger than your partner retires, you get to live the retired life.
John could, or Heather could be in a relationship with John, but not John's 85-year-old shoulder.
Right. Yes. Yeah. I'm going to completely stay away from that conversation.
Good idea.
Liz in Waterford says, I'm 45. My son is 29.
I have other younger parts.
So stony. I'm not going to go there. I'm going to go there.
You're proud of yourself? No. There's a lot of buttons I'm not going to press. Liz in Waterford said she's 45. Her son is 29. Guys I date know my age and still date me. 32 is the youngest for me, Liz.
Okay.
45 to 32. Mm-hmm. I met my wife when she was 17 and I was 24. A little uncomfortable.
Gonna have to wait on a little bit on that one.
Uncomfortable.
It's
right?
just because, but 7 years is not that huge of an age gap. It's just the fact that.
Yeah, but if you're happen to be teaching in school,
I know,
and your 17-year-old student who's a junior in high school,
you just have to wait.
It says we've been together 27 years, 5 kids. No age makes a difference. What's going on here?
Nothing. It's an inside joke that no one would get, so we're not going to bring it up. We'll do it at the break.
Shabbat's got a big grin on his face. I don't know what's going on now. Look down to read a couple texts, and I'm not going to throw him under the bus.
It's nothing that should be wrong. And no, I'm not going to do the Stony. Oh, just ask me again, and I'll answer it.
He's protecting
I've done
you, Brendan.
that
Just
already.
keep your mic off. We'll hear from you in the update.
Yeah,
I'll look.
He's looking out for you.
Yeah.
Okay, don't say Wolverines don't help Spartans out.
That's right. Yes, we're always looking out for him. Somebody has to.
8 o'clock hour. Max Clark is up. John has a question about the timing of the call up, and we want to talk about this question of who actually is the Tigers core. If Scooble's going to be dealt, who do you consider part of the Tigers core?
Yeah, I see Sabath kind of as like a little brother to me.
Oh, do you?
Good one.
We just got a text. What's Liz in Waterford doing tonight? That's from Bill.
Well, we got a text from Bill in North Carolina who said age is nothing but a number.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
One more quickie on text. 51 and 23.
No.
Would you say 53 and 23?
51 and 23.
Oh.
It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. The Tigers traded away Jake Rogers yesterday in exchange for minor league relief pitcher Zane Barnhart from the Orioles organization. Barnhart was a 17th-round pick of the O's back in 2023. He has a 4.05 ERA with 19 walks and 45 Ks in 40 innings of work this year. Tigers fans will be up late for the next 9 days if they want to follow the Tigers' road trip. They begin out west against the A's for Game 1 of the trip tonight. First pitch is at 9:40 right here on 97.1. The Minnesota Twins are riding high today thanks to a former Tigers performance yesterday. With 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th and trailing by 3 runs, Cody Clemens hit an ultimate grand slam to walk off the Royals. An ultimate grand slam is a walk-off when your team is down 3. There have only been 15 in MLB history with 2 outs like yesterday. That's rarer than a perfect game. The Twins then appeared to morph into buyers at the deadline, trading for Mets reliever A.J. Minter. North America and Europe both agreed to boycott the World Cup yesterday after news broke this week that FIFA President Gianni Infantino plans to sell stakes in the tournament. Today, Infantino's senior advisor Carlos Cordero resigned in opposition to this plan from the FIFA president. And this Rocket Classic Leaderboard update is brought to you by your Metro Detroit Ram dealers. Just moments ago, some big names took to the course for round 2 of the Rocket as J.J. Spawn, Ben Griffin, and Cam Young all teed off last hour, as did Jordan Spieth and Patrick Cantlay. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, one more text that Tom insisted on. He walked in a sheet of paper with one text on it. Tyler in South Lyon. I was dating a 40-year-old. I went over to her house and her son was playing 2K. I knew it wouldn't work after I wanted to play with him instead of her.
Oh.
Lifestyle.
Play the video game, John.
This is what video games will get you.
Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov, and Greg behind the glass. Apparently, we're all dressing alike today, rocking the black tee.
Yeah, well, or sweatshirt. I do have a black tee underneath my sweatshirt.
It's like a flannel.
It's not a flannel.
It's a what are those called?
Knit,
Yeah, what are those?
Whatever.
Oh, it's called a waffle knit.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh,
Yeah, like
It's
a
like
thermal.
a what?
Like a thermal.
Thermal. That's what I meant to
Yeah.
say.
Yeah,
Thermal,
it's
not
not
flannel.
flannel.
Thermal. That's what I meant. Like long underwear, like you'd wear when you go sledding.
Yeah, but it's like a waffle design, like how it's
Right.
said.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. How
Pattern,
it's
yeah.
knitted. Yes.
Yeah,
Why are you talking about John's underwear?
I'm not.
We need to get this show back on the rails at some point.
Yeah. Parts are parts.
Max Clark, you have a question about the timing of Max Clark's call-up, and then I've got a list of players I consider the Tigers' core. Let's start with your question.
Well, so the question is, I'm just skeptical of the timing. Max Clark we asked the question last week, is it time to call up Max Clark? Has he earned that right? And ultimately the Tigers said yes, but is it because of merit? Now that's what it should be. And I believe in my heart of hearts that that's why Max Clark is being pulled up. I don't want to sit here and disparage anything he's done in AAA. He's gone the normal path. AA, we saw Magana go from AA right to the big leagues. They asked Max Clark after spring training, because of issues in the outfield as well as at the plate, hey, we want you to get some more at-bats. He's got, 450, 500 at-bats in the minor leagues, and the month of July, he's been on fire. And he does more than just bat, right? It's his prowess on the base path, and it's his consistent play in the outfield. He has had some moments, but hey, let's pull him up. He's earned that right.
Yeah.
Or the skeptic in me, which, as you know, I'm a very skeptical individual,
That's what it surprises me.
is that, hey, we're going to sell Skubal, but we need to still sell tickets. So let's bring him up so we can generate some excitement for the final 50 games of this baseball season.
Yeah, but they're going on a
Butts
West
and
Coast
seats.
trip. But they're going on a West Coast trip. You mean like when they come back, they
Yeah,
want to have
they
something
still want people to
sell.
watch them. They still want to have some excitement around their team, especially if they go on a fire sale. Well, hey, here's Max Clark. Don't look at our failures over here. Look at our future success over here.
Clark was the first pick that Harris ever made. He's number 3 overall pick. He's exciting. I feel like he's earned this. I'm not going to be the cynical one on this. I think he's here because he deserves to be here. I also think it does help turn the page. Let's not be ignorant to it. If you're about to trade Tarek Skubal, let's usher in the next era of Tiger baseball. Here's Max Clark. And just so people know, in AAA, the guy had 1,000 OPS. He hit over 300. He walked damn near every other at bat, or he got on base every other at bat. It's time.
Yes.
And they could use some help defensively in the outfield, plus base runner, all this fun stuff. He's going to be a good watch down the stretch for the last 50 or so baseball games. Mm-hmm. Is he part of the core? So when I sit down and think about turning the page for Tiger baseball, I counted 7 players as part of the Tigers core. You guys let me know if I missed somebody. But it's clearly Kevin McGonigal, Dylan Dingler, and Riley Green. They're 3 All-Stars from this season. I'm going to put Max Clark in because of the pedigree and the expectation that he's going to be an everydayer moving forward. On the mound, I would go Melton, Montero, and Job, who also was a high pick. He'll come back from the injury and should be here for the long haul. All those guys are here for the long haul. I think that's the Tigers' core moving forward.
I think there's more to that list.
Oh, I don't want to be selling them short. I actually think it's saying something that they have this many players that they're building a foundation with.
So let me ask you this. And it's a guy that I forget about all the time. And usually it's Tom, the one that brings him up, because I think both of us do. Reese Olson. I know he's missing the entire year due to injury, but going into the season, the only reason they ended up signing Verlander was because Reese Olson became unavailable.
Yeah, that may have been an out of sight, out of mind omission.
Hao-Yu Lee.
He's been very good since the start of June.
And I know you mentioned pedigree earlier, and no, he wasn't the number 3 overall pick, but at some point, pedigree shouldn't matter.
You think he's a bigger part of the core than Max Clark, Hao-Yu Lee?
Oh, I wouldn't necessarily a bigger part, but if you're going to include Max Clark, who has yet to take a pitch or play an inning in Major League Baseball, but Hao-Yu Lee has shown that he actually can be successful at this level.
So if we counted Hao-Yu Lee, then we'd be up to 9.
How about Colt Keith?
See, I think that's where I'm going to throw up the stop sign. And it's because he's not an everyday player. He doesn't have a position. I've been pretty underwhelmed with him, to be honest with you.
Don't you need guys like that to fill out the roster?
But that becomes like just a guy as opposed to core.
Well, is he more of just a guy than Matt Vierling, Zach McKinstry?
I think it's just interchanging utility. I don't think utility guys
I think it's an upgrade
core.
over those guys.
No, but I don't think a utility guy is a core piece. Maybe that's semantics, but I don't count Colt Keith.
Okay. Do you think he's going to be here for the next 3 years?
He's signed, yes, he'll be here.
Okay, well, he's signed, yeah, but it doesn't mean he has to be
If he was a
here.
year-to-year deal, would you insist he's on the roster next year?
No.
Right, that's kind of my point.
But if every single roster is and okay, we're talking semantics here. Every single roster at the bottom of the lineup is going to have some interchangeable pieces, and you'd like to have some of those guys that are going to be here year over year that can be a 250 hitter, a 245 hitter, a plus WAR type of guy versus when we talk about Vierling, what is he now? A -1 WAR? Like, you don't want those guys at the end of your lineup, but every lineup is going to have those type of guys.
So it's just how you define core player. I think there will be some listening who will be sticklers, and they'll say, I need at least 500 at-bats, so guys like Lee and Clark don't count, right? I mean, that you might draw, hey, this Montero thing, I know he's a really defined role, I'm going to leave him out. Job's got to pitch longer. Someone may have a much smaller list of core Tigers than this. 248-539-9797, and we want your feedback on the timing of the Max Clark call-up. Tech says the call-up is because they're also considering dealing Kerry Carpenter or even Riley Green. That's Craig and Monroe. He asked the question.
Wait, say that again?
Could they be trading Kerry Carpenter or Riley Green?
Kerry Carpenter, sure.
I don't
you have to have somebody that wants Kerry Carpenter, and I don't know that he's necessarily a coveted left-hand bat. Riley Green, yeah, I think there's a lot of teams who would love to have Riley Green, but I don't think the Tigers are selling Riley Green.
You got multiple years of control. I don't think they're moving Riley Green. You'd have to be getting such a haul back. I don't see that happening.
I don't see that either, but I do think there's a chance Carp could be in something. One of these deals.
Postseason experience. They always flash that graphic. He hits righties with real power. It's just been such a down year for him, and now he's hurt.
Yeah, they might not get quite the return they would want. Again, though, if you're trying to land a home run Skubal deal, he can be part of that.
Okay.
Or I argued earlier, Torres.
Yeah, I think Torres, because of expiring, and he's healthy, and he's a right-handed bat, would make more sense. Nobody's buying a ticket to see Clark, please. You'd be surprised. Let's say he hits the ground running on this West Coast swing. You don't think people are going to see him at Comerica Park? I think they will. Plays a fun, flashy style of baseball, too.
Some people here don't like that, though.
Oh, the chains. We're going to get those calls, aren't we?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. I like Clark, and the Tigers are desperate. Okay. You don't bring a guy up 2 weeks before we gain an extra year of control to keep people, quote, engaged. You do it because he's ready. Okay. I guess calling him up is merit-based and he earned it, but why would they do this? Throw away his ability to play in the minors during a potential lockout. I doubt they would do that just to do it. Rico yesterday had me convinced he's here for a final playoff push.
Yeah.
We got some of those texts, too, saying they're going to keep Skubal and Clark is part of the push. You should trade Skubal, and hopefully Clark is part of the push is how I'd look at it. If he can give him a spark, great. But it doesn't mean you're keeping Skubal.
Right.
I just have to believe they're dealing him.
I got to believe they're dealing him as well. And whether it's they want to make a spark, they want to test him out and let him have his bumps and bruises this year, so that he has better odds of hitting the ground running like McGonigal did this year. Like, that was a big unknown. First of all, was McGonigal going to be on the opening day roster? Was he going to make that jump from Double-A to Major League Baseball? He did, and he did it well. That's not the norm. Max Clark has now had his time in AAA. Now they're going to bring him up, and the risk is that he struggles and does need some more time in AAA. They could certainly send him back down, but next year when the season starts, if there's no Major League Baseball, he won't get those reps. So there's got to be a level of confidence that he's going to be successful. His track record in minor league baseball says he's ready, and let's get those moments, whether it's in the field defensively or it's at the plate, let's go those out of the way now so that when we do eventually have baseball, if we have it next year, he's ready to hit the ground running.
Let me give the Tigers a compliment. I don't think they're in the business of suppressing talent. They're not worried about the service time. They took care of McGonigal. It's not an issue. If Clark performs, I bet you they approach him with a way of locking him up long term. They don't want to sweat service time. They don't want to manipulate service time or put a lid on a guy who's performing and who's ready for the majors. I think that's doing right by the player. When they're ready, you call them up. And he can contribute. That's the other big key. Harris has always said the player has to be ready and they have to be able to make us better. I think Clark checks both boxes. Hey, coming up next, people have been asking to get your feedback on some of what Kyle Whittingham said yesterday, Big Ten Media Days.
Right.
Including who might be making appearances at Michigan football practices. He who shall not be named.
Interesting.
We'll play some audio. People want to hear your reaction. We'll do that next. 97.1.
America's favorite place to watch football, baseball, hockey, doesn't matter, is at Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. You can chill at one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view. No matter where you are, you could be at a cabana, you could be poolside, you could even be swimming. You got a great view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Check in with John Morosi, 9:02. Deadline's on Monday. Our MLB Insider, MLB Network Zone. John, people want your response to something Kyle Whittingham said yesterday at Big Ten Media Days.
Mm-hmm.
Urban Meyer is going to be at on the sidelines for Michigan football practices?
So we have the audio, so let's hear from Coach Whittingham first. So there's no denying the fact that Kyle Whittingham was a coach for Urban Meyer. He's talked about it while he was at Utah, and since he's been here. In fact, I think Doug and I asked him that on the broadcast at the bowl game, how he's been a mentor to him and a guy that's a great football mind. I was wondering this after we hired, Kyle Whittingham, is if Urban Meyer would be in the building. And I'll just share this story. So when I was a player at Michigan, we're at practice, Coach Carr is the coach, and all of a sudden I look over and out the doors walks George Perlis. George Perlis was retired, much like Urban Meyer is. And I say, Coach, George Perlis is here. And without going into too much detail or using the exact verbiage that Coach Carr used, he said, he happens to be my friend. And when you're a player, even when you're a kid, right, you don't necessarily see your parents as having friends. You know that they have friends, but and your coach, your boss, you're like, you just see them a certain way, and then after you leave, you gain a little bit more perspective, especially about when it's a professional job. Yes, you do make friends before you're a head coach, while you're a head coach, and certainly after guys retire, you can continue to have those friendships. It's about trust. And I don't have to trust Urban Meyer. I didn't have to trust George Perlis, even though I was recruited by George Perlis. He was the one that offered me my first opportunity. Just chose not to go to Michigan State, and so but Coach Carr did. So it's a matter of trust. Kyle Whittingham has to trust that Urban Meyer is there as his friend, his mentor, and it's not going to be, hey, Coach Day, you know what I saw? I don't think that will happen.
That's the fear, though.
Sure.
He's real tight with Ryan Day.
There's no question. He's real tight with Coach Whittingham. And so that's where it's up to Kyle Whittingham to make that judgment call. It's not my program. It's Kyle Whittingham's program. And so that's a trust that you're going to have in him making the right decision, the right call for his program. He doesn't want it. Football coaches don't want to have any leaks in a program. In fact, it doesn't matter what program, there's always, hey, how do we prevent people from seeing our practices? And where Michigan's practice field is, Stadium Boulevard, there's a bridge right there. And there's a lot of times, hey, people are looking up there going, hey, is there somebody with a camera? Is there somebody that is up there taking notes? Or is there the apartment buildings across the street? They've put up a big, fence so that nobody can be in one of those apartments and look and see what's going on at Michigan's practice. So all of that has to go to football coaches are among the most paranoid people in the world. And again, I'll just say this. It is a determination that Kyle Whittingham has to make.
Says Urban's welcome at practice any week except one. Obviously not the week of Ohio State.
Right.
So they're not practicing for Ohio State every week? Wasn't that always the thing with Michigan?
The Ohio drill, you had all that stuff, which was 9-on-7, right?
Well, you joke. Kyle Whittingham talked about the rivalry. Some people didn't like what he said. This was Kyle Whittingham at the Big Ten Media Days. Some people didn't like that he didn't make it a bigger deal. I thought he answered that great.
Yeah, I have no issue with the answer. And just like I've said, whenever there's been a new coach at Michigan State. Now, Pat Fitzgerald's a little bit different. He's in the Big Ten. He played in the Big Ten. He understands the rivalries, I think, a little bit more than somebody that is coming from outside the Big Ten. But you learn things about your program in year one a lot more in depth than you knew coming in. And do I think maybe he changes his perspective on that after his first experience with Ohio State? And it's going to be a unique one this year because it's going to be down in Columbus.
Good point.
And he's been a part of rivalries. Nobody wants to call it the Holy War, but, Utah, BYU, all of those types of things. He will learn throughout the course of this year what the rivalry with Michigan and Michigan State is. There's a certain tenor to it. There's a certain tenor and expectations and things that you have to do to prepare for Ohio State. So I don't have an issue with what he had to say.
Ryan in Macomb, you're on 97.1.
Hey, yeah, thanks for taking my call. So, yeah, I have a real big problem with that statement. Big diehard Michigan fan. But, I have a problem with bringing in Ryan Day's BFF to our practices. On top of that, Michigan has enough ethical issues as their own. So we don't need a snake like Urban Meyer running around on the field, the practice field. His history, we have domestic abuse cover-up accusations, the viral bar video, the Jacksonville Jaguar allegations. I mean, this is not somebody we need here at this time. We need to get focused, and Urban Meyer can go hang out with Ryan Day. So not a no, a hell no.
So, Ryan, I'm guessing if you were running the Michigan program, you wouldn't allow Urban Meyer at practice. If I was running the Michigan football program, I would not allow Urban Meyer there. That's not my position or my decision to make.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, a former Cal State Bakersfield assistant basketball coach has been sentenced to 4 years in prison after pleading no contest to charges, including pimping, possessing child pornography.
He's a pimp.
And drug possession while armed.
Huh.
Yeah. Kevin Mays, 33 years old, accepted this plea deal earlier this month. He was originally facing 11 felony and misdemeanor charges. He's also required to register as a sex offender now for the rest of his life. And the investigation all started last year when they received this anonymous tip that he was trafficking a woman across multiple states. Police eventually located the woman through this online sex advertisement, and they conducted a sting operation at a hotel in Sacramento. And according to testimony, investigators later found 28 videos on his phone involving underage women. Yeah. They also found weapons and drugs in his car and his apartment. So anyway,
4 years seems kind of light.
When you start reading all the details, yes. Former Packers running back Ahman Green has just revealed he's battling Parkinson's. It's tough
awful.
to hear. Green is 49 years old. He says he was diagnosed with early onset Parkinson's in January of 2025. And he kept it kind of a secret because it was just kind of like, you got to process this, right?
Yeah.
So he told his close friends and his family. He says one of the biggest effects or the problems that he is seeing is in his short-term memory. Can't remember much of anything. He also noticed that his feet were twitching while he was sleeping, but he kind of said he knew something was going on even before that. Yeah, so he says now he is focused on controlling what he can control, his diet, his physical health, and obviously keeping up with his medical treatment.
I know Gibby's talked about how important it is to keep moving.
Oh, yeah.
And he's done a really good job trying to battle that as best you can.
And there's a lot of different reasons why this can pop up, but at his young age, there is a lot of connection and correlation between CTE and the symptoms of Parkinson's, also being symptomatic of those that are suffering from CTE.
Yeah. Some cool news. Cosm Detroit is opening on September 10th, and it's just in time for the football season. So its first event is going to feature the 49ers versus Rams, that game. It's also going to showcase the Michigan versus Oklahoma game on September 12th and Lions at the Bills on September 17th. So if you haven't looked into this, it's super cool. It's this massive 3-level venue. It features an 87-foot diameter 12K LED dome. Then there's this wall-to-wall, like sportsbook-like LED displays in the hall. There's a rooftop deck. You can purchase reserved seating, get some food delivered to you. There's different types of tickets you can get. Pretty cool. Gonna want to check it out. But it opens soon.
It's from everything that I've seen, it looks like it would be an unbelievable experience.
Yeah, I can't wait to check it out.
Yeah.
That's Heather with the news. Coming up next, John needs some help.
I do. People are going to be texting in. Needs a lot.
We'll focus that question next. 97.1. John Morosi joins us 9:02, the latest on the trade deadline with the Tigers. John Jansen needs some help, but more specifically with a tattoo.
Yes. So I get questions all the time because, and even on Twitch, like when they see my tattoo on my forearm, people will ask, well, what does that say? And it's an anagram of my oldest 4 kids. And if you look at it one way, it says Ruby and Jack. If you flip it over, it says Lucy and Ellie.
Let's see it really quick. You say what this
I have to
means,
see if
and
I
I've
can
seen
pull
it
up my
numerous
long
times,
johns.
but I don't. Oh, but I don't get. Let me see.
All right.
Ah!
All right. So,
I see it. Yes.
all right. And
Yep.
then if I flip it over,
Okay. Can you? Don't hurt yourself. What does it say backwards? Is it
says
backwards?
Lucy and Ellie.
Yeah, I see the Lucy. Yeah, there it is.
It's hard.
Lucy and
I don't see
there's the A and
ND. Where's the? That's an E. Oh, okay. I see it. I
Okay,
see it
yeah.
now.
And
Harder
so
to read backwards.
it is, yes.
But
Well,
yes.
upside down, yeah.
That's cool. It's very cool.
It is. And we had talked about the things that you thought you would never do again or you had sworn off and, marriage, kids, that was all one of them after the divorce. But then I met Lisa and very happily married. Then we had Teddy. And so the older 4 range in age from 20 to 15. Teddy's 4. Now that he's along, and people ask me this all the time now when they meet Teddy and they hear about the tattoo, oh, are you going to add Teddy? Well, I can't add him to that one,
No.
but I do want to add a tattoo of that would symbolize Teddy. Now, I have kind of thought, well, I'll just do Teddy on the other forearm in the same way. So one way it reads Teddy, you flip it over, it also says Teddy. It doesn't have to be that way because there's only one of him.
Mm-hmm.
And so,
You guys, you're sure you're done? There's going to be no
Oh, yeah.
more. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Just checking. Just, I was going to say, wait on the tattoo if there's a whoop, one
Otherwise,
more.
this guy's gonna have a sleeve.
Yeah.
yeah. And so the question is, and I would like some assistance. There's 2 questions. One, what should I do? Any suggestions? Because I am a little bit stumped as no, I'm not going to get a teddy bear on
That's what I was
my
gonna
shoulder.
suggest.
I've also got a block M on one. I have had one tattoo removed. We'll get to that in a minute. But like how should I add Teddy as a tattoo somewhere on my body? Now let's all be adults about this.
You're not going to
No.
lower back?
No, there will be no tramp stamp.
Teddy bear on your lower back? No, not for you?
No.
Okay.
No, that's yes. I mean, people I think there's a good understanding from our listeners of my personality, of who I am.
Okay. Yeah, I can't picture you with the teddy bear anywhere on your body, so you got to
Right.
get a little more creative than
Yeah.
that.
So, I mean, do I go with the name? Do I go with something that symbolizes him? And you may not know all. A lot of people know about Teddy, and they come up. Sometimes it's strange for my wife because people come up and they're like, "Oh, this must be Teddy," and she has no idea who they are, but they do listen to the show, and I do thank everybody for being kind and engaging when we're out there. But I want to know: is there a way that I should add Teddy? How should I do it? Suggestions. And then on the flip side, because I said I did have one tattoo removed, what are some of the tattoos, like the worst that you've ever had? And have you had them removed? Because getting a tattoo to me wasn't painful. That's on my forearm, so there's some meat there. It's not, skin and bone. People have said that they've gotten them on their ankles or, areas where there's not a lot of fat or muscle. When it's close to the bone, they say that hurts.
Yeah.
I had a tattoo on my ring finger, and it was the anniversary of my first marriage.
Oh.
And a lot of it was because I just, breaking my fingers all the time, couldn't wear and so I had that. That was one I've had removed.
For good reason.
That was much more painful than
what I've
actually getting a tattoo.
I've heard.
So how do they remove it?
It's a laser.
Yeah.
The laser beam.
Are they like
Can you smell the skin burning?
Yeah, say burning the skin. That's how they have to do it, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I don't know. I mean, it when I say it was more painful, we're not talking like on a scale of 1 to 10.
And it
I
was
said
a small
getting a tattoo
tattoo.
was a 2, and maybe this was a 3. And yes, it was a small tattoo. So what should I do in terms of adding Teddy as a tattoo? And then on the flip side, Which ones are the worst ones you've ever gotten, and have you had them removed?
So on Twitch, one of the first suggestions was that Ted is DET, Detroit, in reverse.
Oh.
You could do something with that.
There you go. That's something I hadn't thought about. Okay.
I think we're workshopping something here. Dennis and Taylor, you got an idea. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. My thought was your son, Teddy, and then your wife, and do it the same way as your other arm.
Yes, and I've worked that before. The problem is to get an ammogram to work, they need to be the same length of name, and Lisa ends up being a little bit shy of Teddy.
Could you make add a heart, make one of the letters look like a heart upside down? Because we get Lisa Hart to go with the same length as Teddy.
Have you met me?
You think he's going to get a heart
Not
tattoo?
like a heart, but so your letters.
But Dennis, your
suggestion's
a great one, and I've workshopped that a little bit.
Yeah.
I just haven't been able to get it to work.
Right on. Well, Good luck with that, my friend.
Thank you.
It's a good idea, Dennis.
Because I thought the same thing too, and I was looking at what about something with Jansen incorporating the last name, but nothing's
fit.
the same
Line
length. Or Theodore. Could you go a longer one? And what word could you use with that?
Theodore? Yeah.
Why not just get Teddy in the same font and it doesn't need to read backwards?
No, I very well could, yes. I just was wondering if there's...
Yeah.
I'm not a very creative individual when it comes to art things, and I just thought it would be interesting to see what other suggestions might come out. And I do like the Ted and the DET, except we don't call him Ted.
No, you don't.
Right. That's the same thing with Theodore. You don't call him Theodore.
Yeah, it's not Theodore. He's not
he's in
Theo.
trouble.
Yeah, he's Teddy. Yeah.
Down here right now. It's only...
Some text coming in. We're going to get the best of them. 248-539-9797. Someone says get like a grizzly bear, which would be like a teddy bear.
Yeah. Steve Hutchinson had a really cool bear tattoo on his shoulder. So maybe that was, I'll call it a badass grizzly bear teddy bear.
John should get a tattoo of a fishing rod reeling in a big fish coming out of the water, but instead of a fish, it's the word Teddy at the end of the line that John's reeling in. That's probably too elaborate, right?
It might be a little bit elaborate, but I do like the way, because it's something that I have a passion for, is fishing, as everybody knows, and that would be interesting.
You know, the tattoos I like are when people have their child write something and then they get their...
Oh, the inscription?
Take what they've written so it looks like he wrote his name, or it looks like he says I
could do that.
It's really... I like that. I had a girlfriend, sad story. Her father passed away, but she took a letter that he had written to her that said, I love you, Dad. And she had his handwriting tattooed on her arm. Okay. I thought that was cool. But you could have him write something or draw a picture for you. Or
I'm not sure I want a 4-year-old. Until he hits. But I know he's going to ask the question at some point, hey, what's your tattoo say? And it'll be the 4 kids. And then he's like, well, Dad, what about me?
Why don't I have one?
Yeah.
A teddy bear with an AR-15 and a cigar.
A murderous teddy bear.
Teddy Roosevelt forearm tat. Andrew in D.C. He's kind of a badass, Teddy Roosevelt.
Yeah, Teddy Roosevelt. I've been watching a couple of documentaries on him, and it's fast. His life is fascinating.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Did John remove his JJ and CP Forever tattoo signed Clinton Portis? I looked down. We got calls to get to. Worst tattoo mistakes, and also help our guy out here. It's 97.1.
Hey, your home is likely your biggest investment, as mine is, and is it working as hard as it could or should be for you? Whether you're looking to lower your monthly payment, fund a major renovation, or consolidate high-interest debt, First Merchants Bank is here to help you navigate the refinance process with ease. The market's moving fast, but their local team can move faster. They offer free refinance consultations to look at your unique situation and find the best path forward. Leverage your home's equity with a team that values personal, attentive service over everything else. They've been a dependable partner of mine for a number of years now and a pillar of the community since 1893. And their reputation for excellence, it's backed up by Forbes and Newsweek. So don't settle for a faceless online lender. Talk to someone local, just like I did and continue to do, who understands your goals. Start your refinance journey today with my friends at First Merchants Bank. You can learn more at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Is that Teddy? We have a drop of Teddy?
Yeah. Hi, Cookies.
That's adorable.
Uh-huh.
You're trying to find a way to incorporate Teddy as a tattoo because you have the other 4 kids on the forearm.
Yeah.
Somebody up on Twitch said a sound wave tattoo.
Oh, of like
When
me saying
scanned?
his name?
You can scan it and it says Teddy or a short phrase by your son. Wait.
So
What?
one of the really cool Christmas gifts that I've gotten from, I can't remember which one gave it to me. It's actually out at my desk, is them saying their names into an audio app and them copying the sound wave of what it looks like on a sound wave,
That's
all
cool.
of their names. So it was Lucy, Ruby, Ellie, and Jack.
I've seen it. It's really cool
Yeah.
over at your desk.
And I think it was before Teddy was born. So he's, again, not on that one either.
Yeah, that's cool. But a scannable tattoo? Ha!
They do that?
I don't know. According to someone on
Oh,
Twitch.
sure. So that's
sweet.
it's
Really?
like I could.
You get like a QR code tattooed to yourself, basically?
oh sure, yeah. There's people that do that. Yeah, yeah. We've had people with the chips embedded in their wrist or whatever for the touch, the Apple Pay or whatever.
No kidding.
Yeah,
Gosh, well, now we're talking.
yeah. You got a
scannable
barcode or
tattoo.
a scan. Yeah,
We welcome all ideas, including some of the bad ideas you
Yeah.
guys have had in the
maybe,
past.
yeah, maybe I do that to where it's set up because people will do this. Like there's an app where you can make a QR code for your contact.
Yeah.
All right. So when you meet somebody, they just scan it and it pops up into their phone. Maybe this is one where they say, hey, what's the QR code, which I think would be stupid to have on it. And then it goes to an audio file that says, hi, I'm Teddy. Or it says,
or like pictures.
hi, Cookies.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah, you could do something like that.
It's pretty elaborate.
Yeah,
Let's go to the
sweet.
phones. We got ideas for John and bad ideas that you guys have had. Danny in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how are you? Good morning.
Good morning.
I was thinking, is the ambigram. I own a tattoo shop. I'm not going to plug it, but the ambigram is going up and down on your forearm, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So do you have room under it or above it?
Sure.
Anything
Yeah.
to
It doesn't go around my forearm, so there's room underneath it.
Yeah. So it's in a type of like a Gothic, tribal
Yes.
letters, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So you do the same style of letters going across on top or under it, since he's the youngest, and maybe like you ever see the 3D shading behind it, so it looks like 2 words, and it'll say Teddy and Teddy. But you do that in the black, same type of letters. Then you do like the line. I would have to explain it in person, but anyway, yeah, just something like that to keep the theme the same,
Yeah. That would make the most logical sense. Sure.
So, yeah, same type of letters going across, and it would be a T for touchdown Lions, so it all goes hand in hand.
Yeah. There you go. Thanks, Danny. That's a great suggestion.
And Heather was saying it keeps the theme. You want like a symmetrical if they're on different forearms or the same theme if it's going to go on the same arm.
Yeah, I'd want them to kind of correlate, so you don't have you got this bold, cool font, and then you wouldn't want I don't know, something dainty on the other arm, and
yes.
it doesn't match.
You've met John. He's not going to get
I
a
know. I'm just
dainty
trying
tattoo.
to explain that I would want them to look similar.
Similar. Yeah.
I'd want the same font.
Yeah.
I'd almost go. Could you go back to the same artist?
I mean, I could. It was up north. I got it done in Petoskey, and I don't even know if that same artist would be there. But
Yeah.
it wouldn't be. It's not hard to match the
Okay.
font.
James and Lapeer, you're on 97.1.
Morning, fellas.
Morning.
Maybe, John, you could do another anagram and have it read his name one way and the other way his date of birth.
You could do that. Right?
Just trying.
So
Yeah, that
Teddy's
would work,
5,
yeah.
Yeah. And then
Yeah, because his month would be, if I just did the numerical date of birth, it would
yeah.
be 9/16/21. So that's 5 as
Yeah.
well. Yeah.
Oh, that could be cool.
Yeah, I could see what that looks like.
I like that.
it's a good idea, James.
Thanks.
Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're getting you good ideas. Matt in Sterling Heights, you got an
It could be
idea?
in Roman numerals too.
Oh, there you go.
Hey guys, I was gonna say you could always do constellations like Ursa Minor and Ursa Major for your wife and your son.
So explain.
Explain that.
I'm not a constellation guy.
So-
It's like
so-
a map of the stars, right?
Yeah, so Ursa Minor is known as Little Bear. Ursa Major is known as Big Bear.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
So you could do Ursa Minor for Teddy.
There you go.
It's kind of cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I wouldn't want to. I'm not going to call my wife a big bear, so Mama Bear maybe. But I would have to say I'm the big bear, which would make more sense.
Yeah, you could do that too.
Yeah.
Paul and Frazier, you got an idea of your own.
Yeah, I the more I thought about it on hold, I think it's kind of stupid. So I'm gonna
no stupid ideas on this one.
Maybe it'll lead to something better.
All right, I'll give you the first one I think is stupid, and then I'm going to piggyback the first caller. All right.
Okay.
Cool.
I was thinking, John, because I was also I'm on my second marriage, and it will be my final one. However, my other children came in as stepchildren.
Okay.
And yours is natural. He is a half brother to the other four siblings.
Mm-hmm.
So I was kind of thinking, you married Lisa in, I think, 19, you've mentioned, and then Teddy came along in 21.
Yep.
If you were, instead of trying to do something, with the other four, if you did kind of like a bridge off of it and then had Teddy on his own, that was idea number one.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't mind that idea. I would have to workshop what the bridge would look like and where I would put Teddy, but yeah, that gets the job done.
Yeah, and then the first caller, obviously he's a tattoo artist, and he was in the theme of the anagram. I was thinking if you sort of I'm assuming it's longer than it is wider. So if you almost took Teddy, put him across the top, and then again across the bottom, it would almost be football shaped. So it kind of works with your former pro career. So Teddy would encircle the other four, in an upright position, and then anagrammed again on the bottom. So if you flipped it, you would be reading it naturally.
That's
Does that
cool.
make sense?
Yeah. That's really cool. That's a great idea.
Okay, what do I win?
Well, Paul, you win the right to call in more often. We haven't heard
pat
from
on
you in
the
a
back.
while. Come
Yeah.
on.
All right. Well, you know what? I love you guys. You know that. Heather, you're the best. So are you, Jimmy, and John.
Thank
Love
you. Thank you.
Thanks,
care.
Paul.
Thanks.
They get you an attaboy.
How about this? Kids, building blocks,
Yeah.
the letters in like
and
in
building
that
block.
shape.
Yeah.
But the two D's are Old English D's.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
So TE and the Y are the kids' building blocks. Old English E's are both double D's.
Who doesn't love double D?
He goes there. I'm trying to give him a good idea, and he goes there.
So if we're keeping track at home, we have a suggestion for John to get double D's tattooed on himself.
Yeah. And T, E, and Y are in the shape of building blocks. The double D's to be in the shape of
Double D's. We have one quick text I want to make sure we read. Don't get
Old
stuck
English
with.
D's.
It says, don't get stuck with Teddy. Stop it. What if he ends up going by Ted or TJ or Theodore when he gets older? Don't get stuck with Teddy. How do you feel about that?
Well, I don't know that I'm going to change how I call him. He's always going to be Teddy to me, even if he's ends up being 6'8", 320 pounds and a badass in the NFL. He's still going to be my baby boy.
Little Teddy. Aw.
John Morosi will get the latest. Scooble's got to be traded now, right? What could they get back, and how does this play out? It's coming up next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. After trading catcher Jake Rogers to Baltimore for minor league relief pitcher and Zane Barnhart, the Tigers will take to the field tonight in Sacramento to face the A's. Another potential trade candidate in Casey Mize will be on the mound tonight for Detroit. He will go against Jeffrey Springs for the Athletics. The Tigers already swept the A's once in a 3-game home series, but Mize did not pitch against them. Springs did face the Tigers, though. He gave up 6 runs on 6 hits in just 4 1/3 innings. First pitch tonight is at 9:40. Pregame coverage starts starts at 9:15 right here on 97.1. UEFA and CONCACAF both agreed to boycott the World Cup yesterday in retaliation to FIFA President Gianni Infantino's plans to invoke private equity into the event. Infantino's senior advisor Carlos Cordero resigned from the organization today over the same complaints. And ESPN's Mark Spears said that Jalen Duren thinks he proved himself worth the money in the regular season last year, according to a conversation he had with Isaiah Stewart. And this Rocket Classic leaderboard update is brought to you by your Metro Detroit Ram dealers. Well, the course record was tied yesterday with a 61 for Peter Malnati, and that mark may be in trouble early today. Michael Thorbjornsen is 4 under through 6 holes. Matt Wallace is 3 under in his first 5, and Cameron Young has 3 birdies in his first 4 holes. The leader Malnati does not tee off until this afternoon around 12:30. 2023 Rocket winner Ricky Fowler's 2 shots behind him. He tees off just before 1 o'clock. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
Dave and Chuck are talking about, like just dirty. I don't know. I'm like, oh.
Hey, we've had beautiful weather this summer, and you've probably been at a bunch. Barbecues, backyard fun, planning vacations. But I want to ask you a question. When was the last time you actually looked at your roof? Summer storm season is officially here, and you don't want to leak your roof, ruining any of your summer plans. Don't wait for the damage to happen. Do what I did and call the pros at Rapid Roofing. They're fast, they're local, and they get the job done right the very first time. Beat the summer rush and secure your peace of mind. Call Rapid Roofing today, or you can visit them on the web at rapidroofing.com to schedule your free inspection and lock in your appointment. That's rapidroofing.com.
I took a look down at some of the text. This one says, no matter what tattoo John gets, I'll pay for it. The discussion spared us more Scooble talk. It's worth its weight in gold, John in Rochester. Hey, it'll all be done Monday, right?
Not the tattoo, but yeah.
Scooble talk.
Yeah, the Scooble talk should all be done Monday.
Unless he's here on Tuesday. I don't want to think about that.
It should be an evaluation of what they're getting in return.
Yeah, we move the conversation forward as the organization moves forward. Hey, a little bit of audio that I want people to hear today. It's not basketball season. Basketball's not top of mind. ESPN had Mark Spears sharing a conversation he had with Isaiah Stewart. And the discussion was about Jalen Duren and what's going on with Jalen Duren. How does he view this? Mark Stein, what did you hear from Isaiah Stewart? Mark Spears.
I think we all disagree in the fact that if it was one series, okay, maybe you didn't play well in that series. That wasn't the case. Because I know we had some fun. You guys had some fun with it. I thought it was despicable that the Angel Reese thing was a thing. But then they play Cleveland, and it was much the same as it was in the opening round of the playoffs. Where is Jalen Duren? And when you can remove one of the key components to a team's success in the postseason, what screams max contract about that?
It doesn't. But this supports what I've said all along. He's getting gassed up. He thinks he's better than he is. It's an overinflated sense of worth. The playoffs, that's a blip. Look what I did for the majority of the season. Look at my regular season. You know, people, his teammates love him. Isaiah Stewart probably telling him, yeah, get your money. You deserve your money. Friends in his life who aren't even in the NBA. Man, look at you. You're all NBA. You're 13 all NBA. Go get your max. His agent, hold on. I can get the Sacramento Kings involved. We'll get you that money. I'll get the Lakers involved. I'll get you that money. He does not want to accept that postseason costs him a lot of money. And it should cost you money. I mean, that's the truest evaluation of how this team can win a championship or not, is how they'll play in the playoffs.
Right, and I've said this before. If you've got to bring other players in to space the floor to get the most out of Jalen Duren, yeah, everyone needs help. Like, I love Cade, and Cade can get his own. He's the only one on the team that can do that. That's why he gets the max contract. But if you have to bring in shooters to space the floor so that you can get more out of your center, that doesn't scream max to me. If you've got to bring in a second playmaker, a second creator, so that your center can be more effective, if you can't score on your own, to me, that's a limiting factor. You are not a max contract player. Give him the ball in the post with somebody defending him. How many times does he create his own shot? It's a rare occasion.
Not enough. But it sounds like, believes his regular season is enough to justify a max. You can see why the deal still isn't done. We got the cookie jar coming up at 9:35, and we have some other audio from Big Ten Media Days. Kirk Cignetti taking some shots at the SEC.
Oh, it's beautiful.
And I don't know if you saw, Greg put another cut in that he thinks we have to hear.
Oh.
So we'll get to that as well.
Awesome.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, there are 4 Metro Detroit Leo's Coney Island franchises that have been ordered to pay more than $500,000 to employees who weren't properly paid overtime.
Oh.
So the U.S. Department of Labor says 143 workers are owed a total of more than $515,000 in overtime wages and damages. So the restaurants involved are in Clarkston, Dearborn, Livonia, and Sterling Heights. Now, according to the Labor Department, employees were paid their regular hourly rate for hours worked over 40 hours in a week instead of the legally required time and a half. Investigators also say that the ownership group, these are operated by Sterling Ponds Plaza LLC, kept 2 sets of time cards. So there was one that would show regular hours up to 40 and then another tracking overtime. And they say that the overtime time cards were regularly destroyed. Yeah, so now the owners not only owe all of that to the employees, but they also must pay nearly $74,000 in penalty and another $10,000 in attorney's fees. So, had no idea. We frequent the Leo's Coney Island.
Yeah, come on, pay your people.
Yeah, for sure. Have you guys ever just followed your GPS, aimlessly without ever paying attention to exactly where you were headed?
No.
I have.
Oh, you have?
Up north, we were trying to find this secluded waterfall, and it ended up taking us down this logging road. I mean, we couldn't make it through because it took us down this, but we didn't do our research. We didn't really pay attention to where we were headed, and that's exactly what happened to one of the golfers who's visiting Detroit for the Rocket Classic. Siwoo Kim was trying to go get some Korean barbecue. Another friend of his on the tour with golfing there said, "Hey, I know this great restaurant. Meet me here. Here's the address, the name of it."
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he sent the address, but said, "Here's the name of it." So he said he put it in his GPS and said, "Oh, it's 1.5 miles away.
Great.
That's where I'm headed," and just followed it into Canada.
Right across the river.
Yes.
Who would have thought trying to get some Korean barbecue would turn into an international incident? Your car's being searched at the border.
Well, if you were across the border, what's that?
Like after he got let go?
Well, he didn't have his documents to go into another country, probably, right?
Right. No.
No,
So
he
he was.
didn't.
Yeah. He came back to America.
But did he come back and eat dinner at the restaurant? Probably not.
Yeah.
That takes a little bit of
Scott
time, I'm
McDonald's.
imagining.
Oh yes.
I'm
Yes.
sure he
the car
ate.
search. Yes.
Yeah, and making sure they
you've-
know who you are and why you're there. And
Gone across the border enough, most of the time you answer some questions and maybe there's some follow-ups, is some side eye, and you move on.
Mm-hmm.
There are times where, could you pull the truck over there and let's go through, maybe let's bring the dogs over.
Wait, they've done that for you?
I have not had that happen to me, but on the fishing trip, I hear from the guys that, when I didn't go, hey, this year, yeah, the dogs came over because they're always looking for, are you bringing some of the produce in that you're not supposed to? Are you bringing more alcohol in that you're claiming, more tobacco than you're claiming? Some of those are what generally they're looking
Are
for.
you
more.
a mule? Are you smuggling drugs into
what
the
else
country?
do you have in there?
Yeah.
This is a wild story. This man was hiking in Montana and suffered a freak accident. He was impaled by his hiking pole.
Oh.
Yeah, so this guy was hiking with a couple of his buddies. They were doing a Granite Peak. It's the state's tallest mountain, something he'd always wanted to do. Well, he ended up slipping on a rock, and somehow, those hiking poles got lodged, went through his side, like his left side, like his left lat, basically. He's a nurse, so he kind of like assessed the situation, said, you know what, this is not life-threatening.
No vitals.
I think I'm going to be okay. So he decided that instead they did call his friends, like made contact with their Garmin and their GPS locator and called for help. But he decided, you know what? I'm going to make it back myself. Hiked 10 miles back to the trailhead. Took over 6.5 hours. What? He said it would have been, they could have found him, but the flight, you have to pay to get airlifted out of there.
Right.
And he thought he was fine. Then he drove in his buddy's car to the hospital and they ended up removing it, bandaged him up, and he was A-okay. But the pictures are just like, because they documented it, and it's just,
oh my God,
kind of gross seeing this massive pole
sticking all
out
the way
of your
through.
side.
Yeah, can you imagine trying to sit in a car? Like, I can't get comfortable.
You'd have to lay in the back seat. He didn't. I think his buddy drove.
Oh,
I don't think.
yeah,
the way I said it made it sound like he drove.
No, I think he was in the car somewhere trying to position himself so
it didn't twist or move.
Yes.
Like you said, 10
Could
mile
you not
walk.
hit every bump?
Yes.
A 10-mile walk is tough. It's on top of that. How
Down
long
a
did that
massive
take?
peak too. I mean, it wasn't like
6 hours.
It's going downhill.
Okay.
Yeah, long time.
Sure. He had it easy. It's Heather with the news. Cookie Jars next. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, I'm going to give you a few reasons why a Ram truck should be right there at the top of that list. Ram truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are exceptional right now. I've seen the Ram side by side with other trucks, and I've told you about the Ram I'm driving. I love it. There's no comparison when it comes to power. You can choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8, or if you like the Hurricane engine, you got two options: 420 horsepower version, that's one I chose, and the high output 540 horsepower Hurricane engine. I'll ask you a question about the competition. Why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? It's not going to get it done. Full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. Ram's got a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and I know you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. And for comfort, just go sit in a Ram, and you're going to feel the difference. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. It's simple. Just pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today, and when you do, tell them I sent you.
Text says Nate Oates pulled a Sharon. His new wife is a former athletic department employee. He just did it differently.
You mean he did it above board?
Yes, John. Okay. That would be the difference. A few more texts coming in on the cookie jar. We have a couple pieces of audio we want to play from Big Ten Media Days.
Okay.
We played some Whittingham stuff earlier for John's reaction to that. Use the Odyssey Rewind. Curt Cignetti taking a shot at the SEC. Let's hear from the Indiana Hoosier coach. Amen.
Yeah. 3 different teams, 3 different years. Bielema talked about it earlier. I think his media day was maybe opening day of Big Ten Media Days. And having the perspective of having coached in the SEC, having coached twice now in the Big Ten, I liked his take on it as well. Both conferences are really good. They're the elite of college football. Right now, Big Ten is the top of the heap.
Yeah. Top dog. And Greg, you put in a different Cignetti quote. You thought this was amusing. I have not heard this one. Let's play it.
Okay.
Okay.
Love it. When he went to Indiana, and he did the whole Google me and was on the court at Assembly Hall, and he was going through Ohio State, Michigan, all that stuff. He's backed up everything he said, and he has quietly become one of my. Now, I have not met him individually, but when you talk to his players, you talk to coaches that he has been with have been with him at a number of different stops, and so they're learning a lot. He's a guy that they enjoy working for, and that says to me a lot about a leader of a program.
Like, I think some of those guys, the coordinators, have been with him since he was coaching years. Like D3.
Yeah. They've jumped all the way around with him, and when that happens, you know that a guy that's a solid dude.
Yeah.
And he's got he's very quotable.
Extremely quotable. A few more cookie jar texts.
He's also not wrong.
He's not wrong.
Yeah. I mean, hey, football season starts. You get a chance to be back with your buddies, and you get to be the boss finally again.
Texters say, I'm 75. My wife is 56. We're on our way to Marquette to go hiking. Ken and Sharon in Livonia.
Yeah.
It can work.
Sure. It can keep some
there's
of those.
There's some 75-year-olds, 80-year-olds that are in amazing shape.
Yeah.
That can do all of those things. But there's also some that are not. And there's some young people that are not in great shape and can't do it anyway. It just, in my head, it makes more sense if you're closer in age.
It tends to correlate better.
Sure.
Yes.
But, I mean, hey, hobbies attract people together. And if that's something that you did before, you're doing it while you're married, like it's going to be something that continues.
Like I said, there's not a right or wrong answer. It's just, that's how I feel.
Yeah. My dad married a 27-year-old this past weekend. He's 53. She's only 3 years older than I am, Noah in Shelby Township. See, that's when it's weird.
Those margins are kind of tight. I don't know.
That could be your daughter. That's weird.
Yeah.
That's weird to me. Or if he could be your grandpa. That's weird to me.
Yeah, I mean, we went through this whole thing when Belichick first started his relationship with his current girlfriend, where his kids are older than she is. And he is literally grandpa age to a granddaughter that could be her age.
Yeah.
Yuck.
Yeah, no.
That's uncomfortable.
Yeah. It's uncomfortable. Well, there's something that attracted him to her. Her to him.
Doug Karsh is in the studio.
What's going on?
What's up?
Well, ready to man the Tarek Skubal News Update desk.
I saw these guys putting in like 50 different audio clips today.
Dude, yeah, let's hear it.
Oh, boy, yeah, because you have the
to me
update
is so
desk.
exciting.
Yeah.
Like, I feel these are one of those days that everything that comes out of anyone's mouth, I'm on the edge of my seat. Right? Just grabbing sound from everywhere. And yes, we'll keep people up to date on what's being said by insiders. And I have a lot of fun on days like today. And I'm not promising anything, but he could get traded during our show.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
There's no question. Yeah. I mean, every minute is a chance for that ticker tape that we no longer have that could come across the newswire that says and Skubal traded.
Yeah, breaking. You look for that on. And by the way, there's a lot of fake breaking. There's so much fake breaking out there, and it just fake breaking sucks. Gator famously got burned by that like a decade ago.
Pierre LeBrun.
Pierre LeBrun with a fake Mac Niskanen signing with Detroit. But fake breaking has become a real thing in our world. But
what's even more exciting is, and we did this exercise earlier about the core that is here of Tigers baseball players, and it's not just everybody in the bullpen needs to be replaced, but whether it's the pitching staff or it's guys that are in the lineup going forward, and hopefully Max Clark shows up and shows out, but it's very different than it was 3 years ago. And to be able to add some of these young prospects to the future of this team is intoxicating.
Yeah. I mean, Clark is I'm locked in for tonight's game, man.
Let's
go. I saw the kid play last week. I went down to Toledo last week, and he went 0 for 4 and just handles a few can of corn fly balls.
Maybe you shouldn't watch tonight.
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't. But
go to bed
one
early.
thing you can tell, the guys that jog fast, popped up on the infield and jogs down to first, and you're like, okay, just the way he runs, you can tell he's got great speed.
Yeah.
The way I watched him run in the outfield a little bit, you could tell he's an athlete. But we'll see.
But you can count on more than one hand
a
bunch of these young players who are going to be here for a while and a chance to add to that group.
Did you by chance see the picture that Heather posted about us wearing his bling?
No, I didn't.
Would you like to see it?
Yes, I
would. The question was, who could best pull off the Max Clark chains?
Heather would be my guess.
This is what AI whipped up for.
It's on my story, so you have to hold it.
Good, yeah.
Or it will disappear.
Well, it's not Costa.
Thanks.
I know your
Actually,
name's
it's John.
It is John, isn't it?
Yeah. It's totally John. Although I'd love to see you rocking it, Heather. That'd be so great.
I totally could, right?
Oh, there's no
we
question.
All could.
Yes.
Yeah.
We could all wear them.
I'm not sure Jim
Would we
could.
rock them? Is the question.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I agree, Doug.
Anyway, you're going to hear all the latest. What are the insiders saying? What's going to happen with Tarik Skubal? It's all coming up next, 97.1.
Well, good morning, and welcome to the Carson Anderson program. Happy Friday, everybody, as we've made it through another week. And quite frankly, happy that I have survived this week. Gator off all week, and Kang off as well. But thankfully, you know what? Coaches and general managers, they always talk about depth. We got some depth here at the station, so let me go behind the glass and thank Bobby. Thank you.
Man up.
Yeah. Bobby did a nice job all week long. Thank you very much. I work you pretty hard, don't I?
Oh, man, especially this past couple of days with all this Scooble news.
Like, grab this sound, grab that sound. And Paul on phones. Paul, thank you very much for the work you've done.
Oh, no problem.
Yep. Paul brings an intensity unlike any other. So we do appreciate what those guys have done all week long. And Station's got some depth. And thank all of you for listening all week long. And it feels like it's still a big week, and we will talk about, give the very latest on Scooble reporting, including MLB insider Ken Rosenthal. We'll get to dissecting a little bit of what we aren't going to play all of Morosi. We'll play some of what Morosi said, but we will dissect a lot of that coming up in the 11 o'clock hour. But we will start with a non-Scooble Tiger topic, and that is, hey, it's Max Clark Day. And it's kind of funny that his first major league game will be played in essentially a minor league park there in Sacramento against Oakland. But whatever, it's not that that's particularly important. What is important is that we get to see this prospect who has been touted a little bit as a potential 5-tool guy. You know, I don't want to get carried away, but this year in the minors, he hit 11 home runs, had 21 stolen bases. He hit 276 with an 802 OPS. And, you know, there's some interesting things, ramifications of calling him up. I've talked about the 40-man roster addition and what it might mean if there's a work stoppage next year. I've also haven't talked about this much, but there's no service time manipulation going on. They could have waited. There's a date in August that if you debut after that, you hang on to your rookie status. But you know, we haven't reached that date yet. And let me Google search what it is, because they're calling this guy up just before that date. When can a player be called up in MLB and still be considered a rookie? So that is rookie eligibility thresholds, 45 days total on a major league roster. I suppose it could send him back down. Anyway, so he's going to exceed that if he stays with the big club the rest of the way, so he will not retain rookie eligibility. So there's two things about that. Service time manipulation, not in play here. Secondly is Major League Baseball has tried to incentivize people to call up their rookies by, if your rookie wins Rookie of the Year, you get rewarded with a compensatory pick. I believe it's after the first round, and that right now, strong case can be made, obviously, for Kevin McGonigal. And, you know, Clark won't be eligible for this next year. And he also might have to sit out if there's a work stoppage. But they want him up now. And so has he earned it? Like, if you take a look at his season, and I broke it down by months. In the first month of the season, he had a 794 OPS. He hit 1 home run and 94 bats, stole 6 bases. And I think I'm going to include the base stealing because he's touted as a guy who can do everything. He can field, in spite of what we saw in spring training. He brings great speed to the outfield. There's potential there. Reportedly has a good arm. So, you know, you've got a guy who could hit for average power, steal bases, play the field well, and has a good arm. 5-tool guy. First month, 794 OPS, 1 homer, 6 stolen bases. Second month went down, 631 OPS, but he did, and with 1 homer, 8 walks, 3 stolen bases. The walk numbers are interesting too. The third month, okay, he had 4 home runs, 11 walks, 15 strikeouts, 763 OPS. So these numbers have been kind of similar, down second month. In July, so this is his last month, He hit in 71 at-bats, so the fewest at-bats he had. He had 71 at-bats. He hit his best month in terms of power. He hit 5 home runs. He walked 16 times. That was his best month in terms of walks. Stole 4 bases. His OPS was 1080. So July was his best month. Max Clark came up, and Max Clark had his best month in July. He didn't come up. Max Clark showed up and had his best month in July and has earned the call-up. Now, we await the corresponding move, but I got to give credit where credit is due, and that is something that maybe everybody realized when this news broke yesterday, this exciting news about highly touted top prospect rookie Max Clark getting called up. But the first person I heard connect these dots, and if it was obvious to you, my apologies, I didn't get it. But Scott Bentley of Locked On made a great point in connecting the dots and saying this increases the likelihood that they're preparing for a Gleyber Torres trade. Why is that, you ask? Well, you don't call up Max Clark for him not to play. You call up Max Clark, and he's handed right-handed and left-handed pitching roughly equally. You call up Max Clark to play. There's a lefty on the mound tonight. Shouldn't matter. Max Clark I think will be in the lineup tonight. But that means, okay, you have an excess of center fielders. Outman very well could just get released. I haven't seen a corresponding move yet. But Javi Baez, who's been playing in center field, also can play second base. Or he can go to shortstop, and you can look at moving, McGonigal around the infield. You have some positional flexibility with Hao-Yu Lee. And so what it essentially does is likely take innings away. It can take innings away. Maybe likely is not the word, but can take innings away from Javi Baez in center field. He goes back to play more infield. And there is a opening, in quotes, potentially with Gleyber Torres getting moved. And there is smoke around Gleyber Torres getting moved as we approach the trade deadline. 0 hour Monday at 6 p.m. Maybe all of you realized that yesterday. I did not. And again, credit to Scott Bentley, who does a good job, who I was listening to. And I'm like, oh, yeah, huh? So I like this. I like this possibility. Look, they're in a position that the sell-off is obvious. I don't think this was done for any other reason than baseball reasons, and they're not manipulating. They're not manipulating service time. They're not manipulating the rookie of the year. They're calling Clark up. I mean, some people maybe they're and I know there's a lot of cynicism out there that say, oh, they're just doing this to distract from the fact that their season's imploded. I guess maybe, but I don't think that way a little bit. I don't think they're doing that, but I suppose they could be. End of the day, it's exciting. Tonight in Sacramento, late game. This is one I think you absolutely stay up for to see what this kid is. And you know what we did at the beginning of the season? We talked about best case scenario with Kevin McGonigal. It has been pretty much the best case scenario. We were comparing what Nick Kurtz did to win the American League Rookie of the Year with Oakland last year and, did the MJM thing. Maybe, just maybe, our guy can do that, and our guy has done that. He's been fantastic. What if we have 2 of those guys? That's the best case scenario, right? MJM, Max Clark, also can play at this level. And there has to be patience and acceptance if he doesn't hit the ground running like McGonigal. I seriously can't remember a Tiger rookie, a highly touted Tiger rookie, that has come up and immediately established himself the way McGonigal has. When McGonigal comes to the plate, do you think he's going to come through? And sure, there have been some good rookies. There's been flashes in the pan. The flashes in the pan, and everybody cites Chris Shelton and Brennan Bosch. Those guys weren't like the organization's top prospects. And so when you come out of nowhere, debut like that, and everybody's like, oh, where'd they find this guy? Those guys can't fade. And I think They were a prime example of guys who overachieved when they first got here. Here comes Max Clark, highly touted prospect. Boy, it would put some juice already in a 2027 season, provided there is a 2027 season, if Clark hits the ground running. But I ask you, Tiger fans, what's your level of excitement here? Has this become appointment viewing? What's your expectation? Have you seen him play in Toledo? Huh? Did you go down there to watch? Where are you at with this? What would be otherwise exciting news? Everything's gotten trumped by what's going on with the trade deadline, which is sucking all the oxygen out of the air. But Max Clark will be wearing the Tiger uniform tonight. I haven't seen what number he's going to wear. Let's see if we can figure that out. If anybody's got any guesses what number Max Clark's going to wear. I'd like to hear it. 248-539-9797. We, of course, have open lines. We'll have the very latest from the Tarek Skubal Trade Center update desk coming up at 10:30. In the meantime, we're open with a little something different. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, Gator Out today, 97.1. Hey, safety is top of mind for new drivers, and Sam Bernstein Law and the Michigan State Police want you ready for anything. Get a free student driver magnet or an emergency car safety kit. Pick one up at an MSP Post. Order online at callsam.com/car safety kit. God, we're workshopping what number will Max Clark wear. The kids love the single-digit numbers. There's none available. 1 is retired for Lou Whitaker, 2 for Charlie Gehringer, 3 for Alan Trammell, 4 Bobriski's wearing, 5 Hank Greenberg retired, 6 Al Kaline retired, 7 is McGonigal, 8 is Vierling, 9 is Flaherty. There's all your numbers. He's worn 13 in the past. That's Dingler. He seems to like the number 3. 23 is retired for Willie Horton. Colt Keith wears 33. If he is married to the number 43, can't wear that because James Outman's wearing it for now. Do you need 2 left-hand hitting center fielders? Anyway, 53 is Ben Malgiri. Is he locked into a 3? There's nobody wearing 63, I don't believe. Rolling through the 40-man. I don't know. I think 63 is available. I guess he could wear a bunch of numbers in the 30s. But maybe not a bunch. A bunch are being worn. Well, we'll figure that out. We do have breaking news. Is this a harbinger of things to come? The Detroit Tigers are scratching Casey Mize for tonight's start. The plot thickens, doesn't it? So what does that mean? What does that mean? They started Skubal on Wednesday. They're not starting Mize tonight. It's going to be a bullpen game. So, at least you have a reliable bullpen. You know what that tells me? That tells me they've had enough talks with teams that they probably have, maybe not an offer on the table, but they have enough teams that are talking about a return for Casey Mize that is acceptable. They don't need to showcase him anymore. They certainly don't need him getting hurt again. And one of the insiders, let me see if I can find who I read this from, on the social media platform called Twitter, said they didn't think there was a deal in place. There might not be a deal in place, but I would have to think that they've had positive discussions with a team. Here, it's Cody Stavenhagen, who at this hour tweets, the Tigers are scratching Casey Mize from his start tonight. Mize is healthy and there's no trade in place, but it's a precaution with the deadline looming. Bullpen game tonight. Okay, that tells me I can't believe that they haven't had talks with a team that has given them something where they think, okay, we'll take that for Casey Mize. We like that. I don't think you scratch him if that's the case. 248-539-9797. What do you make of that, Tiger fans? And what's your level of excitement for Max Clark? The latest on Skubal coming up from an MLB insider at 10:30. In the meantime, here's some of the feedback we got. I think Clark is going to play more right field than people think. He may. He struggled at the corner outfield spot last year in the spring, and there are obviously differences. But let me see how many games he played in right field in Toledo. I don't know that you call him up and have him debut and put him in a position he hasn't played. Toledo this year, he has played, it appears to be every game in center field. So maybe eventually, whoever sent this in, if they were thinking about the option of playing him in right field, I think they would have given him some innings down there at Toledo in right field. From Reeves, I saw Clark play in Lakeland 2 years ago. He made a great catch in the outfield and hit a home run. I'm sold. From an unnamed texter, we need to remember there's a lockout coming that could wipe out a huge chunk of 2027. They may feel the need to get Clark MLB ABs now. They may. I also think that if they leave him down, he can play minor league baseball next year. If you're on the 40-man, you can't. And I would, if you're asking me 2 months of MLB reps or 2 months of minor league reps plus the ability to play next year regardless of what happens, I'd probably go for option B. The Tigers haven't done that. And so, I'll be intrigued to see how it plays itself out. I don't want him to be locked out of playing next year. Young players need reps. Let's get to your phone calls. Bill in Livonia, you're on 97.1. Hello, Bill.
Hey, good morning.
What's up?
Hey, just a thought for you. I've been talking with some of the guys. A lot of people are talking, right?
Yep.
And the idea that came out of it was Mize and Torres, in return, we're going to get some kind of a right-handed hitter, perhaps. But we definitely need a good bullpen arm and a couple of youngsters, and maybe a youngster who projects to be a third or fourth line starter. It would take a lot to get number one or two, but if we can get somebody and maybe bring them up this year, and pitch them, put them on some kind of a pitch count, the Tigers could still stay in the race with a deal like that. Because I think Mize is very injury prone, and I understand that maybe Skubal's arm goes tomorrow. He had bone chips this year. It's always something.
Bill,
anyway.
Hold on. You think that Mize and Glaber go in a deal together?
Yes, I think it's a three-way deal.
And the Tigers stay competitive.
Yes.
Well, I fundamentally disagree with that. I think if you're trading a reliable, Bill, if you're trading a reliable bat like Glaber and one of your top five starters, and look, if those guys go, there's a real probability Skubal's going to. I just don't see they aren't competitive now. I don't know if you take those three guys away, you might get somebody who's MLB ready, whether it be a minor leaguer who's blocked that can get called up right away, or a spare part. But I don't know how they stay competitive under those circumstances.
I was a fan of moving Skubal in the off season, and it didn't happen. And then he had elbow surgery. I don't think Skubal's going to get as much money, near as much money as he thinks he's worth. With those elbow chips, that says more trouble, right?
If he has 2 months of good, if he pitches well the last 2 months wherever he is, I think he will get the money that he's after. And you got a lot coming back in return. I assume that's in return for Skubal, Mize, and Glaber all getting moved. Yeah. The weirdest thing is, if you could tell me that you could move those guys and come away with a great bullpen, I'm not sure that wouldn't be that'd be like the least sexy trade ever. But their bullpen might need a complete and total rehaul. I don't think this team's in rebuild mode. I think the bullpen is in complete rebuild mode. And, they could have 7 new arms coming out of the pen next year, and you can make a case that would be justifiable. One thing about Mize, I'm a fan of re-signing Mize. And he doesn't have Boris as his agent, which means it's a possibility you could do it. Is it taking a risk? Sure, it's taking a risk, but you got to take some risks here and now and again, rather. And if you look at him, he's having his best year. Could it be a Carl Pavano flash in the pan kind of year? It could be. And the injury things this year, at least they haven't been arm related. So, if he's had a healthy arm this deep into the year, that's usually the concern. Bottom line here is I'm willing to take a risk on Mize and offer him a contract. The fact of the matter is, news breaking today, he scratched tonight, tells me somebody has had preliminary talks with the Tigers, and what they talk about giving back for Casey Mize is totally acceptable to the Tigers. And they're like, all right, cool. We know we've got that in our back pocket or something like this in our back pocket. Let's go ahead and scratch him and go around and shop him to everybody else who might be interested. Wow, that's exciting if you're going to get a good return. I hope it's a really good return, because I don't like the idea of having to find 3 starting pitchers next year unless you're fully convinced that Job and Reese Olson are going to be here and good. And then you've got next year Melton, Framber, Job, Reese Olson, and Talk to Me Goose. Who else? Like it's hard to put together. You still got work to do because I'm not even convinced that Job shouldn't be coming out of the pen next year. A lot of flexibility with Job, but they might need him to start. And whatever role he plays, he's going to be filthy. That guy is sick if he stays healthy. 248-539-9797. An MLB insider gives us the latest, what he's hearing on Scooble. Hear what he had to say starting at 10:30 here on Karsch and Anderson on 97.1. It's the Karsch and Anderson program. Gators out today. 248-539-9797. As always, the phone number, and we will get back to phone calls. But let's get the very latest news from the Tarek Skubal Trade Center update desk. Today, it's essentially a Ken Rosenthal version on his podcast, Fair Territory. He gave a lowdown on Skubal on the very latest, including the teams he thinks are truly bidding for the teams he thinks are truly bidding on Skubal. Okay, first of all, it's great to have the group of teams that are bidding on him. We are in a unique circumstance in that the teams that want him have some of the best systems in the game in terms of prospects. And because of that, you can take advantage of this unique circumstance. And people think that every year these kinds of opportunities come up. Some people think that every year these kinds of opportunities come up. And the thing I always cite is the unique circumstances that landed the Pistons, Rasheed Wallace, back in 2004. It was the right player at the right time that became available for a team that would be able to handle him, a veteran team that he would want to play for. They got 3 teams involved that all were willing to do what was necessary to get what they wanted out of the deal and land Rasheed Wallace with the Detroit Pistons. That isn't available every single year. It's not. And it just so happened that year the stars aligned and you could go get a player of that caliber at the deadline. This time around, it's kind of the perfect storm if you're a team looking to reboot, and those teams are not all of them, but many of them are loaded, specifically Milwaukee, the Dodgers. I like Tampa's system. You should always like Tampa's system given the way they replenish over and over again. So it's a really good situation for the Tigers and something that Scott Harris should absolutely capitalize on. All right, so a variable that has crept up lately and one that the Dodgers are kind of keeping quiet on is Shohei's injury. For now, he's shut down as it pertains to pitching, but does that mean that organization will be more aggressive? Again, unique circumstances. It might be to the Tigers' incredible good fortune that Shohei got hurt. And an organization that, according to one report, is, quote, obsessed with becoming the first National League team to win 3 consecutive World Series, that would put them near the top of the list and allow Scott Harris and the Tigers to capitalize. Good fortune might be. But again, I keep talking about unique circumstances this year lead to an opportunity for the Tigers to score big. Okay, and we've tons of reporting about the Brewers. Why does it make sense for Milwaukee? Here's Ken Rosenthal from the Fair Territory Podcast. All right, so you look at the organizations, you look at somebody who's won 2 World Series in his career, and has a pattern of peddling off prospects for proven players, and that is Dave Dombrowski. And we had him here in Detroit, and we saw him do this. He traded famously young prospects that at the time hurt Andrew Miller and Cameron Maben, along with others, by the way, in a package that returned Miguel Cabrera and Dontrell Willis. That's what he liked to do, cash in prospects for proven players. He turned around and traded Jacob Turner in a trade that netted the Tigers Anibal Sanchez and Omar Infante. That's a formula that's worked for Dave Dombrowski, and Dave Dombrowski has 2 World Series and other appearances to his credit. If the Brewers haven't done a lot of that, and neither of the Rays really, but they might be looking at this as their opportunity, given their standing in the National League and the concern that they might be facing Skubal in the National League in Dodger Blue moving forward. That could motivate those teams. All right, so the Braves, their name has come up. They are also a team that historically hasn't broke the bank for rentals. Would they do it this year? Again, here's Ken Rosenthal. So the Braves are intriguing because they can offer something to the Tigers that others can't. The Braves have the highest rated pitching prospect of any of the reported suitors for Tarik Skubal. Ken Caminiti's cousin, is in high A ball. He's 19 years old. He's touching 98. He hasn't had an elite year, and he's a ways away. But he is ranked the number 41 prospect in baseball. Left-hander. Really good scouting report. If the Tigers prefer a stud pitching prospect, this is what the Braves bring to the table that the Dodgers and Milwaukee don't. And that is they have the highest pitching prospect. Could the Braves be a serious suitor here that we're not talking about enough? They might be. And in fact, ESPN did a story today predicting trades, and their number one predicted trade was Tarik Skubal to the Braves. And they wrote, the Dodgers, Brewers, and Rays all have better farm systems than the Braves, but Atlanta does have the best pitching prospect amongst the 4 teams in Cam Caminiti, and the Tigers would likely want a young pitcher in return. The Braves also have a more acute need for a starter. The rotation hasn't been nearly as good in June and July as it was in April and May. Adding Skubal to a rotation with Chris Sale will make a lethal 1-2 punch. So there you go. Makes sense in Atlanta. If you prefer the highest regarded pitching prospect, I will stop and give my opinion. I would not be as interested in a pitcher that is, he's the highest regarded one. He's a long way away. High A ball, he's a long way away. Now, it doesn't mean he won't be good someday, but I just assume load up on prospects from those other teams that are in the bidding as opposed to going for a pitcher. No matter how good he is, he's still pretty far away. So there it is, the very latest from the Tarik Skubal Trade Center update desk. Want your response, your reaction. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, there's a moment when a home stops being a someday and starts being a plan. University of Michigan Credit Union can help you get there today. If you're ready to buy a new home or refinance your current mortgage from another lender, UMCU should be your next phone call. Make your move by the end of August and you'll save $750 on closing costs, plus enjoy flexible fixed rates, free pre-approval, and no application fees. Seriously, let's get you into that dream home. Let's do it now. Visit umcu.org, insured by NCUA. Lots of news today as we hit the air on a Friday, more so than just Scooble buzz. And there's plenty of Scooble buzz. And just played for you what Ken Rosenthal had to say. In the meantime, the big news today, breaking this morning, Casey Mize scratched from his start tonight against the Athletics. Now, the insiders are saying no deal is in place, but that tells me that the talks they are having with teams has shown enough potential for them to say something can be done here that we like. So let's not risk it because we can always make this move, but we'll continue to shop him. The other thing is he is more injury prone than Scooble historically, although Scooble hasn't had a completely clean record either. But that is interesting news, and it makes me wonder. It feels like things are afoot when it comes to Casey Mize. Max Clark gets a call up. We're trying to figure out what number he's going to wear. There's guesses coming in. There's not a lot of numbers available, including no single digits, and one of the numbers he wore in the past, 13, is taken up by Dylan Dingler. 248-539-9797. What's your level of excitement to see Max
Tiger after the deadline? I'm one of those, and I'm basing this on the history of Scott Harris and, quite frankly, the history of our Detroit GMs, the current group of them, because they all are falling in love with all their players overly and overvaluing them. They don't like to make a deep dive. And just, the days of Trader Jack are gone, Dabrowski gone, and Ken Holland is gone. None of those are coming back. So given the recent history and the history of the current GM of Detroit, that's what I'm basing that on, that Terry would still be here. So if that happens, if he's still here, and at that point, if Terry Scooble decides not to sign with Detroit, as I believe he won't do, of course, with Scott and Boras as his agent, I'm asking you, is there a scenario where you can see, because now this Terry Scooble thing is literally handed on a platter to Scott Harris, and where even he should not be able to bumble it, if he does not make a move with Terry Scooble and Terry Scooble walks for nothing, is there a scenario he gets fired finally? I'm asking that. I'm thinking he would, because just because this is handed on a platter to him and he's fumbling it.
Well, two things. One is, I'm not sure I could think of anything that's much less relevant than what Brad Holmes, Steve Yzerman, and Trajan Langdon has done, and that's a reason to believe that Scott Harris won't move him. There's no way that they have some sort of group think that these four guys get together and decide collectively that this is what they're going to do. Well, you suggested that it was, DeVell.
Well, no, it's just something, and what I'm saying, it's a little tongue-in-cheek, but sincerely, with the recent crap, I'm thinking there's something in the water in Detroit why they all do this. The jury is still out on Trajan Langdon, but he's following the same trend, apparently. So I don't know if there's something in the water here or what, but
the other thing here is dude's going into his fourth year here, and you want him to be, quote, fired finally. He's taken two teams to the playoffs. Like, do you really mean finally?
Well, that was a poor choice of word, but I'm thinking like that would be the straw that breaks the camel's back. If they're like, we don't know what they're thinking of behind closed doors of Scott Harris, but suppose that, that might be the thing. Like, hold up, this is handed on a platter to you, and you messed that up, and we get nothing at all.
Let me just say this: I do not think he'll get fired if he doesn't trade Scooble. I will say. It will feel like a missed opportunity to me. And I always talk about, forming, when guys get hired, I try and figure out, is this guy going to be successful or not? And then as you watch it play itself out, you go, okay, this is working or this is not. I do not have I can't say right now this is working or not with Scott Harris. There are some positives and there are some negatives. I think what this guy's strength might be, and I hope he leans into his strength, and I hope I'm right about this, is the ability to identify young talent and bring in developable talent that you can develop in your system. Guys like McGonigal, guys like Hao-Yu Lee. Now we're seeing Max Clark. There are guys that he hung on to that came from the previous regime that I can guarantee they got calls last year at the trade deadline when they were looking to buy. People probably were interested in Melton, and he didn't let Melton go. And you kind of forget the subtleties of the trades that you don't make that could work out. Because like last year at the trade deadline, if teams were offering something big, remember David Bednar was the reliever that people wanted. They probably were asking. Their teams are probably asking for McGonigal. Teams are probably asking for Melton, and he hung on to him. So I'm intrigued to see if he can lean into what I think might be his strength, and that is the ability to identify young talent from other organizations and clean house. You know, those are interesting. There are interesting prospects available. Prospects are lottery tickets, but I really hope he does a nice job of identifying. If he doesn't trade Skubal, I'm not thinking he should be fired. If he doesn't trade Skubal, though, I will be questioning more about whether or not it's going to work here, because this is a rare case scenario. They won't have this opportunity maybe ever again. How often do you have the best pitcher in the game, a chance to trade him, best starting pitcher in the game, a chance to trade him, and the bidders are rich with young talent? And there's more than one. Very unique circumstance. And I will be extraordinarily disappointed if come Tuesday, Tarik Skubal's still a Detroit Tiger. Extraordinarily disappointed. Because it just, I would be flabbergasted if they didn't get competitive offers for this guy. It would blow my mind. And I tell you what, it would behoove Scott Harris to come out and tell people what was offered if he doesn't trade him. Because if it's a bunch of junk, then, you know, which I can't imagine that's going to be the case. Insiders are talking to too many other teams. So I will probably be sitting here on Tuesday very disappointed in Scott Harris. But I always think back to what, right before the Seattle Seahawks won their first Super Bowl, their big draft pick was Aaron Curry. Their big free agent signing was Matt Flynn. And their big wide receiver trade was Percy Harvin. And none of those guys really contributed. They were all pretty much, you know, very modest return, to say the least. And they went out and won a Super Bowl. If you're going to make some bad moves, you have to overcome them. If you're good, you overcome them. So that's why I wouldn't. Now, but I would be disappointed. And I would very disappointed. Feedback coming in. Doug, don't you think it's better value to get Skubal traded before Mize? Because if Skubal goes first, the teams that lost out on him would feel more desperate for Mize, right? I'm just worried now that they half commit and keep Skubal. That's from an unnamed texter. I'm not worried about that. Would I prefer to trade Skubal first? Yes, I would prefer to trade Skubal first. And I do not know that sitting Casey Mize tonight impacts that timeline. But if you're just joining us, indeed, they scratch Casey Mize tonight. I feel like it's important for Skubal to get traded before Mize. Let's say we trade Skubal to the Brewers. Well, now Mize is that much more valuable for teams like the Dodgers or Braves. That's from Sam in Grand Rapids. Same point. Yep. Thought bringing Clark up means a trade is coming. Who and what? No idea. There's still a chance we can win the division slightly, but there's a chance. But with the lockout, we need to go for it all now. So maybe bring him up and show what he can do and trade Clark. That's Mark sitting on a pontoon in Jose Lake. I don't know where Jose Lake is. I think the likelihood of them trading Max Clark this year, Mark, is 0.0%. Are you drinking on that pontoon? Yeah, I don't think they're trading Clark. 248-539-9797, 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Breaking news from the Tigers this morning. They are scratching Casey Mize from his scheduled start tonight against the Athletics. Mize is a healthy scratch, which means this is a precaution in case he gets dealt in a trade. On the scheduled rotation, Mize has been moved to start Tuesday in Seattle, which is one day after the deadline. Tonight will now be a bullpen game for the Tigers. First pitch is at 9:40 this evening in Sacramento. The pregame show here on 97.1 begins at 9:15. Also some news from Allen Park at day 3 of Lions training camp, according to multiple reports. Lions defensive tackle Aleem McNeil and rookie linebacker Jimmy Rolder both left practice today to be evaluated for possible injuries. Rolder may have injured his leg, while McNeil will have his neck checked out. Terry Rozier's lawyers say they have proof that should end the federal case against him, citing a text from Rozier's friend to one bettor involved in the sports gambling scheme, quote, "Don't tell Chum about the bet," unquote, as reason to throw out the case. Chum is reportedly Rozier's nickname. He currently faces 4 federal counts, including wire fraud and sports bribery. Rozier was originally arrested last October in a sweeping case that included the arrest of Chauncey Billups in a poker rigging and illegal gambling scheme connected to the Italian mob crime syndicate La Cosa Nostra. And this Rocket Classic leaderboard update is brought to you by your Metro Detroit Ram dealers. Cameron Young is now on course record watch. Peter Malnati tied the record with a 9-under-61 yesterday. Young just shot a 7-under-28 on the front 9. He still has the back 9 to play. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket.com.
All right, Doug Karsh. Good job, Shabath, getting La Cosa Nostra in there, as he does. 248-539-9797. As you heard in the update, things are afoot. I will say, I hope those Lions injuries are just precautionary. I mean, the Jimmy Rolder thing, Jimmy Rolder was really good when healthy at Michigan. He was always banged up. I remember last year going into the season, and they were like, he's finally healthy. Jimmy Rolder's finally healthy. And he was having a great year, and he got hurt again. And now he's with the Lions, and he gets hurt today. Additionally, Dan Campbell yesterday went on and on. Actually, it was this morning. Now that I think about it, we watched this morning's news conference. I didn't tell you to pull that cut, did I, Bobby? About Aleem McNeil? Sorry. Did I tell you about that? Was that one of the ones we chose? Okay. He just went on and on and on about how refreshing it is to see 100% healthy Aleem McNeil, and now he leaves practice with a neck injury. I hope these are minor precautionary things, but he went so far as to say what a difference maker it's going to be to have him healthy, and pointed out that even when they watched the film of him playing last year, you could tell he was favoring his leg. And then like a couple hours later, he leaves practice hurt. You got to be kidding me. 248-539-9797. MLB Insider just said something very interesting about the Tigers. We will get to that today at 11:18. In the meantime, let's get back to the people. Breaking news. And we're all trying to guess what number Max Clark's going to wear. And we're all workshopping the available numbers, and there's not a lot. Evans made his guess. I've written down a number. Bobby and Paul behind the glass are sifting through retired numbers and 40-man roster to try and figure it out. And we'll when we all have our guesses, we'll start a little pool here at the station. And Casey Mize scratch from tonight's start for people just joining us. Let's go to Dean in Windsor. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Dean.
Hey, Doug. How's it going?
Great. Thank you.
I think Scuba's going to go to the Dodgers, and the return is going to be Josu DePaula and what's his name? Emil Morales, shortstop, third base. I think it'd be a good fit. The top 20, DePaul is a top 4 prospect on the top 100.
Yep.
And Morales is, he's 24. He's pretty, from what I've seen, just like watching a little bit of him, and I think it'd be a good fit. It sucked to lose Skubal, but there's always that option of trying to get him back in the offseason.
Yeah, they're not going to. I mean, it sucks to lose him, but it's a matter of, okay, lose him lose him at the end of the year, or lose him now, and now the team is just pretty much proven that they aren't going to be able to compete. Here's the question. Here's a question I have for you, Dean. Many people say DePaul is untouchable. He's their best prospect, and he's right now one of those AA outfielders who's hitting .308 with a .925 OPS. He's got 16 home runs and 28 stolen bases. Has a lot of ability there. Why do you think they'll cave and give him to the Tigers?
Well, they want that third ring in a row. Until the work stoppage, the Dodgers are going to do Dodger things. They're going to keep spending the money, and they don't care. They got that TV deal, so they have their own bank machine. They just keep printing money, and it's until the MLB cracks down on it, it ain't like nothing's going to change. So the Dodgers are going to, if there's no work stoppage, they'll probably four-peat. They'll just keep loading up.
Yep, and that's what the owners really want. They say they want it for competitive balance reasons, and they say that's what the fans want. And I think they're probably right about the fans, but players have always said they're never going to cave on that. With that said, Dean, your return of Jose DePaula, who is their best prospect, and getting the shorts and Josue, yes, sorry, and the other kid, the email kid, the third baseman shortstop, that would be a fine return. I would be very happy with that.
Because I think so. If Skubal goes in that trade, would they get they won't get no, they wouldn't. The draft pick, correct?
Nope.
So I think if the Dodgers want him that bad, I think Harris has to say, this is what we want, take it or leave it. If not, I'm going to Milwaukee.
Well, and that's the great thing, and that's why I think this is a rare circumstance, and why I think this should be an absolute trade, and B, not this, but they should absolutely trade Skubal, and B, it's the perfect storm for the Tigers to cash in with a reasonably big return. Getting 2 top 25 prospects for him would be pretty good. Rambo is next on 97.1. Hello, Rambo.
Hey, Doug. Good morning. Long-time listener.
Oh, great. Thank
Go
you
Blue.
for calling. Go Blue.
Hey, I'm calling about the Skubal controversy. This thing is tearing the city apart. Actually, stopped talking to a buddy of mine who says that he should be traded. I'm of the opinion that he should not be traded. It totally doesn't make sense to me to trade Skubal. I think we should build around him. And
do you understand? Do you understand the Boris factor?
I do. I understand Skubal also has not come out and said he's going to stay or is he going to go. He's going to go. But to me, the question becomes, why would I say something right now? If you pay him, he's going to stay.
Well, look, he's not. So Rambo, the Boris's clients get to free agency. They don't sign extensions before they get to free agency.
So let him go to free agency and let the doughboy pay. Here's the deal, right? Flaherty gets $20 million. He's gone next year. JV gets $15 million. He's gone next year. $35 million right there. You take that and pay $10 million more to Skubal, more than what he's getting paid right now, $32 million. That's $42 million. You're telling me that if you offer him $400 to $450 million, he's not going to stay?
Well, my response to that is you can trade him and still make that offer, right?
Why would you want to trade him? Why would you want to trade him?
Because you can load up on prospects and you could still make that offer.
I lose this year. I lose the next 3 years. When we traded for JV, we had to wait for next 10 years. I don't want to sit here and look at the Tigers with prospects. I want to compete for the next 4 to 5. JV pitched for the next 10 years. Skubal can pitch for the next 10 years.
Okay, look, let me just hold on. I think you're missing the point. Okay, Rambo, I'm going to put you on hold. I want you to think about this. He's a free agent at the end of the year. Boris is going to take him to free agency. You want to pay him $42 million over 10 years? I would think that's too long and too risky. But let's say you want to do that. You've got that money. If you trade him, get a whole bunch of good players, young players back that can pay off in the long run. And you can still take the money that you said and offer him that money in the offseason and bring him back just like they did Flaherty. This almost never happens, but under your circumstance, you can trade him and still make the offer you want to make. Why wouldn't you do it?
Doug, you're basically saying do the same thing over and over again, but expect a different result?
No.
Because you did the same thing with JV. And what happened in the next 10 years?
Well, if you think the Tigers have no chance to win because they didn't when they traded JV, they got nothing back in all of those purges worthwhile. Additionally, I wish I'd asked him a follow-up.
I'm not sure you do wish he won.
Paul, he opened by saying the Skubal controversy is ripping our city apart. Is it ripping our city apart? Am I unaware of this?
I tried to just talk to him in the reality of that Scott Boras is going to make his clients hit free agency.
Yep.
And I'm not sure when he hits free agency, he's re-signing with the Tigers, because I don't think if the Dodgers and Yankees really want him, I don't know if the Tigers can match what they want.
The Dodgers and Yankees can always pay him $1 more. And more than $1, obviously, but they can always pay more.
Doug, have you missed the fires in the streets?
Right?
The rioting?
The rioting. It's tearing our city apart. He did kind of get mad pretty quick. So maybe in his group of friends, it's tearing him apart. You can do everything you said and still trade him. Everything you said and still trade him. Now, I don't think he's coming back here no matter what. And additionally, I think if you gave him, what did you say, 10 years and $450 million, I think that would be way too much to commit. There is a real good chance that Skubal just had his best back-to-back years. And while he will be good and he is an asset, I feel like you'd be trading him for, or paying him for what he did more so than what he's going to do with that kind of offer. But thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Coming up today at 11:24, we'll shift gears a little bit. Actually, no, we'll do that. We'll do it at I got to rethink this. Coming up at 11:30, John Morosi had a lot to say this morning about the Skubal trade and really got specific on what they could get back. And it makes you wonder which one of these possible trades makes the most sense. You'll hear what he said at 11:30. It's Carson Anderson on 97.1. John Morosi got into some specifics of what a return might look like in a Skubal trade this morning here on 97.1. Hear the best of what he told our morning show at 11:30. In the meantime, I promised I'd get to this. Jim Bowden, the former MLB executive, now with The Athletic, said the following, just tweeted at this hour the following. Tigers going to do the right thing and be the headliner at this year's trade deadline, with Skubal, Mize, Torres, and Jansen now all expected to be dealt by Monday. Now, whenever I see something like this, I wonder why are you saying that? Have you talked to enough people that are interested in trading for these guys that say, yeah, we have the framework of a deal in place? I love insiders. I love what they know. I always want to know why they know it and why they're saying that. This isn't you guessing, right? You're going on information you have and talking to insiders. And for him to say it definitively like that makes me think that he knows that this is turned into a full-scale sell-off, fire sale. It's going to be Skubal. It's going to be Mize. It's going to be Glaber. It's going to be Kenley Jansen. And in theory, you set your organization up for a long time. In theory, if you do it right. There's plenty of examples of it being done wrong. And the Tigers purge when they moved a lot of great players in the mid-teens there. They didn't do, it was a poorly executed purge. Emily Walden, who broke the Max Clark news yesterday, who is a Tiger prospect writer for Baseball America, she tweeted out late yesterday, Drew Smith, JD Martinez, Justin Wilson, Alex Avila, Justin Upton, Justin Verlander. Of those 11 players, Jake Rogers leaves the organization as the final name off the list. So all they got back, they acquired 11 players through the trades of Drew Smith, JD Martinez, Justin Wilson, Alex Avila, Justin Upton, Justin Verlander. Jake Rogers is the only one that was still around, and he's gone. Really, nobody else was worth it. And Jeimer Candelario was a good player, but really, that when you do a purge like this and what the Tigers are expected to do, you can set yourself up. But, you know, the bottom line is it's not easy to do. You can get it wrong. Plenty of people do get it wrong. Text coming in from Jim. Back in 2016, Aroldis Chapman, Yankees traded him at the deadline to the Cubs for a prospect named Gleyber Torres, then re-signed Chapman that winter and had both the following season. There are examples. The Tigers did it with Flaherty. What I was pointing out to the previous caller, he doesn't want to trade him. He wants to build around him, and he wants to offer him $450 million over 10 years and, you know, and said how they can afford it. And I made the point that they could do that and trade him. If you think he's actually going to resign and you're going to give him that kind of contract. I wouldn't give him that kind of contract, and I don't think he's going to resign here. But his plan isn't – he could execute his plan. The caller Rambo could execute his plan and still trade him. But anyway, Jim Bowden tweeting that Skubal, Mize, Glaber, and Jansen all going to get traded by Monday. Let's go to Bob in Grand Rapids. You're next. Hi, Bob.
Hey, Doug. Thanks for taking my call. Oh my, that's good news, man. I hope he's right. I hope Jim Bowden's right. Trade them all. Yep. All the expiring contracts got to go. Get it right. You set yourself up for maybe a good run. We've got really good depth in the the young prospects. Go young, get faster. But have you heard from the Dodgers? Are they going to trade that? I can't pronounce his name. Mike S-I-R. I can't pronounce his last name.
Mike Sirota.
Sirota. I like him in the deal if we trade with the Dodgers. He's the guy I'm kind of looking at. I mean, he's got a 72 on base percentage in the minors. But the thing is you got to try to play. I know the Brewers don't want to trade their top prospect, Jose or Jesus Mate or whatever. But you got to try for him. You got to try. You got to go. You got to see what you can get from the Dodgers. Go back to the Brewers, see if they'll sweeten the pot. And you've got all these teams that want your players. You've got a chance to really really set your organization up. And that last caller, you tried to explain it to him. You can do exactly what he wants. You're only going to get 10 more starts for Skubal this year. And it's not like we're lighting it up with him starting. We're like 7-5. He in his starts or whatever we are. Man, this is just. I'm so excited, man. Well, I can't talk, Doug.
Yeah.
I mean, this is so exciting. I hope Scott does it right. This is what he's going to be known for, is this deadline here.
Yeah,
he's got to do it right.
I agree with that. This is kind of a legacy moment for Scott Harris. I'll start with you want Mike Sirota. I haven't heard anything that Mike Sirota is untouchable. He's their number 2 prospect. He's an outfielder with good speed, and he fits the profile that Scott Harris is looking for. Gator was tracking this on a day-in, day-out basis. Sirota just had a 72-game on-base streak snapped. He'd been on base in 72 consecutive games, and that is important. That is a point of emphasis for our guy Scott Harris. I would have to think that Sirota would be a very much coveted player by this organization in a trade with the Dodgers.
Oh my God, for sure. And I'm with you. I don't really want I don't want to get Caminiti. I worry about those pitching prospects that are still in Double-A. He might be really good, but I would, if we're going to get any pitching, I would target some middle relief guys or some high strikeout guys. I'm leery of getting prospects pitching back, but go after all the top prospects you can get and get them all.
He's in single A. Like Cam Caminiti, they think he's got a world of potential. And Atlanta is a player here, and they have something nobody else has. That's the highest rated pitching prospect of any team that's in the mix here is Cam Caminiti. But he's in single A. That's so far away that I'm cool with passing on that. I'm cool with, this is not the droid I'm looking for. 248-539-9797. Jeff on a cell. You're on 97.1. Hello, Jeff.
Hi, Doug.
What's up?
I would like to say the list changes every week for the prospects, because for a while there's Zaire Hope was the number 1 Dodger prospect. And also there's a guy in their system named Kendall George, I go up to the Loons games. Not that I'm a scout expert or anything, but he stole 100 bases last year. Then he's at Double-A right now, but he hasn't played the whole full season. He's like a 13 pick. He got hurt by the golden retriever retrieving.
Oh, is that the dude? That was the guy that got hurt by the dog?
Yeah. And he can fly, and Comerica's big. And I would also like to say, if you're the Dodgers, deal all your young guys, because guess what? If they become superstars, you'll buy them back 7 years from now when they're free agents.
No, that's a very good point. You really are only losing people temporarily, right?
Yep. So I would try to go 2 outfield prospects and then get, like they say, a pitcher who's ready right now. But the Dodgers also have I think he's a 4 or 5. Hey, got to go. You guys have a good one.
All right, cool. That was quick. Emil Morales is their number 4 prospect. And that is a player that was mentioned this morning on our morning show when John Morosi went on. He was kind of putting together actual trades and who the Tigers would get back, which, face it, I mean, we can debate, who should be traded and who shouldn't, or positions you want back. It's what's really hard to project is who you would get back, what players you would get back. And the thing about, like, the difference between the NFL draft and this is so many of you guys out there watch college football. It's not like people are in mass watching minor league baseball. So we're going a little bit off lists, right, and highlights and all that. It's hard to get a sense for how good a player is without watching him play for like 20 games, and that's what your scouts do. But, yeah, Morosi came up with some deals, and what he told our morning show, you will hear it coming up today at 11:31. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. it really is the biggest story in baseball right now. What's going to happen with Tarek Skubal? And we're very fortunate in that we have a national voice from our state, lives in the area, Jon Morosi, MLB Network. He's dialed in with what's going on in the league, but certainly never misses what's going on with the Detroit Tigers and has had a chance to talk to many people around the league. And he joined our morning show. Here are some of the highlights of what he had to say. And we'll start with this. The Dodgers. You've heard the callers call and ask about the Dodgers. We've talked about the Dodgers. Everybody thinks the Dodgers will be in on this. What would the Tigers get back from L.A.? Here's Jon Morosi with our morning show. Okay. He went on to say he doesn't think DePaula is available. The trade he put together included any of the top 3 outfielders that they have not named DePaula. Now, I will tell you, that is Sirota, that is Eduardo Quintero, that is Zaire Hope. All he said would be available to the Tigers if they wanted him. In the top 100, those 3 rank 11, 19, and 25. You get your choice of those guys. He also included a 26-year-old starting pitcher, a right-handed pitcher named Emmett Sheehan, who's had his struggles this year. It was decent last year, but has had his struggles this year. And he included third baseman shortstop ML Morales, who is at high A ball right now, and the number 24 prospect in baseball. Well, let's start with this. They have an excess of outfield inventory in the Dodgers organization. Their guys at the major league level are pretty good. I'm not convinced they wouldn't trade 2 of these guys. And this is the kind of trade that really can set you up. Now, would I rather have Emmett Sheehan or a pitcher, River Ryan, who's another top 100 prospect, a right-hander at AAA? I'd probably rather have River Ryan than Emmett Sheehan, but it sounds like the Tigers are somewhat interested in bringing back somebody who can pitch right here, right now. But that's what a Dodger deal would look like. Would Milwaukee move Jesus Made? Here's Jon Morosi. All right, take a look at those 3 players, and I'm not going to give you all their stats. Luis Pena, though, is at AAA and has an 843 OPS and has stolen 22 bases. He's a shortstop with speed. Jet Williams is at AAA. He's got a 726 OPS, 9 homers, 21 stolen bases in his minor league career, an 805 OPS. Josh Adamczewski has got a 937 OPS. He's a AA Biloxi. Those 3 in the MLB prospect rankings come in at 18, 77, and 88. That is 3 quality prospects. All would make sense. All would make sense. That would be an acceptable offer in return for Tarik Skubal. Next up, will Gleyber and Mize get moved? Here's what John Morosi told our morning show. Okay, if you are moving Gleyber, where does he go? You heard some teams listed off there. ESPN today predicted that Gleyber Torres would get traded to the Red Sox. What would you likely get back from the Red Sox? I don't think you're going to get one of their top prospects for a rental bat like Gleyber Torres. But could you get, this is where you could get your arm. They have guys in the teens of their prospect rankings at AAA, and Josh Holobetz and Tyler Uberstein, both right-handed pitchers at AAA that are pretty reasonably considered prospects. You want guys that are close. So if they like either of those guys for Gleyber Torres, that feels like to me it could be a reasonable deal. Their highest-rated prospect is Franklin Arias, a shortstop at AAA, who's expected to be a major leaguer next year. He is 20 years old. Probably can't get him without sweetening the pot, but I do like the idea of maybe moving Gleyber for an arm that is close to the major league level. All right, John Morosi, what do you think goes down at the trade deadline? Where do you think Tarik Skubal ends up? Okay, that would be cleaning out one of the best organizations in baseball of their top prospects. It would be hard to imagine that there wouldn't be a young outfielder coming back, another prospect. The question is, which pitcher do you want? I mentioned this guy for weeks now, and I'm going to say his name again. James Tibbs is a player that I would try to include in any deal with the Dodgers. He is a first baseman outfielder who's expected to be at the major league level next year. He's 23 years old. They got Freddie Freeman at first base. They have obviously an abundance of outfield prospects. Tibbs can play first base or right field. He is a left-handed hitter. He hits for a ton of power. And if things aren't working out with Skubal or with Torkelson, he can become your in-house replacement. Or you have a righty-lefty platoon there at first base if Tork is still part of the organization. Additionally, because he can play corner outfield and he split his time between first base and outfield this year, it does feel to me like he could be a guy that the Detroit Tigers could use, given the fact that I don't know that Kerry Carpenter, where is he going to settle in with this organization? His struggles of late might be completely injury-related and he could be fine long-term, but it's just something to keep an eye on. James Tibbs, a name that I would try and include in any deal with the Dodgers. So here we sit with reports today from Jim Bowden that do expect the Tigers to trade them all. Bowden's saying they're going to trade them all. He expects Skubal to get dealt. He expects Mize to get dealt, who got scratched for his start tonight. He expects Gleyber to get dealt, and he expects Kenley Jansen to get dealt. This is an opportunity here for Scott Harris to really put his stamp on this team. And look, this is an exciting time. We had just had a caller who was sounded more excited about this than anything else that could possibly happen. There is what the Tigers are looking at as they get ready for this trade deadline to come on Monday. That's the latest from Jon Morosi. 248-539-9797. Let's get to some feedback and then some phone calls. Doug, don't you think it's better value to get Scoop? Oh, I'm sorry. I already read this. I just don't want them to wait till the last second like they did with JV in Houston. That deal ended up a stinker. That's from Chad Nakar. Well, Chad, just because a deal is made right before the deadline doesn't mean it's destined to not work. I don't see any correlation between. I mean, it could. Just because you made it at the last minute. And that was a waiver deal, too, which was a little bit different. Mike at work says, Doug, why does it matter how good these prospects are if we can't keep great players on the team? What are we doing? Well, because you have them under club control for 6 years. I think it's 6 years. And so you won't have to worry about that for a number of years. And you can keep some people. Not everybody's going to hire Boris as his agent. Look what they've done with Colt Keith and Kevin McGonigal. They lock those guys up with contracts, and so you can make a move where you can get some young players. You like those young players, and you keep those young players before they get close to free agency, because those young players are excited to get the paycheck now instead of going through MLB minimums and arbitration deals. You pay them now; they'll accept it. They get paid now, and you lock them up for a longer term, which feels like it might be a Harris plan. So that's why it makes sense. 248-539-9797. The table has been set. Want to hear your thoughts? We'll get to your phone calls coming up here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, attention golfers, let Twin Peaks be your new 19th hole. If you're out hitting the links this weekend, cool off after your round at your local Twin Peaks. Why go to Twin Peaks? That's easy. For starters, nothing cools you off better than their 29-degree draft beer or cider. They pour all your favorites at a bone-chilling 29 degrees into a mug that's been freezing for a minimum of 12 hours. Perfect with their beer of the month, Summer Shandy. So good in the hot months. There isn't a golf course in the state that can offer that up, and now pair that with food from a scratch kitchen, and you'll never want to stay at the course for that old hot dog again. Hand-smashed and seared burgers, house-smoked brisket and ribs, hand-breaded chicken tenders and boneless wings, light and fresh salads with house-made dressings. They've got it all to help you recoup after a long day on the course, and show them your scorecard to get 20% off all food with a purchase of a beverage. Stop in this weekend to take advantage of watching our local baseball team. Hey, a debut coming up tonight, right? And enjoy what Twin Peaks has to offer. Come see why they are the best sports bar in the country. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. we are going to bring up some other stuff. But I got to tell you, it's hard with a lot of reporting going on, and it feels like things are really starting to happen. In Major League Baseball, Jim Bowden, who tweeted out earlier this hour that he expects the Tigers to trade them all. At this point, he expects them to trade them all. Has also now tweeted out, hold on, let me get this up. The Brewers are not going to include Jesus Motti in any Tarek Skubal offer, nor are the Rays going to offer Theo Gillen in a Skubal deal, and rightfully so, since it's only 3-month rental, with neither team being able to afford him long term. But both teams still have enough to land him, I am told. So, the top prospect in Milwaukee, and maybe all baseball, the top prospect in Tampa, and another, he's a top 10 guy. Those guys will not be moved, according to Jim Bowden. So just something to keep in mind as we move forward. We'll see. We'll see if you are going to, if the Tigers call up and say, okay, cool, we're about to hand the World Series to the Dodgers. You've had a really good year, but we're going to give him to the Dodgers unless you include Made. Will Milwaukee blink? But as of now, Bowden reporting no Made in any deal for Skubal. Let's go to Scott in Dearborn. You're on 97.1. Hi, Scott.
Hey, how are you?
What's up?
No, I was just talking to your screener. If they trade all them guys that you mentioned, I don't see the Tigers doing anything for 10 years.
Why?
What are they going to have? What are they going to have? Do you know? I listen to you guys all the time. From 6.
They're not going to be competitive for 10 years. They'll still have quite a few position players. Like losing Gleyber Torres is the only thing that really impacts their everyday lineup. Hao-Yu Lee has shown a ton of promise. If he doesn't work out, Max Anderson is one of their top prospects. McGonigal looks like he's going to be a fixture. Dingler looks like he's going to be a fixture. Riley Green's having an all-star year. Max Clark has potential there in center. And what you're getting back, you hope, will backfill any positions that you need. We'll see where Cole Keith settles in, what Carpenter turns it back into, but you can backfill those positions. You still have a lot of promising pitching I think Melton and Job. If Job, I'm very, very high on what Jackson Job's going to be. You got Reese Olson. Framber is Framber, but he's still decent. I'm not stoked about the contract, but that doesn't mean he's not a good addition. Again, they're not 10 years away. They're not. 248-539-9797. Feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox. There's a lot of people sounding off. It is news moving today. I'll be upset if Harris doesn't trade Skubal, mainly because I spent the last couple of weeks staring at prospect lists like a crazy person. That's from Kevin in a van. I was keeping my eye on it, but after Sunday's loss to Kansas City, I went all in. Dennis and Allen Park, if they trade Mize and Torres and not Skubal, Harris 100% should be fired. How would that make any sense? Well, until I hear what offers were, I don't fire people for trades they didn't make. Like what you just heard about teams not including Made, what if Milwaukee's offering you one prospect for him? What if the Dodgers are offering you one prospect for him? If we hear that there was a great offer on the table and he turned it down, I'll be pissed, yes. But, I mean, I'm pretty consistent with this. People getting mad about trades that weren't made when you have no idea what those trade offers were, that's why I have problems on co-signing on takes like Dennis there. Next text, Skubal, Mize, and Torres. If he doesn't, he should be fired immediately. Before Scott Harris, our team was laughable. Scott Harris found Skubal. He built the whole thing. I trust him. He was taking us from worst to first. This is his checkmate moment. That's from Aaron. He didn't find Skubal. Avila found Skubal. If Harris trades Mize, he can feel out what Skubal might be worth without actually fielding calls or answering questions from other GMs. Next text, I'd clean house. Move Skubal, Mize, Finnegan, and Jansen, then move Torres and DFA Outman. Well, considering that Max Clark is here, I think the Outman DFA, we could be hearing about at any moment. I think a team will give a ransom for Tarek if they can sign him, and I guess he and Scott Boras want to sign before they go on strike, plus the team has security he will pitch in the playoffs. That's from Freddie. Well, if they're trying to get a deal done quickly, I really hope Detroit made every effort to sign him to a reasonable contract. And by reasonable, I mean a little bit shorter term, but huge AAV. If they were worried about the work stoppage and wanted to sign early. 248-539-9797. Dane is next on 97.1. Hello, Dane.
Hey, Doug. Caller. I've got a different perspective here.
Okay.
I'm a part-time season ticket holder for the Great Lakes Loons. I've seen all these Dodgers prospects play.
Love it.
The thing with what I'm hoping Scott Harris does is that he uses the Dodgers as a benchmark and create a bidding war, because the Dodgers do have the deepest farm system. Their development is first class and from top to bottom. I've seen so many major leaguers go through Midland, and if I were Scott Harris, I would be asking for. I mean, DePaula is out of range, but a right-handed power bat, pure power, Mike Soroka.
Okay, I'm losing you, Dane. Did you say you're breaking up? Did you say Mike Sirota?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Along with James Tibbs, who's a left-handed power bat.
Love it.
There'd be two bats right there that you could plug into the middle of your lineup for the next 5 to 6 years. Emmett Sheehan, and then there's one of two other pitchers I would ask for would be either Adam Serwinowski, who is in Double-A, who's got really good stuff and good off-speed pitches, and pitcher that's pitching up in Midland now, Zach Root. If they got those four, Doug, that would be a home run, franchise-defining acquisition.
I want to make sure I'm
basically rental.
I'm understanding who the four are: Sirota, Tibbs, and did you say Sheehan, and then either Root or Serwinowski?
Adam Serwinowski, he's in Double-A, pitching for the Drillers. He pitched up in Midland last year. He was really good.
Right. So the four, who are the four, real quick?
James Tibbs,
you named five guys.
Outfielder. Four.
You named five.
Yeah.
So who are the four?
Yes. Four would be James Tibbs.
Yep.
Adam Serwinowski.
Yep.
Emmett Sheehan and Mike Sirota. If
Okay.
they could get those four, that is a home run.
I wouldn't be mad. Wouldn't be mad at all. And it's cool that you saw him up there in Midland. Like that's that's where the Dodgers high A affiliate is. And so, yeah, I mean, and the Dodgers, you know what that would be giving? The Dodgers would be giving up one of their top 8 prospects. One. But I think Tibbs is the real deal and ready. He's just blocked behind Freddie Freeman. I don't know anything about Serwinowski. Don't. Emmett Sheehan is a player that I'm sure they can move on from because he's got a 4-something ERA and he's not having a great year. But he's pretty good last year. Let me see if I can there might be something there. And he's 26 years old. One moment, please. Yeah, last year he had 12 starts, had a 2.82 ERA and a .97 WHIP. This year in 19 starts, he's got a 4.95 ERA and a 1.25 WHIP. He's taken a step back, but there still might be something there worthwhile. 248-539-9797. Okay, so we opened the show talking about Max Clark, who makes his debut tonight, and how that could be a precursor to a Gleyber Torres trade because it could push Javi into the infield. Also could be a precursor to a James Outman DFA, which seems, if not probable, it certainly does seem like a possibility. But we're also trying to figure out what number Max Clark is going to wear. He wears 3 and 13 a lot in his career, but 3 is retired. 13's held by Dingler. All the single digits, none of them are available at this point. So we're all going to make our guess as to what number Max Clark wears tonight when he debuts for the Tigers against the Athletics. 248-539-9797. Feedback. I think a team will give a ransom for Tarek. Oh, sorry, I already read that one. My apologies. Here we go. Tigers desperately need to add pitching depth with these trades. It's a glaring weak spot in the organization. There's some truth to that. And most of these trades, although that previous caller with the Dodgers included 2 pitchers, and they need a full-scale bullpen revamp. This team has been well below 500 since the second half of last year. They have a few good pieces, but overall they're a bad team in a bad division. So do we think Mize won't re-sign here? I'm confused when you say trade Glaber for an arm, but want to trade a good arm. That's from Trisha McComb. I actually don't want to trade Mize. I've said it over and over again. I make every effort to re-sign him. If he is giving back vibes that he is not going to re-sign here, then he gets moved. I think the fact that they scratched him from tonight's start tells me they weren't optimistic they could re-sign him, and they've got the preliminary talks with good offers coming back for Mize that they're willing to take. But no, I don't. Do I think they're going to trade Mize? I think so now. Would I have tried to every effort to re-sign him? Yes, and maybe they did. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Auto Law. The Tigers scratched Casey Mize from his scheduled start tonight against the Athletics in a trade precautionary move. This keeps Mize healthy and rested in case the Tigers do deal the right-handed starter at the deadline. It will now be a bullpen day tonight for Detroit against Jeffrey Springs and the A's. Tonight marks the start of a 9-game road trip out west. First pitch from Sacramento is set for 9:40 this evening. You can hear that and the pregame show here on 97.1 starting at 9:15. Some unsettling news out of Allen Park today as Aleem McNeil and rookie linebacker Jimmy Rolder both left practice today to be checked out for possible injuries. McNeil could be dealing with a neck issue while it's a potential leg injury for Rolder. On the right side, O-lineman Christian Mahogany returned to practice today off the NFI list. In other football news, Adam Schefter reports that CBS analyst Tony Romo has been placed on leave, quote, until further notice. Former Houston Texans edge rusher J.J. Watt will take Romo's place as the lead CBS NFL analyst in the booth with Jim Nantz. Romo was arrested for operating while intoxicated in Wisconsin last week. He was cited for the OWI, unsafe passing, and possessing an open container in a moving vehicle. And this Rocket Classic leaderboard update is brought to you by your Metro Detroit Ram dealers. Cam Young has cooled off after making the turn with only one birdie on the front nine after starting with 7 on the back. He's now 8 under today and 9 under for the tournament. He's tied for the lead. He was tied for the lead with Peter Malnati, but Patrick Cantlay just with a birdie to get to 10 under. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket.com.
Well, good afternoon, Detroit. Made it to Friday. And boy, things are afoot in Major League Baseball, aren't they? Before we get into the latest on Skubal and start knocking down your phone calls and the trade deadline, because it's not just Skubal anymore, we've been workshopping what number Max Clark will wear. When you look at the numbers that are taken on the 40-man roster and the retired numbers, it's slim pickings. So I asked the guys behind the glass, and I asked Evan to come up with a guess. We'll have a little pool here. Let's start with you, Bobby. What number are you choosing, and what is your reasoning?
All right. So there's a number that just opened up on the roster that might be a little bit of a fan favorite, number 34. And so I'm saying that because, he's got an affinity for the number 3. He wears 13. He's worn 3. 13 is gone. 23 is retired. 30, 31, 32, 33, those are all taken. So 34 seems like the next best option. Take Jake Rogers' old number.
Okay, so 34 for Max Clark. Paul, what number are you going with and why?
I'm going to go with number 18 because it's almost 13, but not really. It's a closed-off 3, Doug. Okay. But it's essentially 13, and he doesn't have to wear a ridiculous number like 63 or 73 to try to get a 3.
Okay. Evan, I will tell you, went with number 14. I will tell you that, just a little aside, based upon who I expect to get released, who's currently wearing 43. I would say 43, but it is taken for now, and that's James Outman. So I'm going to go with the number he wore in spring training that has special meaning here in Detroit. I'm going to go with number 84. Like you, Paul, I think it's a ridiculous number, but it's the kids don't care anymore. The kids don't care about that kind of stuff. To me, baseball numbers, I would never choose a number probably above 49.
Well, is 0 and 00 an option? Because those are cool numbers to kids.
They are, and I don't know if Major League Baseball's made them. Is anybody in Major League Baseball wearing the number 0? Does anyone know?
Maybe he's a big hockey guy. He's a big DeBrincat guy. He wears 93.
That'd be really cool if this kid was a big DeBrincat guy. Does MLB allow you to wear 0? Yeah, you can wear 0. Okay.
I mean, that's gained popularity across sports these past couple years.
Yeah, I should have known. Al Oliver wore 0 back in the day, and I remember that.
And plus being a rare 00, that would be sick.
So I think it's dumb, but I'm an old guy, relatively speaking. All right, so it's going to be 0. It's so going to be 0. All right, so if you're just joining us, the breaking news today, first, Casey Mize scratched from his start. Means they're probably trading him, which I hope it's because they had serious discussions about re-signing him. I hope, because I would have tried to bring him back given I don't want to be replacing 3 starting pitchers next year. And some of the guys that are returning, like Job, might be perfect as a closer. But nonetheless, if he's not going to resign here, and you've got a reasonable offer, and some of the beat reporters, Cody Stavenhagen said they don't have an offer yet. I can't imagine scratching him without having preliminary talks that are encouraging, right? That you've had some talks with a team and go, okay, we could take something along the lines of what they're discussing for Casey Mize. So he is scratched today. Jim Bowden's reporting that at this point, he thinks Skubal's getting traded, Mize is getting traded, Glaber's getting traded, and Kenley Jansen is getting traded. And Jim Bowden reporting that the Brewers are saying Jesus Made, one of the top prospects in the game, if not the top prospect in the game. You look at a list, he's at the top of some lists. Jesus Made's not getting dealt in a Skubal trade. So that is the latest. He's also reporting that the Gillen kid, the number 9 prospect in the game from Tampa, is not going to be included in a Skubal trade. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Tyler in Grosse Pointe. Hello, Tyler.
Hey, Doug. Love the show. Gator, love the show. Listen to you guys as much as I can.
Well, appreciate it. I'll pass it along to Gator.
All right. Thank you. I actually think that trading Skubal is going to make the Tigers better because our starting pitching has been really good this year. And I know, like, losing Mize, that's gonna hurt. But we also got Jackson Jobe coming up soon, right?
Yep.
So, I mean, you look at that, and then depending what we can get back from Skubal, I mean, do you guys agree we were probably going to lose him at the end of the year anyways?
Yes.
I mean, so we're going to get something back for him. And I think this team is really close. I really do. We got a lot of good core pieces. Like I said, the starting pitching has been fine. Kader Monteros, I know last start wasn't that great, but he's been really good. It's our bullpen, and if we can add another bat, I think we'll be fine. I really do.
Yeah, I mean, there's work to be done, and whatever you get back, you kind of got to get it right. You got to get something back that is probably contributing immediately, and then you hope at least one player that's really good for you pretty soon. So, I mean, Tyler, there's potential here. This isn't a hopeless situation, but they got to get some things right. Like, and that's the tough part is the game is filled with, like, look at Dombrowski. Dombrowski gave up Jacob Turner. He gave up Andrew Miller. He gave up Cameron Maben. And Miller went on to have a pretty good career as coming out of the bullpen, but those guys never really lived up to what their rankings were. And this is when Dombrowski was in buy mode. But then there's also, deals that send Fernando Tatis Jr. from the White Sox to the San Diego Padres and a deal for James Shields. Like, so you can, you got to get it right. That's all there is to it. This isn't complicated.
And I think Scott Harris, like, he has to do something. Like, as he sat there and been idle for so long, he's got to do something, and he's got to get it right, like you said. But just the fact that he's trying, that he's trying something is, in my eyes, it's promising.
Well, they were a pretty big player in free agency. They did add something like $80 million in payroll. So I don't know that he has not done anything, but this is a big moment. This is probably the pivotal moment in his time with the Detroit Tigers. And I've been saying for weeks we're going to be talking about this trade deadline for a long time. Randy in Greenville, you're next. Hello, Randy.
Hey, this is my first time caller, so I'm a little nervous hearing my voice on the phone.
Well, you're doing great, Randy. Off to a good start.
Yeah, well, listen, these callers are not realizing and understanding. 25 games were blown by the bullpen. If they had a bullpen that even won half those games, where would they be?
They'd be in much better shape, Randy. Much better shape.
Top of first place. And the thing is, I don't understand why I'm hearing so much about getting this outfielder, getting this infielder, needing bats, when the bullpen has been needed to be refurbished completely so badly all year. And I'm not hearing hardly much.
I'll tell you why. If you want to know why, it's because most prospect lists, the best prospects in the game, are either position players or starting pitchers. And so you don't see as many bullpen arms showing up near the top of prospect lists. And let's face it, a lot of guys ending up in the bullpen are starters that are repurposed out of the bullpen. It is absolutely a necessity, Randy. I've talked about it. I've talked about how you might need 7 new bullpen arms, and those feel to me like they're got to come from within the a couple need to come from within the organization, which is why I want to bring back Mize so we can take a look at Job as a closer. And it's why
that blew my mind.
What blew your mind?
When Mize was scratched and I'm hearing him being traded, that blew my mind.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's a free agent to be, is my guess that they've probably had. I mean, what would make sense is that they've had some. Why would they do that? They've had some talks with him about re-signing, and whatever he's asking for, they're like, okay, we're not going to do that. And it would make sense that they have somebody who's given them a preliminary discussion that would be a pretty good offer. But yes, the bullpen has to get addressed. You're 100% correct. I mean, when I read about the top pitchers available, as far as prospects, they're like all starters. So you got to you have some guys that you're thinking are going to start for you, end up being bullpen arms, and my guess is that gets addressed pretty heavily in free agency. Harris's free agent signings aren't exactly giving me a ton of encouragement, though. Right? That's something that worries me a little bit. But yeah, they got to get bullpen arms. There's no doubt about it. But when it comes to trading for top prospects, yeah, there's not a lot of bullpen guys near the top of lists. Gonzo Naturalist on Twitter says, Doug, I bet Max Clark will wear 34. He said he modeled his game after Bryce Harper, and Harper wore 34 when he came up with Washington. Dennis Carmody tweets us, Doug, put me down for 99 for Max Clark. These are both good guesses.
I thought 99 as well, but Workman has 99.
And he's on the 40-man still, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's a great point. 98. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Gator out today. 97.1. things are afoot in Major League Baseball. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Tigers at the center of all this talk. Tom's in Frankenmuth, and he's on 97.1. Hello, Tom.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
We're good, thank you.
Good. I think what they're doing this weekend is showcasing Max Clark. And the reason is because they can trade him with Skubal. I believe that trade makes it, advantageous for any team that can't quite afford to throw out all the prospects like Milwaukee or Cubs, this side or the other, or won't. Puts them in the equation more, and then that in turn leverages the Dodgers even more. So you can get an extreme haul.
Okay, Tom, I will tell you that if you include Max Clark in a trade with Skubal, you're right, you'll get more. What would motivate the Tigers to trade their top prospect when they're trying to repopulate their team with quality young players? Why would they do that?
Well, there will be more chance of getting more arms because the arms in the lower levels aren't as near as quality as their bats. And then B, you can get Tibbs and Sirota and maybe another outfielder and a starting pitcher on the back end. You could do it all, is what I'm saying.
If I sit down and think of all of the things that are possible and list them all that could happen at this trade deadline, I'm not sure I couldn't come up. If I came up with 25 things that could happen at this trade deadline, I'm not sure the Tigers trading Max Clark would be in the top 25. I don't think there's a chance in hell they do this.
I get that, and maybe that would be outside the box, but at the same token, that is a trade-defining moment. Why not do something a little different? I'm not sure if Max Clark is the real deal. Nobody does if any of these prospects will, but I think you have a higher chance of getting prospects that can be plugged in right away. Tired of Torkelson. I'm tired of Carpenter. These people will be ready to go next year.
So let me get this straight. You want prospects that can be plugged in right away, like Max Clark is getting plugged in right away.
I think Max Clark is a showcase, and I really don't think Max Clark is entirely the real deal. That's just my opinion.
Well, you yourself said you don't know on any prospect. Bless your heart. Let's go to Tom in Oxford. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Tom.
Hey, Doug. Good to talk to you, man. So
what's up?
Here's my opinion of this weekend. Welcome to Crazy Scotty's clearance sale. Everybody not named McConnell, Clark, Melton, any of our young guys, Riley Green can go. If you want pause, he can go too. Whatever we can get for him. I'm up for trade everybody. Rebrand this team. I don't think there's going to be baseball next year, and I'm going to set this team up like there's no baseball next year and try to aim for 28.
I mean, the problem is outside of the names that have been mentioned. Although did you say you'd trade Riley Green?
No, I said I would.
Okay.
So essentially, my untouchables are essentially Riley Green and all of our young guys.
Okay.
So, like, if someone won bias,
yeah.
How do you have that contract?
Yeah.
Goodbye.
I mean, I'll tell you, Tom. If I think of myself as a buyer, I'm not sure I'm interested in anybody else than the names that have been floated out there.
Oh, I agree, Doug. But I mean, hey, if we can get your 1,000 pick for pause, goodbye, pause. It's been real, buddy.
Yeah, Tom. Look, this is a classic. I don't like any of our players. Maybe we can get something for them. And given you said your 1,000th pick, but there's the Tigers have to hope a couple things. They have to hope something like Kerry Carpenter, his decline was solely injury related. They got to hope that. They got to hope that Cole Keith is going to continue an upward trajectory, which hasn't really happened this year. But he's not that old, could still get better. They got to hope that some of their young guys like Job and Reese Olson can come back and be live up to the potential that they've shown. And, people love to say hope's not a strategy, and it's not a strategy, but as you put together a team, no team is perfect. You got to figure out the things that are worth taking a chance on. It's worth taking a chance that Reese Olson and Jackson Jobe can pan out. It feels like it's unlikely that you can keep rolling with James Outman and he's going to change who he is, right? So you figure out who absolutely needs to be replaced and who are guys that could still turn into good players for you. But there's a lot of players that I think, you could make them available. I'm just not sure you're going to get anything worthwhile for them. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson. In the meantime, Lions practice today. Unfortunate news that both Alim McNeill and Jimmy Rolder left practice with injuries. Now, I'm a long way away from panicking over these injuries. Jimmy Rolder was a leg, and Alim McNeill was his neck. When I take a look at Jimmy Rolder's career at Michigan, everybody raved about him. It was just about staying healthy. And when he was healthy, he was a damn good player. He was really, really good. And then I think it was the Michigan State game he got hurt last year. But Rolder is a string of good health away from being a great draft pick. And he got hurt in practice 3. Alim McNeill, it's crazy. Dan Campbell addressed the media this morning, and he went on for 2 minutes about how different Alim McNeill looks because he's finally healthy. And he gets hurt 90 minutes later. There's no reports on the severity of said injuries, but we'll pass that along as soon as there is news. 248-539-9797. Robert in Baltimore is next. Hello, Robert.
How you guys doing? Love the show.
Thank you.
That last caller was so confusing. I can totally understand why you were speechless. Let's trade a prospect to plug and play, but we literally just are calling up one to plug and play. Oh my gosh, you guys have the patience of a saint. But all jokes aside, I would love for Clark to wear number 34 because in hopes of ushering in the next era of a great defensive center fielder for the late Chet Lemon. And also twofold, the older generation, get off my lawn guys that absolutely their heads explode about Max Clark and his bling. I think it would be hilarious if Max Clark wore number 34. Just to sort of the irony of that, would be amazing.
Of wearing Chet Lemon's old number?
Yeah, because I think the older generation, if you go on social media, the older generation, the biggest thing that they have to say about Max Clark is the chains. Yeah. Lose the bling, lose the drip, lose the chains. And so I think it would be ironic that the older generation probably loved Chet Lemon and oh my God, he's wearing Chet Lemon's number. Who does he think he is?
Well, Robert, I can almost guarantee you that the older generation is not using the term drip.
No, which makes it even more funny. So,
I'm going to guess that the older generation is comparing him to Mr. T.
Exactly.
Yeah. Look, these are one of those things. I will tell you this. Here's the way I see it. It really shouldn't have anything to do with whether or not the guy can play, right? What you're wearing shouldn't matter.
It doesn't.
If it were my kid, I would advise him not to do it. However, it has nothing to do whether he can play or not. I'll never forget this story, and this has little to do with anything, but
remember Bryce Harper?
Oh, yeah. Bryce Harper, he drew all the attention to himself, and he's a great player. But, the eye wash that some kids play with today, I was coaching my son's team, and this kid came to the plate, and he had pink arm sleeves, pink stirrups, pink shoes, had a pink bandana on, but he stepped into the box, called time to take his helmet off and make sure everybody saw his pink bandana. And one of our kids said out loud, "Look at this blanket guy." And another kid said, "What a hero." And we all burst out laughing. But kids are different, and that doesn't mean they can't play. Doesn't mean they can't play. And Max Clark, if you could play, wear whatever you want, what a hero.
Well, and one other thing I would say, if you like the spring training obviously had that really, really terrible day in the field, right?
Yep.
But if you look at his stats in the minors since then defensively, at Toledo he's only made 2 errors, and his defensive run save per 9, if you want to geek out on data, a good defensive run per 9 is like somewhere between 2.7 and 3.1. That's considered good. He's at 2.9, and he's got a 992 fielding percentage. So I just hope that
Robert,
people just
there's a reason why he's talked about as a 5-tool player. Like, he can potentially do it all. He's got to prove it, but Donald in Detroit, you're next. Hi, Donald.
Hi, how's it going, man?
What's up?
I was calling because I didn't want to use this analogy because there's some victims that's probably been victim of Ponzi scheme, but it seems as if the Tigers and selling off or getting rid of your best players and replenishing them with prospects is like, when does it pay off? Like, about time the prospects become, I guess, talented enough or mature enough or experienced enough to become winners, their contracts are over.
That's not necessarily true, Donald. First of all, the Tigers, if they have a prospect they like, they'll lock him up with a contract. That seems to be what Harris has done. At least he's done it with Keith and McGonigal. Secondly is once they're ready to play, you have them under club control for 6 years. And so unless they're a slow developer, in which case you don't even know if you want them, but unless they're a slow developer, you usually get some good years out of guys.
Okay, well that 6 years is a good enough window. But I was thinking more so of like 4 or 3 to 4, 4 or 5, because like I said, unless Scuba says he doesn't want to play for the Tigers anymore, they understand it. But I think we should build around him, and Mize, keep Scuba and build. Raise the tickets.
Well, those guys have already look. I think there's. If you could have re-signed him, I would have re-signed him. Skubal, when Boris was his agent, that he's getting a free agency, and once he's out there, he'll keep going back to the Dodgers and Yankees. Mize, I'm disappointed in. Like, I would have re-signed Mize. I've talked about this for a long time. The fact that they scratched him, I hope it's because they've had preliminary talks, and Mize's ask is just, in their view, not reasonable. But if that's the case, and you're going to lose him at the end of the year anyway, you may as well cash in. We'll get the latest from the Skubal Trade Center update desk next from an MLB insider here on 97.1. All right, for people just joining us today, and I feel like I see it all the time, wanting to know the latest on what's going on with the trade deadline. Nothing has happened yet, but the footings, the grounds are being laid for something to go down, starting with Casey Mize getting scratched tonight. That would indicate that even though Cody Stavenhagen said there's no offer on the table, I would have to think the talks around Casey Mize and a Casey Mize trade have probably progressed to the point where they're pretty convinced that they can get a decent return for him. So why risk it at this time? Secondly is Jim Bowden reporting he expects the Tigers to just have a fire sale. He predicted that the Tigers are going to sell Skubal, they're going to sell Mize, they're going to sell Gleyber Torres, they're going to sell Kenley Jansen. I opened the show saying I hadn't quite put 2 and 2 together, but Scott Bentley of Locked On made a really good point. He does a good job. They made a really good point that was maybe obvious to everyone, but I didn't connect these dots. Max Clark getting called up could very well mean that Gleyber is likely to get traded because Max Clark getting called up pushes Javi Baez back to more infield innings, whether it be at short. He has played some second base, but that is sort of the fallout of the Max Clark call-up. So it's just something to keep in mind. We will see. They're not calling Clark up to not play, right? They're calling him up to play. They're calling him up to keep developing him, especially if they're in sell mode. I mean, if they're in sell mode, then and they decided not to leave him in the minors, then they're bringing him up because they want to get him as much major league experience as they can and have him ready for next year, whatever next year turns out to be, and years moving forward. But, that's something to pay attention to. Outman, I would imagine he's gone. You don't need multiple left-hand hitting center fielders. Baez more run in the infield. Gleyber getting moved. And, if you take a look at Clark and what he might be, and he'll make his debut tonight, most likely the lineup isn't out yet. But I suspect, if you looked at his month by month, you saw a player that just is coming off easily his best month. He got off to a decent enough start in April, a 794 OPS, hit 1 homer, stole 6 bases, 10 walks. His strikeout number's 16. His second month is where he took a step back. OPS dropped to 631, hit 1 home run, had 8 walks, 18 strikeouts, and only 3 stolen bases. Then he kind of bounced back, 763 OPS, hit 4 home runs in the month of June with 15 strikeouts and 11 walks. And then July, listen to this, his OPS skyrocketed to 1086. He hit 5 home runs, 16 walks, 16 strikeouts, 4 stolen bases. He had 338 batting average, a 466 on base percentage. They really like his command of his ability to swing at strikes. And so he's coming off his best month. They think he's earned it. And we'll see Max Clark tonight. Kind of exciting times for what's going to happen next. It's NFL drafty, not completely like the NFL draft, because most people watch a lot of college football and people don't watch a whole ton of minor league baseball, but it's got that feel, doesn't it? 248-539-9797, that NFL draft kind of feel. Let's go to Omar in Clinton Township here next. Hi, Omar.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen.
What's up?
I'm just listening to all this selling that the Tigers are doing, and what irks me is, to me, it seems like they're throwing in the towel. You're getting rid of, I understand with the Skubal situation, but you're getting rid of Mize, you're getting rid of Gleyber Torres, you're getting, Jansen, he's been like 50-50. And then, they're trying to go after these prospects. And then, plus, I know I was listening to you mention about Atlanta's got like the 47th prospect in the country with there was a 19-year-old
the pitcher, yeah.
Which means we gotta wait about 3 or 4 years before we see him. You know what I'm saying? So then who knows how that's going to turn out? To me, it just seems like they're throwing the whole towel in here.
Well, they are and they aren't. I would have tried, and I hope they did try to sign Casey Mize and just discovered that they probably aren't in agreement as to what he's worth moving forward. But All those guys are on expiring contracts. All of them will be free agents at the end of the year. And so it's sort of, are they throwing in the towel? Yeah, the team's play hasn't dictated that I just can't see them putting together enough wins with this bullpen. Like the bullpen has completely undermined their chances to win this year. And so they're, all right, let's go back to the drawing board, cash in our chips, and try and reboot for next year.
Yeah, so I mean, it's like a thing with all these Detroit teams, with when Grant Hill left, and then with
turned out to be a great thing. When Grant Hill left, this is the Grant Hill. I'm glad you brought up Grant Hill because Omar, in our lifetime, Grant Hill left felt devastating. Turned out to lay the foundation for a championship team. When Matt Stafford left, they took that situation and helped springboard the best, most credible era of Lions football in my lifetime. So it's making the best of a bad situation. Hopefully Scott Harris is savvy enough to get it done. This is going to define his career.
Oh, yeah. If not, or else he's going to be on the outside looking in. But I'll enjoy the show. I appreciate you guys.
No, Omar, thank you for calling. 248-539-9797. Dave on a cell. You're on 97.1. Hi, Dave.
Hey, how you doing today, Doug?
We're good.
I know you approach this trade package thing like the NFL draft.
I do.
And
yeah.
As do I. That's one of my favorite parts of football season is draft season. So I've got a couple of ideas that if Scott Harris has the guts to do it, he could replenish the Tigers with a total infusion of talent. And you tell me if I'm unreasonable.
Okay.
If he trades Skubal to the Dodgers.
Okay, Dave, you're breaking up. You're breaking up. What were you saying? If they trade him to the Dodgers, what?
If they trade him to the Dodgers, there's a package of players that I'd be interested in getting. One, Mike Sirota.
Yep.
He's a right-handed bat. He's a 2020 player.
Yep.
James Tibbs, who plays first base and
100%.
outfield.
Yep.
He gives you position flexibility. He's a strike zone guy that Scott Harris covets. He's a power hitter.
It's a great start.
I would like also for next year's rotation, if we're getting rid of pitchers, some guys that are ready. And one guy would be River Ryan, 27-year-old, had a Tommy John surgery, but he's 97, 98 mile-hour fastball, 94, 96, I think, slider. And then Jackson Ferris, who's a left-hander who might be already with the team, because they have a lot of pitching depth already. So if they make that deal, if I could get three of those four players, that would be great. And I know Mize has not been dealt yet, but Milwaukee may want to counter. And the guy that I heard your package earlier in the week about Luke Adams, who I think that's a good selection. I think, but if you get Tibbs, you may not need him. Exactly. But the guy I really want is Andrew Fisher. He's a power-hitting third baseman, which is a huge hole on our team. And if it takes Mize and even another prospect, the best of Max Anderson or Hao-Yu Lee, or even Colt Keith, because unfortunately I like Colt Keith. He just doesn't have a position. And to me, he's going to be a DH.
Maybe.
And I think right then, you've got two starting pitchers for next year. You've got a right-hand hitting, power-hitting outfielder. You've got a guy who can play first base. You've got a third baseman, power-hitting outfielder. Now you can make some other moves like maybe get rid of Torque and Carpenter and replenish your bullpen, even Keith. Because Torque, to me, is underperformed. Parker Meadows is a bust. And Carpenter, if he's not a full-time player, he needs to move on.
Okay, I will tell you this, Dave. I'm not as mad at the players there you listed at the end. Everything about your trade, though, I think it perfectly fits what they need to do. Everything about what you just suggested with that Dodger trade, if they can get back what you suggested, I think that's a exceptionally good return. And Sirota, if I were to pick a player in a lab, make a player in a lab that Scott Harris would like, it's Sirota's scouting report. He wins 72 consecutive games getting on base. 72. He's got good speed. He's got power. He plays the outfield. That's a guy. All right. We're going to take 10 texts on something different because we obviously have done some baseball talk. Today, Dan Campbell said this unheralded Detroit Lion is perfect for what we're going to ask him to do. He's not a name you haven't heard of. He's not like some undrafted free agent. Let's take 10 texts right now. Who do you think it is? Dan Campbell said he was perfect for what we're going to ask him to do. Who do you think he is? He's an unheralded Detroit Lion. And he was effusive in his praise of that player today. 10 texts. Who you think it is? And remember to sign your text at 248-539-9797. Who do you think this guy is? We'll read your 10 texts, sign your text, and then we'll play the soundbite for you at 105 on 97.1.
Brought to you by M&M Garage Doors. Casey Mize was scratched from his scheduled start by the Tigers tonight as they are in Sacramento to face the A's. This is a precautionary deadline move in case Detroit decides to deal him before Monday. We could also see the debut of Max Clark tonight after he was called up from the Tigers yesterday. First pitch is at 9:40 tonight. Pregame starts at 9:15 here on 97.1. CBS baseball reporter Jim Bowden says the Brewers and Rays will not include their top prospects in Jesus Mate and Theo Gillen, respectively, in any deal for Tarek Skubal. He said both teams still have enough outside those prospects to land the Tigers ace. Meanwhile, Bob Nightingale says with Jim Nantz. And this Rocket Classic leaderboard update is brought to you by your Metro Detroit Ram dealers. We will not have a new course record at Detroit Golf Club today, but Cameron Young did tie it with a 9-under bogey-free 61. He launches all the way up to a tie for first place at 10 under on the tournament with Patrick Cantlay. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Carson Anderson here on 97.1 Gators Out. He'll be back Monday. Look forward to that. Kang away as well. Our depth is getting tested, and the guys behind the glass coming through, Bobby and Intense Paul, do appreciate it. 248-539-9797. Lots of Skubal, Mize, Glaber, Jansen trade talk today, and the Tigers right in the middle of all the reporting. It doesn't feel like anything's going to go down today necessarily, but it feels like the footings have been laid. There's groundwork. Can you imagine being Max Clark and you get called up? And it's not like he hasn't met these guys before, but you finally get in that clubhouse. You're a major leaguer. You walk in. Tarek, what's going on? Big gulps, huh? Okay, see you later. I mean, it's going to be that quick. He's just going to walk into that clubhouse, and that's it. Be in and out. And 4 key components could be shipped out. But, it's the next wave of young Tigers. Led by McGonigal and Dingler. Riley Green's not old. Hopefully Clark can stick. And, best case scenario is it turns out to be just like McGonigal. But probably realistically, we should tamp down expectations. But 248-539-9797. Okay, we did the 10 text thing. Dan Campbell said this guy is perfect for what we're going to ask him to do. I mentioned he was an unheralded Detroit Lion. Here we go. Here's some of the feedback. Nick at work says, Greg Dortch. Not who I was thinking of, but Nick, he did praise Dortch today. He was talking about some of their punt return drills and how he looks like he's electric back there. And Dortch doesn't want to be thought of as a gimmick guy. And Dan Campbell said, yeah, we can use him. We got 3 guys at the top, but we could use him. Hunter in Royal Oak said Malcolm Rodriguez. It's not Malcolm Rodriguez. John and Allen Park says Jimmy Rolder. Nope. Matt in St. Clair Shores says Sione Vaki, and Ibram in Sterling Heights says Vaki. It is neither of those two. Or that it's not him. Both of you are wrong. Sorry. Brock Wright says Caleb in Lincoln Park. It's not Brock Wright. Nick in White Lake says Jack Campbell. It's not Jack Campbell. Jordan in Pontiac says Doug. I'm going to say it's Derek Barnes. It's not Derek Barnes. Bradley B says Isaac Tesla. It's not Tesla. Chris in Hazel Park says Scruggs. He loves Scruggs. He absolutely loves Scruggs. It's not Scruggs. And he talked about Scruggs today. He talked about Scruggs and Barch. Barch, I guess, is working his way through something, but seems to be pretty happy with their O-line depth. DC, those were the first 10. I'm going to see if anybody got it. And I'm looking at 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 here. DC in Traverse City says Tom Kennedy. It's not Kennedy. RJ in Baltimore says Derek Moore, edge rusher. Nope. Tori in Rochester says Tyleek Williams. Nope. Dwayne in Washington Township says defensive back Christian Izzian. It is not Christian Izzian. Mark in Ann Arbor says Blake Miller. It's not Blake Miller. Let me look at Twitch and see if there's any other names. Rodrigo, Derek Barnes, TJ Lang, no. Jason Hansen. Goff, no. And I bet he'd say a lot of these guys are perfect for what he wants. But it's caught me off guard because I don't think we've ever taken a call on this dude. And last year, pretty sure the Lions traded for him. Let me double check that. Give me 1 second here. Nobody has mentioned him. You see, Bobby, you see all the texts that come in, and you know who I'm talking about. Has anybody mentioned this guy?
I have not seen his name once.
Okay. He was claimed off waivers on August 27th. Here is what Dan Campbell had to say about Tyler Lacey, defensive end. There you go. Tyler Lacey gets almost no talk. Perfect big end and base. Okay. Well, something to keep an eye out for. Maybe they found one there. Maybe not. I mean, it's camp. I thought that was interesting. He was pretty effusive in his praise there. 248-539-9797. All right, so the big news today is obviously what's going on in Major League Baseball. The Tigers, the stuff that was floated out there earlier today by John Morosi. If you missed it, you'll hear it today at 1:30. Man, there's some intriguing stuff going on in terms of the Tigers. Jim Bowden saying he expects by Monday the Tigers will clean house. His expectation is now that it's Skubal, it's Mize, it's Glaber, and it's Kenley Jansen. You know, as you look at this thing, and they're all on expiring contracts, that's a lot of salary shipped off. So there's a thing that Scott Harris, I'm moderately optimistic and moderately pessimistic. Pessimism is centered around all that salary being shipped off and a lot of holes to fill with veterans. He's going to have to be good in free agency. And I'm not sure he can do that. Glaber was a nice addition, but Framber, we'll see. Kenley Jansen has been iffy. I mean, I suppose he's getting outs, but he's not. When he misses the strike zone, he misses it dramatically. Optimistic about his ability to judge young talent. We'll see if that, when it comes to the draft, we'll see if that pays dividends as it pertains to the finding players in other organizations in a return for a veteran. Whose prospects are you going to get, and are you going to be right about them? Daniel in Trenton says, I bet Max picks from the numbers 18, 22, or 24. All different carats of gold. I think Max wears gold. 18 karat, 22 karat. Oh, I got it.
See, I thought 24 karat would be hilarious, but that's Cabrera, so he's only going to wear that for a year until that gets retired.
Yeah, that's a good point. Darren and Taylor says, I bet Max throws some cash at Bo Brisky and gets the number 4 since he really doesn't use it anymore. The 00 is like wearing 2 chains. Max should go with that. Fully embrace it. That's from Johnny and Macomb. Raymond and Bloomfield. I think they should keep Skubal. I think there are plenty of desirable Tigers that can be traded for good prospects without the need of trading the only reliable pitcher the Tigers have. On the flip side, if Skubal told Tiger management he wants out at the end of the year, trade him. If he's saying he's willing to stay an extra few years and negotiate, keep him. Raymond, if he said that, A, I'd be shocked, and B, absolutely. Absolutely. I think we're all operating under the guise of and the presumption here that he's said they're not even in the same ballpark. Yes, Raymond. If he said he'd stay, yes, keep him. Either way, the future's still bright for our Tigers. The youth core of players will be on display in the last 2 months of the season. McGonigal, Clark, Green, Keith, Torque, Melton, Job, Dingler, Lee, Montero, Valencia. And there's still more behind those guys. We want to be the next Brewers Tampa Bay franchise model. It's from Harry and Garden City. And yeah, those teams are good. And while you're at it, go ahead and raid their prospect pools. From an unnamed texter, you know what's awesome about this fire sale and the fact that we have a great young core and are close to winning? We can get guys close to the majors for Skubal and then take better prospects that may be further away for guys like Torres and Mize. Then whatever you can get for Jansen and possibly Flaherty. Yeah, I mean, I think Skubal and Mize should net you something pretty good. Glaber being a rental, I think low A, if you get a low A return on Glaber, but a prospect with some upside, I could see that. And then Jansen, teams always want bullpen arms, and he's got a good reputation. If you've been following his command this year, it doesn't seem like it's what it needs to be. I don't know if I'd trust him if I were another GM, but hey, bullpens are always coveted. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Hey, your garage door works harder than you think. It goes up, it goes down, and after thousands of trips, it deserves a little TLC, and that's when you call the pros. M&M Garage Doors, located right here in Michigan since 2011. They're offering a complete care tune-up for just $59. That way, you can avoid the major repairs. You don't think about your garage door till it's broke. Well, put that off as long as possible by getting that tune-up from M&M Garage Doors for $59. I can tell you their customer service is elite. Call 844-ONLY-DOOR or visit garagedoorrightnow.com. M&M Garage Doors. Open your door to exceptional. License 210-220-6147. I do love this quote from Big Ten Media Days from Kyle Whittingham. The players are doing what they're supposed to do. Unfortunately, the drama came from the adults. Yeah, and this added to by The Athletic. It says, Kyle Whittingham, likely to be much more of an adult than Michigan's previous adults. Yeah, there needs to be, things need to be quiet and kind of boring. Quiet and boring for a while here. So I do like the Whittingham hire a lot. It feels like a rudder hire. Somebody that the boat will rock less. And in theory, that's what they absolutely need. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We got a Mike in Traverse City. You're on 97.1. Hello, Mike.
Hey, appreciate it. Yeah, I wanted to talk about Casey Mize a little bit because I'm team sell everybody for sure.
Yep.
But I'm not sure with Mize because I think you can give him the qualifying offer and get a comp pick. I know it seems like maybe he's not worth it, but we've seen this before. I love Dombrowski, but I think his one mistake really was that year that he let Johnny Peralta walk without the qualifying offer, and St. Louis gave him a big contract, would have been a comp pick, but he didn't give him the offer. So I think we could do that with Mize.
So, well, you know what it tells me though, Mike? Because you go, okay, then why wouldn't they pursue that? That tells me that their talks with other teams, they think what the return they could get for him is better than a comp pick.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, and that's that's something else that it's you got to play the game and play the rules correctly, and so you're exactly right about what they can and can't or should and shouldn't do. But when they scratched him tonight, even though the insiders are saying there's no offer, you wouldn't do that unless you talked to some teams and you were pretty confident you could make a good deal.
I would agree, but the CBA comes into it too. Who knows if there's comp picks next year or when it comes back? I guess
I have one fear, Mike, and my one fear is that the new CBA will somehow benefit teams in return in signing their own free agents. Kind of like what happens in the NBA. And if that's the case,
I wonder that too.
That's the worst case scenario, that you unload all these guys because you're not going to get anything for them, or because you're not going to re-sign them, so you got to get something for them, and then turn around and a new CBA says, hey, you can re-sign your own free agents at this discount, or the players get more money signing with you, and you're like, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, I guess the flip side of that is if these young guys in the return pan out, then you can control them a little bit better as well when they get that point of a renewal. But yeah, it's tough. It's tough. The whole thing is kind of funky because of the CBA.
It's such a weird unknown variable, Mike, that I don't even know how to process it and whether we should be even thinking about it because there's just a high degree of unpredictability. Hey, thanks for the call.
Appreciate it.
Yep, Mike in Traverse City. Let's go to Chuck in Flint. You're next. Hello, Chuck.
Yeah, I was thinking, probably the best thing to do is trade Skubal out, and then next year go after him in free agency.
Well, that is the best thing.
Do a John Flaherty thing. Just roll the dice that he doesn't sign extensions before that happens.
Yeah, Jack Flaherty. There's no question that is the best thing that you can do. Every time a player is a rental and gets traded, the hometown suggests that they get him back in the offseason. It just rarely happens. It happened with Flaherty. It happened with Aroldis Chapman. So it could happen. The Yankees did it with Chapman. But I'm not counting on that. It feels to me like it's awfully unlikely that they would have the financial means and they could agree to terms, and then they'd risk this by trading him. I think they'd just re-sign him. But
I mean, right now he's not going to re-sign, but if you go after him in free agency, then you got a better shot at it. And if the CBA comes through with, terms that we can afford, that would be ideal. The best of both worlds.
It would be there. Maybe the new CBA somehow, because the contract's up with the players and the owners, could be looking to strike or a lockout. Maybe the new system will somehow benefit a team like Detroit. I mean, there's a lot of people watching where Skubal ends up. If Skubal goes to Milwaukee and Milwaukee wins the World Series, the owners lose a lot of leverage because they say they want a salary cap for competitive balance. And if a small market team like Milwaukee, or if the Tigers trade him to Tampa, and Tampa wins it all, then the argument can be made, no, these small market teams can win. But if they trade him to the Dodgers and the Dodgers just roll through the playoffs, it further solidifies the owner's argument that unless we do something, we're going to get the same teams winning every year. And we're risking having a league of haves and have-nots. So that's another underlying story here, big picture, that could impact the next collective bargaining agreement. Feedback. Harris has to pull off a deal with Milwaukee. Logan Henderson has to be the gem of the return. Plus, a plethora of hitting prospects that Milwaukee has is way more diverse than anyone else in the field. That's from Alec and Grand Blanc. Okay, if they are able to get Logan Henderson, who they're using now, 24-year-old right-hander who's been really, really good for them, had some injuries, but has been really, really good for them, and is back in pitching, and his last outing was just as good as his previous ones. If they can get Logan Henderson and a plethora of hitting prospects, that will be one hell of a trade. I think the problem is Milwaukee is planning on using Logan Henderson. Sure, Skubal over Henderson is an upgrade, but if I keep thinking about it from Milwaukee's perspective, it's not worth me unloading a bunch of hitting prospects, a plethora of hitting prospects, and a usable good arm right now just to get Skubal, which sounds weird, just to get Skubal. I wouldn't make that trade if I were Milwaukee. So Skubal and Mize go. What does next year's starting rotation look like? My concern is our staff is so injury prone. Well, yes. And both Skubal and Mize have dealt with injuries. But next year, the rotation looks like Melton, Framber, Job, Reese Olson, free agent Montero, and free agent. That's 6 names. Usually need 6 or 7 starters. So, I mean, I like that group. I wonder if you're going to get diminishing returns every year with Framber. That's a concern I have where he is in his career at 32. But, I mean, I don't think that's a bad staff. I think a lot of it rides on how good is Job going to be, and I'm a huge fan of what Job is going to be. 248-539-9797. Is there any world where we trade Torkelson? I'm just saying. That's for Bob in a car. I mean, if somebody's looking for a power-hitting right-handed bat, replace an injured player, maybe. But it doesn't feel like Lorenzo or Briseño are close. Those will be their top prospects at first base. Maybe one of them could debut next year. If they trade with Milwaukee and get Luke Adams, who's a AAA guy who's killing it, first baseman, corner infielder, or if they trade with the Dodgers and get James Tibbs, first baseman, corner outfielder, he is crushing the baseball in Oklahoma City. If they get one of those guys in return, they might be ready to move on from Torque. I mean, the thing about Torque, you got to remember, and like the people that say just get rid of him, they have been trying to win. Who is better than him at first base that they can get right now? If nobody's really ready to be called up and be better than him, if you've had enough, got it. But I'm not sure there's anybody in the organization that can be close to as good as Torque. So, there's the punitive cut. I'm so sick of him, got to let him go. Okay, fine. But then there's the field a team cut. You got to field a team still. So is there a world, though, where somebody offers you something for him and you move on and this year you're okay with it because it's a rebuild? Yes, especially if you get one of those young first basemen back in a trade with Milwaukee or the Dodgers. Unnamed texter, we've seen Carpenter's ceiling. He can have his moments, but he's wildly inconsistent and can't stay healthy. He's not a core piece. Well, I mean, you made up your mind on that. That's fine. I haven't. I'd like to see him come back and be healthy and see what he can be if he stays healthy. He might be a platoon player forever and only face right-handed pitchers, but whoever sent this in, you've made up your mind? I haven't yet. So do you think Mize won't re-sign here? I'm confused when you say trade Glaber for an arm, but you want to trade a good arm. I think the only reason you're trading him is because they don't think they can re-sign him. But I would re-sign him. But if he's shown no interest in coming back or his price is ridiculous, then yeah, I'd see what you can get for him. Raymond and Flint, you're next. Hello, Raymond.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
So I was just telling the other guy. So the Red Sox, I guess, have some interest in Gleyber Torres.
Yes.
And he's just seeing what they did with Conley early. I'm talking. I watched that kid play in the playoffs last year, and I pretty much fell in love with him since.
Mm-hmm.
And now look at Curtis Mead. He's done for the rest of the year, maybe until if they make the playoffs, he might make an appearance late. Who knows? He broke his wrist.
Yep.
So what kind of package do you think we can get for Gleyber? I'm maybe considering it'd be a good deal if we could throw in Mize with that, and probably get maybe Tolley and Christian Campbell.
Well, let me start with Early and Mead. I wouldn't think you're getting either of them back for Gleyber. Then you talked about sweetening the pot and throwing in Mize.
For Christian Campbell.
Yeah, if they have it, yeah, that would be interesting. I'm not as high on Mead, but you know, you would have to sweeten the pot. It would be more than just Gleyber Torres. But you might be onto something there. Hey, straight ahead, John Morosi told our morning show what the Tigers might get back. It's really interesting stuff. Come trade deadline, that is next here on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Gators out today. He will be back on Monday. Look forward to that. Kang will be back as well. 248-539-9797. Back to your open line calls. Nathan and Warren is next. Hello, Nathan.
Hey, Doug. How's it going, man?
It's going well. Thank you.
Great, man. Hey, so this is a cojones check for Scott Harris. His job is not to, take the biggest trade chip in baseball and make the okayest trade for the Tigers.
I like that term.
Well, when a team says that their top prospect is untouchable, or hey, then you say, well, thank you, move on to the next person, because I'm not trading you, Mize. I'm trading you Skubal. You're getting this, the 2-time Cy Young winner. You're not getting our second or third best pitcher. You're getting one of the best pitchers in baseball. So if your top prospect's not available, then thanks for the time, but I'm going to move on to the next team. So, his job is to create a bidding war. It's to make the other teams uncomfortable. It's not to make them feel okay about the trade. It's to make them feel uncomfortable, make them feel like this hurt, but we got the guy we wanted to go forward.
I don't disagree with anything you said, Nathan. Starting about 3 weeks ago, we were talking about the rare circumstances where you have the two best teams in the National League also happen to have the two best systems, and they both kind of need this guy so the other one doesn't get him. Right. Milwaukee doesn't want to face him, and the Dodgers don't want to face him. And then Ohtani gets hurt. Like I always talk about, the people I think a lot of fans are unreasonable when it comes to they should have made a trade, because you don't know. Literally, the fan that says you should have made a trade, you're saying, what's for sale? I don't know. How much does it cost? I don't know, but I would have bought it. And that's what it's like being critical of most GMs that don't make trades. This is a rare case scenario, Nathan, where you have got almost the perfect storm with the Dodgers and Brewers. Others are involved, which is great. The more, the merrier. But the Dodgers and Brewers are loaded with young players, and they both want him, and they don't want to face him. And when Ohtani got hurt, that even is another thing that made this. I agree with you completely. And I'm not I think Scott Harris is going to pull something off, and I think there's a chance it's going to look really good on paper. How it looks on paper doesn't matter. It's how good does it look in 3-4 years, and that's when we can really judge it. But at the end of the day, yeah, this is a defining moment in Scott Harris's time in Detroit, and that's not like a threat. It's just, hey, there's a lot riding here. He's got a rare case scenario. It's time to take advantage.
I think it is a threat. I think it's a threat because if you don't maximize the return on this, you've shown that you've taken what should be a no doubt easy return to get the top prospect from one of these two teams. So if you don't get DePaula, or you don't get Made or Cam Medidi from the Braves, one of those three teams, top prospects, you've proven that you cannot maximize yourself at the trade deadline, and maybe this isn't for you.
Well, look, I mean, we can call it whatever we want. I'm not threatening the guy. I just think, and what I mean by that is this is hard. It's not easy. And he might make a trade that doesn't look good on paper, but pans out. And that's all that matters, is does it pan out? And we'll know in a couple of years. 2-4. If he doesn't get back what he needs to get back, he's wasted a resource, and it's hard to overcome. But I've made this comparison before. The disastrous draft, the disastrous trade, and the disastrous free agent signing that all immediately preceded Seattle's first Super Bowl. They drafted Aaron Curry, they signed Matt Flynn, and they traded for Percy Harvin and got very little out of their big three moves and went on to win a Super Bowl. They overcame the mistakes, and that's where Harris will be if he doesn't get this right. But I do agree. It's a defining moment, and it's important to get it right. Doug in Grand Rapids. Hi, Doug.
Hey, how you guys doing? I got two questions, and then I'll hang up and listen. First question is, why isn't Skubal already gone? Do you think he's either A, too expensive, or B, they know that we have to trade him? And then hold on.
I'm not sure I understand. Why? What you mean? They're trying to trade him. What do you mean that? Why isn't he gone?
Well, I just wonder, is he too big of a price tag, or does everybody know that we're in a position where we can't afford not to trade him? Is I guess what that question is. And my other question real quick, and then like I said, I'll let you guys talk. is 2 days ago on Wednesday. Do you think that collapse was the beginning of let's have a fire sale? You know what I mean?
I don't know.
So thanks,
What do you think, Doug?
I think so, a little bit. That was tough to see Scuba come out with a 7-0 lead and just totally destroy everything. I mean, that
was
whole
done,
thing couldn't do nothing.
Yeah, I was done on Sunday, and that's where I completely changed when they split the series with Kansas City. And, it felt like the Wednesday game was the end of any shred of hope that they were anybody was still hanging on, let go.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know if I really understand your first question, to be honest with you. So, yeah, they're trying to trade him, and they're in. I imagine they're talking to GMs and continuing to negotiate. That's why he hasn't been traded yet. Jim in Southgate. Hi, Jim.
Hey, how you doing, Doug?
What's up?
Good afternoon to you guys.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hey, I was just wondering. I mean, it's all about prospects and all that, but I would like to get a player that can play now, also with prospects, instead of just it's like gambling. It just doesn't make any sense. You got the best pitcher in baseball. We should get somebody to build a right-handed bat or a closer or something like that can come on the team and perform this year.
Well, I mean, in many of these scenarios, there is a player coming back that can perform this year, whether it be Sheehan from the Dodgers, who's pitching right now, whether it be one of those AAA guys that we've talked about. So there is, if they move Scuba, I wouldn't be shocked if there's somebody in the lineup next week that's in another organization right now.
Okay, that's all I needed to hear because it just seems like it's basically a gamble. I mean,
well, they're all lottery tickets.
We got with Verlander, and which was a bad deal. We all know that.
There's plenty of examples where trading for prospects didn't pan out, and there's plenty of examples where it did pan out. But we won't know for a couple of years, most likely. Cass is next on 97.1. Hello, Cass.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey.
Yeah, I just want to say I disagree because I've heard several times about, hey, we need to get DePaula or Made in any trade, and I think that's crazy. The Dodgers have a bevy of good prospects that are all ranked in the same area as Max Clark, and getting any of those guys back, I think would be fantastic. It doesn't mean it's a failure if you don't get one of the top 5 generational type prospects in all of baseball. And I will agree that it's like, the Cubs are a Yankee saying, hey, you can't have a guy who's ranked, our top prospect who's ranked around 60 to 75. Okay, well, I'm hanging up the phone on you, but some of these other guys, yeah, they'd be fantastic to have. So I just find some of these hard-nosed takes a little crazy.
Well, that's why I said, and I made sure I said it. What matters is what does it look like in 3-4 years.
Yeah, I agree, and I think I will say, I know it doesn't have to look good on paper. I think it should both look good on paper and work out when you have somebody who's this valuable. But if you get somebody who's ranked 25, I think that looks good on paper.
With something I say, Cass, all the time is that sports talk often devolves into who's got higher standards, and you can make a really good trade that is only appreciated years from now, and that's okay. In fact, that's way more important, to be honest with you, than a trade. If you're asking me, are we going to appreciate the trade right away or appreciate it in 3 years? I'll take 3 years. Kat is next on 97.1. Hello, Kat.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, I just said I agree with trading everyone that they said they wanted to trade, definitely. And I also agree with we need a first baseman because I was tired of seeing all the flyouts and strikeouts, and I think we need somebody. I'm in the Al Kaline era.
We're short, Kat. I'm sorry. We're up against a hard break. I got to let you go, but thank you for calling. Real quick, Rico Beard in studio. What do you guys got playing coming up next?
You know what? If you had to pick one GM to come up to the microphone and talk, and they have to talk, who is it going to be?
Great. Have a good show. Have a great weekend, everybody. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. It's the second day for a course record at Detroit Golf Club. Cameron Young ties Peter Malnati's 61 from yesterday to bolt into the lead with Patrick Cantley. Young up 68 spots and has an overall score of 10 under. Matt Wallace is third. The Tigers getting ready to start a series against the A's tonight on the road. Casey Mize was scheduled to start, but he's been scratched with the trade deadline looming on Monday. Cody Stevenhagen says there's no trade in place right now, and he's healthy. The Tigers will have a bullpen day today. Max Clark likely to be with them. As the news broke yesterday, the top prospect was getting his first call to the bigs. 9:40 the first pitch. You can hear it right here on 97.1. ESPN Baseball Insider Buster Olney shared the following on X earlier. Quote, the Dodgers have the most wins in MLB, and according to Fangraphs, their chances of getting a first-round bye stand at 97%. So Tarek Skubal would likely be limited to 4 or so starts in the last 3 weeks of October. The greatest practical value for the Dodgers to acquire Skubal is to keep him away from other contenders, end quote. The Orioles announced they've activated catcher Jake Rogers after the trade yesterday with Detroit. More than 100 women's college basketball players have joined together in an effort to establish a workplace backed by a union. They're working with the United College Athletics Association. CBS NFL analyst Tony Romo has been placed on leave by the company after an OWI arrest. J.J. Watt will fill in as the main analyst. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Jeremy. Happy Friday to everybody out there. You're listening to Valeni and Rico's show here on 97.1. Honored to have sitting across from me a man I normally see across from the glass. I got David Hull. I got Brendan Shabath. I got Paul Serra. Let's go, people. The funniest thing that happened. Look, we're going to get into a topic that we've been thinking about doing for a little bit. And it's on which GM do you need to hear from. But some news happened today, so let's talk about it. Tigers scratched Casey Mize from the start tonight in lieu of a possible potential trade. My question to you guys and the question to Detroit at 248-539-9797, is this the biggest move that they're going to make, or is this a precursor to maybe a bigger move with Skubal? Because trust me, I'm almost ashamed to admit this, guys. I had 2 long conversations with Jeff Rieger this morning. He called me. It's the first mistake. And then he calls me again. No, hey. Jeff, calm down. This is going to happen. What I am saying is tonight is what you do when you put somebody that's going to be traded. You take them out of the rotation, you put them in bubble wrap, and you set them off to the side. I didn't get that. When Skubal pitched, not only did Skubal pitch, he could have been taken out of the game earlier because you had this gigantic lead. They didn't. They left him in there. And it's to show other teams what he could do. He's a 2-time Cy Young Award winner. You know exactly what he can do. You know that he's healthy. You know that he's back. That game was to showcase him. I think that game was for Detroit to say, hey, we're making a push. You bring up Max Clark. That tells me we're making a push. What you're doing right now tells me we're about to trade him. So I look at it as this is just something for Casey Mize. He's going to get traded. I don't know what you're going to get. I don't think you're going to get the same type of a haul because Skubal is worth a lot more. But this is their way of starting to sell off some pieces. Maybe you see Gleyber Torres thrown into the mix in the next few days. But I still don't believe that Skubal is going to be dealt in. And it's getting to the point now. Bob Nightingale spoke, and he said as of last night, Detroit had not informed any teams formally that Skubal was even going to be available. So I know there's all the rumors and speculations. John Paul Morosi joined the morning show, and we'll get to some of his cuts a little bit later on in the show. But he's feeling like 70% that Skubal's going to be gone. I'm still leaning towards the Tigers are showing me he's staying. Max Clark coming up here says we're going to make a push for the playoffs. We got the A's coming up. Let's hope that we can shrink that 4.5 game deficit. But Mize, this is what happens when you are ready to trade a pitcher. You yank him, you wrap him in bubble wrap, you set him off to the side because you don't want anything to happen to him. And David, when Scuba went out in the 7th inning and was like, no, don't take me out, that was all the confirmation that I needed, that he's going to ride this until the wheels come off at the end of the year. And at the end of the year, maybe they have some type of a good faith agreement that I won't ice you out of negotiations. I'll tell my agent to play nice and play fair. But I look at this and I see Mize, maybe, like I said, maybe Gleyber, because, teams could use a right-handed bat. But I don't see Skubal being a part of the trade deadline. 248-539-9797. What do you think?
See, the information regarding Mize being scratched from today, I found it a little bit interesting because it is exactly what you said. I believe it is they couldn't keep him pitching. He's coming off leaving the game early against the Angels. Then he did pitch against the Royals, but he has a history of injury issues. So you cannot pitch him again. You already showed he's healthy. He played after coming out that game, he came back, he's healthy. So you cannot pitch him. I'm really caught up on the Skubal thing because I'm wavering back and forth on this. Yesterday, I believe he wasn't getting dealt. That's what I believed yesterday. Today, with all the news coming out, yes, they still haven't informed teams, according to reports. But I just have a feeling today that he's getting traded. I just feel that he's going to get
traded today.
He's going to get traded this weekend.
See, I think the closer it gets to Monday, the more. If he's going to get traded, I think it's going to happen tonight. I don't think you're going to let this thing linger into Saturday and Sunday, and I really don't think it's only in movies do you get to do that last second deal. Hey, I got this great deal, and you're going to put the package together.
Right.
Interesting enough, if the Dodgers are the team that Mize goes to, that tells you we got tired of waiting. We're going to take the bird in hand because you don't know what you want to do.
Right.
And I think that's going to happen for a lot of teams, David. And that's why the teams are ready. They're prepared. They want to make a deal.
They do.
But according to Bob Nightingale, if the Tigers aren't really ready to do that, I got to start looking at plan B. Because I'm not going to be sitting here getting caught with my pants down like, okay, we went all in for a player that they never put out on the market. So when you start seeing other pitchers getting taken, and like I said, I'm interested to see where Mize ends up. Because if it's going to one of these big boy teams, then that tells another reason, yeah, we're going to take Mize because we can't take Skubal. While we were scouting Skubal, we also looked at Mize as well. So maybe you won't get the same haul. You're not going to get.
Oh no, you're not going to get anywhere near the same haul for Mize.
But I'm looking at, hey, maybe if you between Mize and if you trade away Gleyber, maybe you can get 3 prospects and hope that one of them pans out.
I just feel today waking up again is different from yesterday. I just feel like all the news about the Brewers, all the news about the Dodgers, all the news about the Cubs being involved and just waiting on the answer from the Tigers. I just feel this morning and today that he is going to be dealt. I think he's going to be dealt by Sunday. You have another pitcher out there for the Mets. Freddie Peralta's out there, and people believe, it's the Mets' problem is why he's struggling right now. Right. The Brewers are talking about that as well in case they don't get Skubal. But I think he gets dealt. I think Skubal gets dealt by Sunday.
Yeah, the Mets have pretty much made it known. We're just having a fire sale.
Correct.
Come make us
Lindor,
an offer.
Peralta, anybody.
Wherever
right?
you want, we can make it happen. You could go. I don't care if you're in the division. Give us back something, and we'll make this happen. But as far as the Tigers go, Mize kind of tapped on the shoulder. Hey, we're going to go ahead and scratch you. We'll do a bullpen day against the A's, and we'll see what happens. I'm going to be interested to see if he gets dealt, because I do think he's going to get dealt. Where? What team? Because it's going to tell me a lot of whether teams have just gotten fed up in waiting for the Tigers. They don't look like a team that's motivated to make the move. I would have been working on this Skubal deal. If it were me, if I'm Scott Harris, weeks ago, every day I'm leaking stuff out there. Well, the Dodgers are offering two of the top 25 players in minor league. They're offering this, they're offering that. But wait, look at what Milwaukee's offering. I'm going to play them off of
Yeah.
each other so that I can get back this gigantic haul if I'm Scott Harris. Doing this at the last second, I don't know. I think the closer it gets to Monday, the less likely the deal happens.
I'm going to lean in the Paul Sarah direction. Paul Sarah has been searching and searching and searching for, it was Pistons deals. He's searching for new for the Tigers, and it just doesn't make sense not to trade Skubal. And I'm leaning on that again. I'm leaning on that, and I'm going to stick with that. I'm not going to waver. I'm not going to change my mind. It doesn't make sense to not trade him. They're trading him, and it's going to be done by Sunday. I believe that.
They have to. It doesn't make any sense for them not to.
It doesn't.
Rico could end up walking in on Monday afternoon at 6 or Tuesday and giving us tinfoil hats to wear, but it just doesn't make any sense.
It's because it's what you want to see. I'm going by the evidence that is presented. And anybody who says, no, you got to trade him, I'm not mad at you. And please don't be mad at me. I believe he should be traded. For the people in the back, he should be. But I'm looking at the evidence. And the Tigers are not showing me that they are trying, they are motivated, they are seduced by this 4.5 out of the wild card. The Max Clark thing really had me believing, they're trying to win right now. We'll figure out the offseason when the offseason gets here. I like to be wrong. I really would.
I really hope you are.
The evidence shows me, and I look at the history. Scott Harris, not really that aggressive when it comes to the trade deadline. He tried once with the Dodgers. It didn't work. And he kind of backed away ever since and really hasn't tried that hard.
He got Haiuli.
He got Haiuli.
He got a trade done. And he got a player in return that is contributing. So I'm going with that.
You know what, David?
I'm leaning in. That one trade, I'm
you
leaning
have
in
that.
now.
You have that. All right. 248-539-9797. We'll get your calls next. Brendan, I'll get you coming right out the gate, 97.1. So we're talking the latest with the Tigers in the trade deadline, and it's a pitcher, but it's not the pitcher that everybody's been speculating. It's Casey Mize. He's been scratched for tonight, which leads to me that he's going to be dealt. Let's see if he's going to be dealt first. Is he the biggest part of is he going to be the biggest deal that the Scott Harris is going to do? Or is it going to be what every Tigers fan wants? Because it is amazing me how every Tiger fan has been unified. Gotta get rid of Skubal. Gotta get rid of Skubal. I remember saying it years ago, and people looked at me like I had a second head growing out. Like, no. Now it's, no. I always want. Guys, his value was, I think, highest a few years ago, but now we'll wait and see. You know where I'm at with this. I think they should trade him. I don't think that they will, but I'm asking you, Detroit, is this the biggest move that the Tigers will make before the trade deadline is up? Brandon, what do you got?
Rico, I'm in agreement with you that I do think them scratching Mize tonight means he's going to be dealt. I do think Skubal gets traded and probably traded first. To me, just with all the reporting around the league, if you look at any league reporter, any league podcast that covers MLB, the very first thing they talk about, they almost do it out of obligation, not because they want to, is the Tarik Skubal deal. And the consensus is that he is moving. And I think we're seeing with Skubal right now, it's like the LeBron free agency. Like most things in the league can't happen until that happens. So I think all the other teams around the league, especially the ones that would be involved in Skubal conversations, are waiting for this deal to get done before they can make other large moves. And I think that's part of the reason it's taking so long. We as a fan base have been dealing with this conversation and these talks for 2+ years now. For Scott Harris, this decision was probably made in the last week. And the way you drive up a market for a player is by making teams more desperate. The way you make teams more desperate is by running out the clock on them.
See, I see where you're going, Brendan. I'm going to disagree a little bit. I'm going to push back and say I don't think that they've made up their mind yet, because when you have, insiders and GMs from other teams saying, we're waiting.
Well,
we're waiting to see 313 pop up in the caller ID, so they're going to answer the phone. One ring, yes.
But that's how
what do you need?
That's how you drive up the market, though. If you're Scott Harris, you've got a 2-time Cy Young winner. Kick your feet back and wait for the phone calls. They have until 6 p.m. on Monday.
Yeah, if Scott Harris were Dodgers general manager, I would believe that. This is something this is not him.
So it's your faith in Scott Harris that has you that way.
This is not him. So. Okay. Yeah,
I can get behind you there. Absolutely.
Right.
A lot of people wonder if he has the chops to make this move.
Right.
I don't know that we've seen anything close to this yet.
So that's the thing is when other teams are saying, well, we would love to deal for Skubal, but you got to kind of put him out there. What you're going to see if in the next couple of days pitchers start going off, or this Mize, whoever, then that's going to tell me they got sick of waiting. They got sick of waiting because it's like, okay, we've been waiting and waiting and waiting. And if you see a Peralta go, you see Mize, you see somebody else, that means that we're going to go to plan B, because contenders aren't going to just sit around. One thing about contenders, they're trying to win now. And I think the Tigers have gotten to the point they want to go back to the playoffs. And I don't think Scott Harris I don't think his mind is made up. And if it comes down to a series against the A's, you should win this series, which tells me let's bring up the rookie. Let's get this thing going. Let's make a final push. And you know what we can sell to Tigers fans? Hey, we're going for it. We're not going to quit. We're not throwing in the towel. And I think a lot of Tigers fans will say, damn right, Scott, let's go.
See, here's the thing. And I think I think something's getting overblown here. I think the reporters, the Nightingales, the Passons, the whoever you want to read, right? I think those reports of the Tigers haven't let anyone know that he's on the market, I think that's getting overblown. I think everyone knows that Skubal's on the market, so I don't think the Tigers have to tell teams, okay, he's available. They know he's available.
Right.
I think that's what's going on here.
But David, you can only do so much until he's officially available.
No, I think he's already officially available.
No, I think it's one of those, hey, they're about to get divorced. Well, about to get divorced and being divorced, two different things. You know this, Pastor. Hey, I'm about to. I can't talk to you until you officially are divorced. Well, we're going to get there. When? Well, you know, the deadline is coming up. I think if it were there, if it were that close, they would have handled the other day, Thursday, a lot differently than they did, which makes me lean more towards he's staying. Yes, Paul.
Well, to Rico's point, though, David, the house isn't for sale until the for sale sign's up on the yard.
Yeah.
No, the for sale for owner stuff happens all the time, and I think this is what it is. I think they know for sure the owner is selling. They just haven't put it on Zillow yet. They don't need to put it on Zillow for everyone to know.
Right,
the owner knows.
Okay, but when I'm calling the owner and you're not calling me back,
okay,
and there's no sign there, now I got to start saying, okay, how do we really want this house, or can we go and get another house and be happy with it?
See, I would say this though:
you're not in any position to play hard to get.
Okay, I understand that.
Not you.
So you're talking about doing it right. The Tigers did not do it right. They started Skubal on Wednesday. Should not have done that. They were up 7-0, kept him out there. Where another team, is doing it right. The Mets, Freddie Peralta was supposed to start tonight, and he has been scratched from his start. So when you speak on that he shouldn't have pitched on Wednesday, and what they're doing with Mize is smart to not pitch him tonight, the Mets are doing it right. And now, is that a sign that something else is out there? And they're like, look, well, let's see. Maybe Skubal gets dealt today and we only have Peralta left? I'm not sure, but Peralta's not starting tonight. Mize isn't starting tonight, but they started Skubal.
That's just where I'm leaning. 248-539-9797. Ben, you're batting leadoff. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, I've got a little different take on what you started to talk about it and then sort of let it go. My personal opinion, been a fan for a long time, is that Harris has never shown that he has the moxie to turn a big trade. You just got to look at his free agent signings. There's not one of them that's really worked out. And here's a guy who's probably the biggest move that's going to be made by the Tigers in his 4 years here. And I'm afraid he doesn't know what to do.
Ben, I am with you on that because this is such a big trade and you're going up against sharks with the other general managers. You almost feel like, do I trust that they're not just going to fleece you? Are you going to get enough? Are you asking for too much because you're afraid, oh, they're going to try and lowball me? I'm with you. I don't have the confidence of Scott Harris walking in there and pulling this deal off, and you walk away saying, you know what? I think we may have won that deal in a few years.
This isn't a difficult deal to make, though, Ben. This is Tarik Skubal. Everybody wants him. You have an idea of who's out there in their system. This is not a hard move to make. I get what you're saying because I usually lean on that side, but this isn't difficult to make. It's not.
It's not.
I think he'll do it. He'll do what's right. He'll get the prospects that he wants and that he sees in their system the best. I think he's going to get the deal done. I'm not leaning in that direction anymore where it's difficult for him to make. He's going to make the deal.
It's not difficult, David. It's knowing your legacy depends upon this deal. People will always remember what you did. You go out there and you bring back some, if they make this deal and you somehow get two everyday starters and an arm that actually helps you out, whether it's in the bullpen or in the rotation, you won the deal. It ends up being like the Verlander trade. You lost that trade. That wasn't Scott, but you could go ahead and say you lost that trade.
So Jake Rogers wasn't a win in that?
He was not. He did not. So that's where this is going to be his first day. And when he's going up against some sharks. I mean, anytime you deal with the Rays and their name is up, you already know, okay, if it's the Rays, let me check my watch because they're going to shake my hand. I need to make sure they didn't steal it from me because they just seem to know, oh, you know what? How about we take that person Wait, no. You can't have that person now because you want him. I want to keep him.
Yeah.
Okay, the Dodgers, they have a plethora of people
They
in
have
their
a ton of
farm system.
outfielders too. A ton.
And it's like, okay, you just brought up Max Clark, and they got 6 outfielders that are top 100. It's like, yes.
Take another one.
I guess.
Put him in the corner somewhere. Let's go.
Like if they had a shortstop, they had a third base, if they had something like that, yes. But we will have to wait and see. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls. We'll get your texts next. 97.1. Paul, a few texts before we go straight to the phone lines.
Yes, so we got from an unnamed texter, Rieger probably regularly calls Rico every few days just to annoy him and get all his hot takes out. That's true friendship.
How do you deal with those calls every day with that man?
He normally calls me because Rieger lives the life. He golfs every morning, so he on his way to golfing. Jeff Rieger, boom, Rieger. Fun fact, David, I talked to Rieger before I talked to you. You call within the 10 o'clock hour.
Yeah.
Rieger has already called me.
Probably 3 times.
No, we've already talked for like a half hour. He'll call me at 9 o'clock or earlier. Are you listening to the morning show? Did you hear what they just said? I can't believe Costa said this. Jansen said this. Jeff, I just rolled out of bed.
Oh, boy.
The answer is no.
Rico, who you got on the golf course tomorrow, Rieger or Gator?
That's a Gator.
Anybody but Rieger.
Give me Gator. Gator and 8 strokes. Okay. Gator and 8 strokes.
Wow.
Gator, don't let me down. Period. One more, and then we get to the calls.
Okay, this is unnamed texter again. I agree with Rico. The Tigers need to get out the word on trading Skubal and that he's willing to be moved. This passive way of handling things can backfire on Harris if he's not on top of it.
Hold on. Passive way? Just because Passan doesn't report it or Nightingale doesn't report it doesn't mean teams don't know he's available. We don't have to have a report that they told every other MLB team that he's available. It's inner circles, man. Come on. They know. They know.
inner circles, but yes, there are certain, just like in any sport professionally, there are certain general managers that I like to call sharks, that they're aggressive, they get it done. Some move in silence, some don't. And then there's others who just kind of swim along and hope not to get bit.
Everyone knew LeBron was leaving the Lakers before he made an announcement. We didn't need an announcement.
No.
We knew he was leaving.
Right, but no one knew where he was going. And then all of a sudden, Philly just said, yeah, well, I'm going to silently swim up and boom, LeBron, Philly. Nobody saw that coming. It was going to be one of 4 teams, and none of those teams got it. If Skubal does go, I think it'll be a team that we haven't heard of. I don't think it's going to be the Dodgers because it's just too obvious. And the obvious never works in sport. It's that no one saw Myles Garrett to the Rams. Didn't see that.
Yeah.
Just came from nowhere. Like I said, LeBron to Philly, no one saw that coming. So if he does get dealt, which I don't think it is, I think it's going to be to a team that we're like, whoa, really? Where'd they come from?
I think David's terrified that it's going to be the Phillies because of the Scott Boras connections.
He has made a lot of trades with Philly. Scott Boras does have a connection with Dave Dombrowski, so that does worry me because I don't think you get the best in return with the deal with the Phillies. So that part scares me. Yes.
Yeah. All right, let's go back to the phone lines. Matt, you're on 97.1.
Yo, what's up, David, Rico? So, Rico, first, I love your shirt, man.
Thanks.
And David, I was confused at first because I had never seen you before, so I thought you were like 50 or something.
Because you hear me talking I am old, yes.
He's an old soul.
You don't look old, man. You don't look like it. But anyway, yeah, I do agree. I think Skubal will be going to the Dodgers because they have the potential to give the most outside of Milwaukee, but Milwaukee's not going to sell their entire system to get Skubal for a rental. That's what I'm thinking. I think it'll be done over the weekend. And if they don't trade him, I think Harris needs to go.
I get what you're saying, Matt. I don't think that much pressure is out on Harris that he has to make the move right now. And I appreciate the phone call. I don't think he's going to get fired because let's just face it, that's not what they do. I mean, heck, Steve had the ultimate runway with the Wings. He didn't get fired. Year after year, we said, hey, he's got to do this. He's got to do that. He didn't have to do anything. He finally just said enough, and then they kicked him upstairs. We still don't know where upstairs, but I don't see if this doesn't happen how he gets fired because I do think that the Tigers will pivot and say to Detroit, we're going for we're going for the wild card. We're going for the playoffs. And if you're a Tigers fan, what are you going to say? No, I don't want the playoffs. I don't want to go back to the playoffs. Granted, it's very short-term thinking, but I do think that, hey, and by the way, here's a new toy in Max Clark. We brought him up. You saw McGonigal, right?
Oh,
yeah,
boy.
We got all-stars. We got all of it. They will sell you all of this stuff and tell you we're 4.5 games out. And after this whole A series, maybe you're 3.5 games out. That's where, if you look at it blindly, you hear 3.5 games. Okay, that's doable. You look at it bigger picture, well, you got to leapfrog 4 other teams in order to get there.
Yes, you do.
Don't look at the big picture.
Yeah.
Look at the smaller picture. 4.5, 3.5 games, that's what they would sell you.
Do you not get the sense, though, Rico, that if he doesn't get traded and they don't, I think there'd be a mutiny on this station, on these phone lines in this city, if at 6:02 on Monday, Tarik Skubal is still a Tiger. And that would be double down if and when they don't eventually win the World Series. Because, like you mentioned earlier, the consensus with all fans pretty much has been you have to trade him, you have to trade him, you have to trade him.
No, it's not. That's the vocal minority you're hearing that's saying trade him.
I don't know. It's the vocal, yes. I don't know that I can give you minority, though.
No,
I think
that's vocal minority because the majority of the people are silent, and they're the ones who go to the games. They're the ones that are buying the daiquiris. They're the ones that are riding the Ferris wheels. They're the ones doing all of those different things. The vocal minority, they want blood. Hey, I'm sick of Scott Boras. Yep. I'm sick of Skubal.
Yep.
Let's make some moves. Let's do what we got to do. I think that the silent majority can easily be bought and sold Hey, we're going for it again. Hey, wasn't it fun the last 2 years?
Yep.
We've been playing playoff baseball since June. Every game matters. Every game's fun. Let's go, Detroit.
How many times have you seen on social media or even heard call this station, maybe not this show, but have said, why are we even considering trading our best player?
Well, those are the daiquiri fans that I think don't understand the implications of this situation and the fact that you absolutely have to. I have talked to these people in my life, family and friends, and I say it would be absolute malpractice not to trade him.
Here's the problem, and it really boils down to expectation. This is what I tell Mike all the time, because he's like, Scott Harris should be fired. Because most Tiger fans are not thinking World Series. They are thinking playoffs.
Well, there's the issue.
Right. If you're thinking World Series, then this makes, you got to sell off, you got to do whatever, you got to rebuild this thing. But to most Tiger fans, we just want meaningful baseball. We want to be in the graphic. We want ESPN to talk about us and the MLB Network to talk about us. And we want a shot at the wild card. We want a shot at the playoffs, because once we get there, who knows? That's a win. If your goal is World Series, that's not a win. If your goal is World Series, you want the Dodgers' goal, World Series.
See, I don't even
Dodgers
think
will be aggressive. Yankees, World Series. They will be aggressive. Braves, World Series. Milwaukee is sick of going to the playoffs and not doing anything, which is why I think Milwaukee's going to be aggressive, because they are where you were about 5 years ago. Hey, we made the playoffs. Isn't it fun? Well, it ain't fun when you keep getting bounced in the first round.
See, but it's fun to Tigers fans, because I don't even think it's playoffs for these people. I think we want to have fun at the ballpark. That's all it is to a lot of these fans. We just want to have fun. Get some runs, strikeouts. I don't care about playoffs. I'm sorry, I sound like Jim Moore. My bad.
It's okay. That's okay. All right. Let's go back to the phone lines. Brad, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hey, Rico, why in the hell would the Tigers trade Casey Mize, their number 2, maybe number 3 pitcher, probably number 3, if they were going for it? Okay, Max Clark is being brought up for Veerling so they can sell tickets, and Rico, Sharks don't show their hands, so you don't have to be worried about Scott Harris. Okay, tell me why they would trade Mize if they're going for it.
You could trade Mize because I've never felt like they really value Mize. They argued over pennies when it came to an extension, and it was like, okay, we got to make a move, but we'll make a marginal move, and maybe we can get back a player or two. Look, Hey, Brad, put it this way: they're the ones that pulled him from the game today, not me.
Because they want to trade him, so why would they trade their number 3 if they're going for it?
Well, I can give you a reason why they're trading him, Brad.
Please?
Casey Mize's numbers, when his lowest foreseen was at 93 3 starts ago. His last start was at under 90 miles per hour. So could they know that his velocity is going down? We don't want to pitch him so that his value stays there. That could be a reason why they're trading him, because they're not going to pay him anyway. So get something for him before people know his velocity is going down.
And then take him out of the order. Who are you going to put in, and how are you going to make it to the playoffs with filling somebody in from Toledo or somebody in?
Cater Montero.
Right.
Oh, okay. Then you got Cater Montero. Who's your number 4? Who's your number 5?
We're not making the playoffs. We're not making the playoffs. If you think they're making the playoffs, maybe that's the first problem.
At this point, you're hoping that maybe
that's why they're trading Mize. And that's why they're trading Mize, because they know they can't make the playoffs. You just said it yourself.
Brad, we're going to agree to disagree. Appreciate the call. Feel free to call back anytime. I don't know which side of the fence Brad was on, but they're the ones who pulled him. It wasn't me. It wasn't you. So it looks like, Brad, they are indeed trading him.
I think so.
I don't know what their rationale is, but they're the ones who took him out of the rotation tonight. So kind of think it's going to happen, Brad. Brace for it. Okay? You'll be all right. We got time for one more, Paul? Okay. What we got? We got Steve, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, the caller just before me totally stole my thunder. Using logic in this, I 100% agree with him. Mize is getting traded. There's one reason you keep Scooble, because internally they have a belief they can still make a playoff run with him. You're not doing that. Those baseball minds are not doing that. And at the same time, trading away Mize. That is not helping their cause. You don't have an acceptable guy to step in and replace him. If Mize was pitching tonight, and we still wondered if he was going to be around or not, I'd have a lot more faith that Scooble is sticking than the fact that we're doing the opposite. We're trading Mize. That to me is the biggest white flag there is, and why Scooble is on his way out. Our chances are decreased of making a playoff run without Mize. And there'd be no reason to trade him if that is Scott Harris's total intention that, yeah, we can still get this done. And so the guy before me, I could not agree with him more. It's just logically the way it goes. And I have zero doubt in my mind that this has solidified a Scooble deal. The news this morning with Mize, to me, not just solidified him out the door, but any little doubt that Scooble was going, to me, has now been completely erased.
So a precursor to Scooble trade. Gotcha. Appreciate the phone call, Steve. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of your calls, more of your texts next. 97.1. All right, let's take a little break from the baseball talk. Paul, what do you got for us?
Got a little Madden ratings here. The ratings for the Madden 27 video game have come out. So I figured I'd pick a few random guys' names out of here just to see if you and David can actually guess what they're being rated this year.
Aaron Rodgers is 99.
All right, Shabath, you're allowed to. You're gonna jump in here in this too, so you can be embarrassed.
That's strike one on David, by the way.
Aaron Rodgers is not a 99.
he maybe once
10 years ago.
Yeah, maybe 15, but yes, okay.
All right, so we're gonna start off with tight end Trey McBride.
Okay, I'm going to have to do the Evan Jenkins rule because I do know this.
I think I know this one as well.
All right, I'll be the only one because full honesty, I stopped playing Madden a while ago.
Okay. I have too, but I've heard this one.
Yeah, I don't really have a barometer. You having heard it makes me think it's probably higher than lower. I know Trey McBride's probably arguably their best player. I'm going to say 91.
I'm going to go a little higher. I'm going to go 99.
Yeah, he's 99.
Oh, actually, wow.
Yes, he's the number one tight end in the video game.
Yeah.
Holy.
99 overall.
That'll go down because he doesn't have Drew Petzing anymore, right?
Or his quarterback.
Right.
Yes.
Or anybody else.
This means Laporta's going to be 99.
He's got Carson back throwing passes. He's in a lot of trouble. All right, let's go. The one line I'm going to put on here, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Ooh. Bijan out there, Gibbs.
I'm going to go Gibbs will be a 95. I think he's got all the measurables, but they'll discount him for something or another. I'm going to go 95.
Okay.
I'm going to go 97.
If we're doing prices right, I guess I have to go 94. It's not quite Evan Jenkins. It's like half the Evan Jenkins role. I do know he's the number one back in the game.
He is the number one running back on Madden 27 with a 98 overall.
98.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Whoa.
Okay.
That's high.
I can kind of see
I
that.
should have gone prices right the other way. 98 on David's
Right.
97.
You guys just wanted to sandwich me in. I got you. Okay.
Let's go with a former Michigan State great, Kenneth Walker III, new running back for the Chiefs.
50.
Wow.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'll
be
said
serious.
Kenneth Walker, not Le'Veon Bell.
Kenneth Walker, Super Bowl MVP. I'll go 89.
Okay.
I'm going to say they're going to reward him for his Super Bowl MVP, and I'm going to go 91.
Rico, you took my guess. I got to go lockstep with you. I was also going to say 91.
Well, it's in between all of your guesses. It's 90 overall.
90. You should have went prices right.
Wow.
That's 2 in a row now. I should have done that.
Okay, newly minted, very rich receiver, Chris Olave.
Chris Olave just got paid.
He had injuries early, but then he bounced back.
Had 100 catches, over 1,000 yards, 9 TDs last year with Tyler Shuck throwing the ball.
See, I don't think he's a top 10 receiver, but that doesn't matter for the Madden rating.
No, it
So
does
I'm
not.
going to go 94.
I'm going to go close to David. I'm going to say low 90s, so I'm going to say 92.
Price is right, 95.
87 overall.
Okay.
Whoa, okay. All right.
I guess I win now.
They did the right thing.
Yes. All right, let's go to Rico's quarterback. Mike hates him, but Rico, that's his guy, Brock Purdy.
98 and a half. Because Stafford got a 99. No. I'm going to say he probably will come in at a 90.
Okay.
I'm going to go 87.
I'm more in line with David here. I was already going to go 86. I think the conversation and narrative around Brock Purdy is that he's maybe a little overrated now
Correct.
in the league, Mr. Irrelevant. So I don't mean to Price is Right you. I was going to go 86.
Okay.
It is 85.
Whoa.
I hate all. Just the disrespect. That's okay.
Wow.
That's okay. Just disrespect.
Good
That's
for
mean
Madden.
and hurtful, Paul.
Madden's doing it right.
Where's your Dolphins?
They're cool. Yeah, it's a
a
lot of low
Malik
rankings.
Willis.
They have it on a 60s.
Yeah, unfortunately. Let's go with a former Michigan tight end. Had a really good rookie year for the Bears, Colston Loveland.
Can they do 101?
I don't think they're allowed to do that.
because McBride got 99.
Yeah, he's the highest rated. So Colston Loveland, I'll go 84.
Okay.
I'm going to go 85 for Colston Loveland.
I was going to go higher because I was so thrown off by McBride being a 99. I was going to put Colston Loveland at 90.
David with the bingo. It is 84 overall.
Woo!
It's close.
Should have been higher.
Purdy's.
Let's go with a former disgruntled Lions running back, David Montgomery.
Ooh. Oh, boy.
63.
Wow. You going 63?
No.
I was about to say, it can't be your real guess.
I'm going to say 78.
I was going to go 80.
83 overall for David Montgomery.
Okay.
It's too high.
That's not too high. You may end up missing him.
The Lions will end up missing him.
I like
yes.
his Instagram, and he was like, "You're gonna miss me when I'm gone."
So just for fun, I thought I'd throw in some rookies because those are like the hardest to sort of gauge what they're going to be.
Yeah.
So U of M great Reuben Bain Jr.
You can't say you can't say U of M
I was about to say you.
in this
Miami.
territory.
Miami University Hurricanes.
The
U play for the national title.
Remember seeing him block him?
Let's say I'm really out of touch with my college football lately.
Transfer portal is going out of control.
See, I'm used to being in Florida where UM means Miami.
No, U of M means Michigan.
It really doesn't. Shout out Montana.
Reuben Bain, I go 76.
Okay.
Where did he end up?
He went to the 15th overall to the Buccaneers.
I'm gonna say rookie 70.
I was going to say 79, a little above David.
Brendan's the closest. He's an 80 overall. One of the highest rookies in the game.
Okay.
Wow. So no Jeremiah Love. He's not higher than...
One more.
One more? Okay. One of the guys that I think had a really good rookie year, he won Defensive Rookie of the Year. I think he's only going to become better. Carson Schlesinger, linebacker for the Browns.
Yeah, I'm going to go 90.
Yeah, I'm gonna say 92.
I'm
91.
Giving love to a Browns player.
Well, you guys are all overshot the bit. I think they're putting the kibosh.
Okay, 83.
Right on the money, Rico. He's 83 overall.
Okay.
Apparently, they don't want to give Browns players their props too much.
Good for them. Good for them.
Shador? Nah, we'll get to that later. Thanks, Paul. That's your Madden ratings, 97.1.
What is their heart?
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. With the trade deadline looming on Monday, the Tigers have scratched starting pitcher Casey Mize tonight. Cody Stavenhagen of the Athletic says he's healthy and there's no trade in place at this point. Mize has dealt with an ongoing groin issue, which has landed him on the injured list twice this year and limited a start late last month to just 3 1/3 innings. A.J. Hinch will pivot to a bullpen day tonight. Will also be on Max Clark watch as he reports. The reports yesterday had him coming up to the bigs. Here, the 9:40 first pitch here on 97.1. Bob Nightingale wrote the following earlier in USA Today. Quote, the Detroit Tigers, as of late Thursday night, still had yet to officially inform teams that they're definitely trading Skubal, their 2-time Cy Young Award winner. It's almost impossible to find an executive who believes the Tigers will hang on to Skubal, but they sure wish they would get the official word, end quote. The Mets have scratched Freddie Peralta as well from his start. The Rocket Classic leaderboard update brought to you by your Metro Detroit Ram dealers. Peter Malnati sent a Detroit Golf Club record of 61 yesterday. Cameron Young shot the same in round 2 today to overtake him for the lead. Young is tied with Cantley at 10 under, along with Ricky Fowler as well. Fowler's round still going on. Lions defensive lineman Aleem McNeil is bouncing back from a torn ACL. He left practice earlier today and is being evaluated for an injury. Linebacker Jimmy Rolder in that same category. According to Mark Stein, former Pistons coach and current executive Dwayne Casey is withdrawing his candidacy to become the head coach of a pro team in Rome. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Hotto. For more, go to 97 on the ticket or Odyssey.com.
Jeremy with the breaking news and just heartbreaking. Casey doesn't want to go to coach in Rome.
So you don't like Rome?
What else is he going to do? Why are you... Yeah, exactly.
Rome's nice. Rome's beautiful. Why wouldn't you want to go live there? Why not to end your career?
Why did he...
low stakes?
Why is he turning it down? That's what I'm saying.
Oh, so you think he should have went?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then we're...
So walking around the concourse of LCA, is it better?
Right. Yeah, we're good.
I'm in so much trouble
here in Detroit.
Yeah, okay. All right. 3:03 to be exact here on a Friday. If you missed it, we started the show. Casey Mize, as you heard in Jeremy's update, has been scratched. Kind of leads you to believe he's going to be traded. And I asked the question, is that going to be the biggest trade you see from Scott Harris? Or is this a precursor to Skubal leaving as well? If you missed any of that, you can use the Odyssey Rewind. And kind of like Doug, we're going to have open phone lines today if you want to call and talk about that. But I do want to talk about something else, and it's kind of included with this. But we talk about the Coney Island. I've mentioned it before. The mythical Coney Island where all of our GMs just kind of sit around and meander and do nothing and figure out how they can just keep their jobs and play it safe. Nobody do any big moves in the margins. We'll figure it out. We're good. So my question to you is this. If you could have one person, whether it's, I guess at this point, Ilitch, to explain Yzerman and the future of the team, Scott Harris, what's the team status with Skubal? What's the mission for this season? Trajan Langdon. Man, what happened this offseason? Who did you get? And what's going on with Jalen Duren? Or Brad Holmes? You really didn't draft anybody for the secondary. You believe Terrion Arnold. What's going on with Kirby Joseph? If you could get one of those people and you're like, you know what? I need this one to pick up the microphone and address the city of Detroit and tell us what's going on. Who would it be between Chris Ilitch, Scott Harris, Trajan Langdon, or Brad Holmes? Because let's face it, there's questions with all four. I would love all four. I really would. I would love all four to kind of step up there because it's difficult. Because I wanted to say, well, it's got to be Ilitch because it looks like the Wings have just punted on the season. I've never seen a team with just what did you do this summer? What was your plan? What is this acceptable to you? You're an original six franchise, and this is the best that you could do. We're in the middle of baseball, though, and there's Harris. And the Skubal thing, and look with Scott Boras, how close are you to getting a long-term deal? I think still for me, I'm leaning towards, and I don't want to poison the jury. 248-539-9797. Who would you pick to step up to the microphone? I'm leaning more towards. I'm still going to go with Holmes because I think the Lions have their window is they're the closest, in my opinion, to a championship. The other three teams, they may make the playoffs. I never figured that the Pistons were actually going to do anything. I think that was the fakest one seed I've seen in a long time. But the Lions and the way the NFL is structured, I thought that, you know what, you're the closest to actually winning. It would be Brad Holmes for me because I needed to know why. I mean, we saw that, they really was in love with Blake Miller, and this was their guy based off of a game that they saw him playing against Boston College. Really? That sold you on him. Boston College. Same team Michigan State beat. Boston College. Good for you. Your secondary is kind of trash right now. Your offensive line, it's a rebuild. You got Gibbs status. There's a lot going on. I would like to know why did you guys believe Terrion Arnold? What the hell's going on with Kirby Joseph? Why are you not making that final push to get over the edge? That's the one, if it were me, and trust me, I want to hear from all of them. But if I could only pick one, I'm going to take Holmes because I believe that the Lions are the closest to winning a title. So I'm going to put more heat on Brad Holmes than I will others. Like, Ilitch is just out of curiosity. Like, did you guys just quit? Like, what happened here? Like, I don't expect the Wings to do anything. So, you know what? I'll get to you when I get to you. The Pistons, Langdon was a close second because, my goodness, Trajan, you saw what we saw, and you decided to do Isaiah Joe?
See, that's my number one, is Trajan Langdon. And I've been looking forward to this topic all week. We've had this on our show sheet all week, just had to get to Skubal stuff, and now we're finally here. And it's Trajan Langdon for me that I need to hear from, because it's not just the offseason. It's not just Jalen Duren. It's the trade deadline of last season. We were the number one seed. And yes, all the fans were like, oh, we beat the Knicks. We're this, we're that. But it didn't seem like we were the actual number one seed in the East. Meaning, I didn't go into the playoffs confidently saying, yep, we're the best. We're going to the NBA Finals. I just didn't feel that. And I felt like you needed to take advantage of Indiana having an off year. You needed to take advantage of Boston having an off year.
But you swept the Knicks.
Yeah, but that didn't mean anything.
Wait till that banner gets raised. We swept the Knicks.
They needed to go into trade deadline and get something else to help Kate so that we could be that better team in the playoffs. Along with, now you saw what happened in the playoffs, and this is the offseason you decided to have. You have to answer the Jalen Duren story and what's going on there. So I absolutely have to hear from Trajan Langdon. Explain to me what was in your plans, because nothing happened. You wanted to get Kyrie, that was out there. You wanted to get Kawhi, that was out there. You wanted to get all these different players, Austin Reeves, and you didn't. How did that come about? That's who I want to hear from. You're right. Everyone we want to hear from, but Langdon's number one for me.
Yeah, see, Brad Holmes is number one for me because I think that's the team that could actually win a title for this city first, is the Lions. So, yeah, what was going on in this offseason, especially with your secondary? What about you?
I am glad you guys chose the two that you picked because, David, I would say Trajan Langdon would be second for me, and I would ask a lot about the future as well, where he sees the development of this roster and of guys like Asar, Ron Holland.
For his cores, which he said, right?
Right, exactly. And obviously we got to get the details on the Jalen Duren situation. I'm going to be pretty greedy here, though, and take Chris Ilitch because this wasn't really involved in the exercise, but I'm going to two birds, one stone. You're the owner of two teams. I'm calling you to the stand, and you got to put your hand on the Holy Bible and answer truthfully. So I'm asking you about both. And so I want to know what happened how he heard the story of Dylan Larkin and Steve Yzerman when he made the Steve Yzerman decision, how he felt about Larkin asking for a trade. By the time we get these guys to have a microphone, maybe the Dylan Larkin trade will be resolved. Either he'll still be here or he won't. How does Ilitch feel about that? And then asking him about the Tiger season. You agreed to spend the money on Framber Valdez, and it completely fell apart in May. How did you feel about the Tarek Skubal situation, not only at the deadline, but going into each of the last 2 off seasons where this had already been a topic of conversation and some food for thought for you as an owner? Did you make an offer to Tarek Skubal at the end of the offseason? I mean, if we're doing this today, some of those questions wouldn't be able to be asked, but Chris Ilitch is the team that, we talk about the Red Wings being an original 6 team and a historic team in the NHL, and I think we have some good memories of the Tigers in the 21st century, and we're trying to get back to that level. You own both of them, man, and a lot of this stuff, timeline-wise, crosses over. Another question I've had, how do you handle owning both teams? You've got Dylan Larkin requesting a trade, and you're trying to trade a 2-time Cy Young winner while you're trying to hire a GM for your hockey team. All of this is going on at the same time. That's not easy. That's who I would put on the stand.
Okay, I'll give you points for creativity.
Oh, thank you.
I like that. I'll give you points. Paul, what do you got?
I'm going to go with Brad Holmes because I'm with you, Rico. He's the only GM in town who the best players on his team are because of him. Like Langdon inherited all the best players. Harris inherited all his best players, except, McGonagall's come around and proved him to be worthwhile. But Holmes built the Lions. So my questions would be, to your point, why is the secondary in the shape it currently is in? And how come for a guy that's so good at drafting, except for 2024 draft, which might get flushed down the toilet?
It has been flushed down the toilet.
Like, why does he keep scoffing at the idea of adding defensive ends opposite Hutch? Like, I understand that not every team in the league has 2 top 5 rushers, but the idea that he keeps scoffing at it when we know he's smart enough to realize that's an important position, whether you have 2 top 5 guys or not.
Paul, you only need 1. That's it.
Yeah, but you still need a quality guy opposite him, though.
No, you only need 1. That's it. You need 1.
So that would be why I'd question Brad Holmes, is because I think he's a good enough GM where these things don't make sense, and I don't think he's telling the truth with the way he's been explaining it. So I'd want to know truthfully what's going on with that.
Chris Ilitch, Scott Harris, Trajan Langdon, Brad Holmes. One has to come up to the microphone. Which one do you want to hear from first? 248-539-9797. We'll get your calls. Text next, 97.1. Fancast Fridays are powered by Fanatic Sportsbook, America's fastest growing sportsbook right now. Be the 10th caller, 248-539-9797 for your chance to win $100 in fan cash from Fanatic Sportsbook. We do this every Friday because winning hits different here. All right, we're talking between Chris Ilitch, Scott Harris, Trajan Langdon, Brad Holmes. Who do you want to hear from first? Which one needs to step up to the microphone and address the state of the team and what is going on? Now, I got to give Shabazz some credit. He was creative, and he said, Chris Ilitch, I'm going to kill two birds with one stone.
That seemed a little painful for you to give that to me.
It was because it was. But I was like, okay. I like that line of thinking. But Paul and I, we agreed. To me, it was Holmes. I like how Paul put it. You built this team. These are your players. Right now you're in contract renegotiations with Gibbs. I think your window is right here, right now. You're the closest team to a title. I would like to know how you address this offseason, the deficiencies that are there. Why didn't you increase and do something for that secondary? Why did you believe Terrion Arnold and his story? Why didn't you have a backup plan? Once again, backup plan for Kirby Joseph. Just a lot of questions that I would like to know. Trajan Langdon?
I have to know everything. I have to know everything.
I mean, first of all, it'll be the boringest press conference ever because, I could only imagine had the Pistons won and there was a parade. Hey, Detroit, we won it all for you. Yay, go Pistons. All right. Let's just hear from Mason, not you. But I get that because you really haven't done much,
right? And I need
this offseason.
I need to know from him how much was Cade involved in all of this.
But
as
see,
well.
The reason why I don't really need to hear from him, I don't expect them to win an NBA title anytime soon.
See, but they were.
It was a one-off year.
And they were in position because of an off East.
And the Knicks took advantage of it. You didn't. New York will probably not sniff a title for a long time.
Another, 40, 50 years probably, right?
But it doesn't matter.
It doesn't.
They got their one. It'll be like Tigers fans talking about 1984.
Mm-hmm.
Good enough. We'll just 84.
Yeah.
Jack Morris, Gibson gets the Padres. Yes. I need to know about the line. I need to know about Brad Holmes.
I understand that.
I would. That's just me.
But let me say this though, and while we do applaud the creativity of Brendan Shabazz, I think that puts Scott Harris and puts him off the hook. Takes him off the hook now. Because having Ilitch speak for both teams, now Harris can just sit back, do nothing or do whatever and say, I'll let Ilitch speak for me. No, we need to hear from Harris. We need to hear from him. We need to hear about being embarrassed by Scott Boras in the offseason, everything about the Scuba situation, everything about the future. I want to hear from him, not Ilitch, on that.
I do think that's a good point, David, and that's actually something that I mentioned to Paul in the break, and I'm surprised we haven't got more feedback from the listeners on, given where we are just in the calendar, that it's Deadline Monday coming up in 2 days, and I thought more people would want to hear from Scott Harris. I think we all can kind of agree that if had Mike been here today, he would have certainly said Scott Harris, and that obviously wasn't the point of why I chose Chris Ilitch. And I think
yes.
And I think if I think I misspoke when I said Langdon would be second. I think I would put Harris too.
Got you. Okay.
But just if I've got the opportunity to have Chris Ilitch, I'm going to ask you.
Of course. Of course.
No, that's a twofer. I'll give you that. Paul, what do we got text-wise before we go back to the phone line?
Well, ticket text-wise, they're on David's side here.
Oh, well, of course.
This is from an unnamed texter. For me, it's Langdon, and it's because of how cheap we saw Philly get Jaylen Brown for. Did we even get on those talks? We get mad at Brad for trades that were never even available, but Brown went for basically nothing.
That's a great question to ask him, because everyone was thinking Jalen Duren, that was out there. Jalen Duren is talking to the Boston Celtics, or would like to go to the Boston Celtics. So fans were like, okay, we can get Jaylen Brown in return. And to see what they got for Jaylen Brown, we could have done that.
No, you know what hurt for me? I wasn't here that day, but it showed you where you are in the hierarchy of not only the East but the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about LeBron James, and I know a lot of people, you don't want LeBron. Look, LeBron at 40 or 41 is at 80% is still better than a ton of the league.
Correct.
When I look at the contract that he signed for, he wanted to go to a team that he felt was ready to win a title. Kind of goes with it. Jaylen Brown goes to Philly. It wasn't you. It showed you how far away that you are with. He's working for nothing. You're sitting here trying to fight Jalen Duren, $8 million, $4 million a year.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
And you were never on his radar. Ever.
Never
on
mentioned.
his radar.
Yeah.
That to me showed the hierarchy of, yeah, you won 60-some games last year, but nobody sees you as being real. That one to me was like, oh, that was.
See, I wasn't sure I really believed him at first when he said the money wouldn't matter where he went, but then he proved it though, because he signed for basically nothing. So he actually did prove his words that he was going to just go to whoever he wanted to go to, and the money didn't really matter.
And he was going to a winner. He was going to a team that he felt just add water and you win championship.
A winner? What if the 76ers won?
No, but I'm saying just add water, you win championship. You look at that lineup, they're going to be one of the favorites in the East.
And yet Langdon just let this offseason happen just like that. And now we're falling further and further back in the East.
That's another one from the ticket text, another named texter. He wants to hear from Langdon because he wants to know why he felt so comfortable and complacent when the Pistons are ready to make a move.
I'm curious your guys' thoughts. Do you guys think that Langdon kind of sat around and sat on his hands and let the offseason happen? Because we had all the reportings of they're involved in Austin Reeves, they're involved in Tyler Hero, they want Trey Murphy. A number of names came up and it didn't fall through, and he did make moves that we all said, this is a precursor. This is a precursor.
Isaiah
this
Joe.
is a precursor. And then we never got the actual big deal.
Correct.
I think he maybe just overplayed his hand and all of a sudden was left with nothing there to grab.
Well, here's the thing. You could be in the conversation. Eventually, you got to land somebody.
Right.
It's like Scott Harris. Like, I didn't get mad over Erod. Like, okay, you know what? You try. It fell apart in the last seconds. But, man, if you're going to be that aggressive, I like that. That was pretty much it for his big deals.
I just want to hear from Langdon to explain to me why I wasted so much time on Twitter scrolling to try to find something out that was going to happen, because everything seemed to line up that something big's coming down the line, and it never did.
You were Jack on that little piece of wood out there in the middle of the water. You wouldn't let go, Paul. Okay.
Still refreshing.
He looked like Odysseus out there.
Right. Well, I haven't seen that yet. 248-539-9797. Tyler, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How are you?
Hey, man.
Hey, I gotta say it's got to be Holmes. Like, we're in the slot where they have the talent to win a Super Bowl. I just don't think it's that in the negligence on behalf of the secondary. How long has it been since the Lions have had a decent secondary? They've been getting torched for 4 or 5 years now. Like it's got to be on Holmes. I don't think the Pistons, it's that pressing yet with Langdon. Like, look where we were at 2 years ago with a terrible record. I don't think we're there yet. And with the Tigers, we're going to get some BS answer from Illich or Harris. So I want to hear from Brad Holmes. The negligence in regards to the secondary is crazy. Like, we have to address this.
Yeah, but Tyler, let's be factual. The secondary wasn't getting torched. They did have Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph back there. So they weren't getting torched, okay? They were pretty good. Those are two good safeties. The problem and what you need answers from is knowing they were going to be hurt to start the year. Why didn't they do anything else? When you had the questions with Arnold as well in the offseason, why didn't you do anything to address that? Now they may get torched.
No, I agree with that statement in regards to it. But they knew this stuff was happening, and it's been months now. The Arnold stuff's a little newer or whatever, but
they knew in March about Arnold. It's not new. That new in March.
They came out and said, "Yeah, we believe our guy, and we're until we know otherwise, he's with us." And they found out otherwise, and he is no longer with them. Appreciate the call, Tyler. Yeah, the second, these safeties. Now, you had two really good safeties.
Really good
but
safeties, yes.
One got injured, then the other got injured, and then, okay, Branch, he's going to come back, but Kirby, it's big question mark.
And you knew Branch was going to be gone until maybe October. Everyone knew that.
Right.
He's coming back, but it was going to be halfway through the year.
Right. But between Arnold and Rakestraw,
yeah.
And now it's like, okay, and you just felt the need to, okay, you want to step up with that. 248-539-9797. Which person do you need to hear from the most? Who do you need to step up to the microphone? 97.1. So we've asked the question, who do you want to hear from the most? Whether it's Chris Ilitch, Brad Holmes, Scott Harris, Trajan Langdon. For me, it was Brad Holmes. For David, it was Trajan, and Paul agreed with me. And Brendan Shabath, well, he got creative, and he said, I need to hear from Chris. I'm going to do a 2-for-1. I'd like to know what you think. Who do you want to hear from first? 248-539-9797. Before we do that, give a shout out to Patrick from Bruce Township. Congratulations, Patrick. You got $100 in fan cash from Fanatic Sportsbook. We do this every Friday because winning hits different here. Paul, what you got on the text?
This is from an unnamed texter. Ilitch, because he owns two teams, we can get the most out of him about the Wings and the Tigers. So you get the 2-for-1 like Brendan suggested.
Someone also said you can ask when the District Detroit is going to be built. There's a Twitch comment.
I'm not going there.
We're going to move on. Go ahead, Paul.
Another one from Bob Driving in Wisconsin. He also says Ilitch because you could talk about both the Tigers and the Wings. So a lot of people are going with Brandon's double dip.
Brandon, that's a good call on the double dip. I don't know if he would talk about both, but see, I don't like that because it gives Scott Harrison an out. It takes him off the hook.
It does.
I want to hear from him. You're paying him to be the president of baseball operations for a reason. I need you to step up to the microphone.
And we got one here from Brendan. I need Langdon to explain why he did nothing to make the team tangibly better in this offseason and help Cade.
Okay, hold on. Tangibly better. They do have better shooting. They do have that. It's just that we never got a number 2 behind Cade. That's the problem with the offseason. John Collins, like it if it goes with something else. Isaiah Joe, like it if it goes with something else. But it never went with something else.
But Collins is a low volume shooter. I need him to shoot more.
I get that. Yes,
Shooting 2 3-pointers a game. Yeah. You got to pick this up, John.
But it's the combination when you look at everything. You gave up Isaiah Stewart's salary and you brought really nothing that's going to help you in return.
Or the toughness.
It's the combination of it all.
Yeah, the toughness too. Like he was the enforcer of the team.
He was the toughness, all right.
David, they're saving that cap space for next year.
If I hear that one more offseason,
it's for the deadline, David. It's for the deadline.
Oh, boy.
I do think the shooting they added, to your point, Rico, about John Collins being low volume. Yes, he's low volume. They add Taurean Prince, who I would say is medium volume shooting.
Yes.
Isaiah Joe is high volume.
Yes.
So they added a number of guys where when you combine them all, the sum may be greater than their parts. 3-point shooting on the whole. You've also obviously still got Duncan Robinson coming back. But, yeah, I totally agree with you guys that they still need the number 2 for Cade. And just looking at the free agent market and the trade market and who did move this offseason, I don't know that the right number 2 that we wanted, like the ideal one, was even out there. I think the closest we would get is Jaylen Brown, and it seemed like the Pistons were never really involved in that conversation, which is
Austin
reprehensible.
Reeves.
I would have
maybe
liked
not
Austin
the
Reeves
money
too.
they paid him, but Austin Reeves I think could have been a decent number 2 because he can shoot, spread the floor, but create his own shot. Didn't need Cade for that, but. A
little bit younger as well.
Yes.
A lot of the other guys we heard, Kawhi, KD, the LeBron conversation, are all a little bit past their prime now, too.
Maybe Tom Gores can grease a few palms and get Kyrie to Detroit and be like, hey, we can make the contract work, legally. And
we could still make that trade. If Toronto says, they don't want to take the penalties, Detroit, take the penalties. Trade for them. Make it happen.
Well, it's funny because I don't know if it would actually happen, but I'm one of those few people. I don't think that you could afford to be picky because everybody scoffed at the Kevin Durant, like, not KD.